Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 211 to 230. The raging demand for the Yu family's starch jelly was more than they could supply. Even the passengers on the ships would also come over to join in on the fun and buy a bowl of takeout to taste. Naturally, one bowl was not enough to satisfy the desires of a whole family. Thus, they would send their servants to buy some more. However, the Yu family's starch jelly was too popular. Oftentimes, by the time the servants arrived for the second portion, they had to go back empty-handed. There were even some people who waited in line for a long time in order to just have a taste of the starch jelly. The few baskets of red algae that Yu Xiaosao had brought over had very quickly been simmered away into starch jelly, and there were still people clamoring for more. Furthermore, starch jelly was not the type of food that filled people up, so after eating one bowl the person would soon get hungry again. Thus, the dock workers all came back during their next break to consume another bowl to satisfy their desires and cool themselves down. Xiaosao's cold noodles were also quite popular, especially during the time when one pot of starch jelly was sold out and the other was still simmering on the stove. The workers who couldn't wait could only settle for the other option and order a bowl of cold noodles to eat. However, they didn't expect the cold noodles to also be incredibly delicious, so they were all pleasantly surprised. All of the remaining flour in the noodle stand, whether it was made of coarse grains or wheat, had all been used up by the time evening arrived. By the time it was supper time, the Yu family's stand had nothing left to sell to the workers who came by. After sending off the groups of disappointed workers, Xiaosao and her family cleaned up the stand in preparation to go home. At this time, a tanned youth who wasn't very tall but was very muscular stopped by quickly. He flashed a smile that revealed a row of white teeth. "Second uncle, Xiaosao, are you guys cleaning up already? Do you need my help with anything?" It took Xiaosao a moment before she recognized the brawny and tan young man in front of her. Apparently it was her paternal cousin, who she technically didn't have blood relations with, Haitzi. Although Yu Hai had pretty much stopped having any encounter with the main branch, he was still quite friendly to Haitzi, who had little to do with their complicated relationship. "Haitzi, you must be hungry, right? There's still some starch jelly in the bucket that your younger sister, Xiaosao, left for me. Take some to eat." It could be said that Yu Haitzi had undergone an astounding transformation in these past few months. Not only did he manage to endure through backbreaking hard labor, but he also officially became a regular worker under Brother Six. Regular workers received a monthly salary. In addition, they also got 2 days of paid leave every month and bonuses when they did well. Becoming part of the regular staff meant that one no longer had to fear not having a job to feed oneself. Haitzi, who had worked hard the past few months, had long transformed his body full of fat into a ball of muscle. Although he was on the shorter side, he now looked a lot more brawny and strong. In fact, within his group of co-workers, there were a few who had inquired whether he had already married or had a fiancée yet. If not, they wanted to introduce their own daughters to see if they could be matched with this competent and slick young fellow. Haitzi carefully inspected a few families and ended up choosing a girl who had average looks but was kind and hardworking. Then, he had his parents propose the marriage to the girl's family. Originally, Madame Li had wanted to match her son with a girl whose family had decent circumstances in town. The first person that came to mind was her maternal niece. Her second older brother had a general goods store in town. Right after her niece was born, her second brother had an unexpected accident and harmed his core, so he was unable to father any more children. Although he technically adopted a son from his elder brother's family to carry on the line, at least half of her second brother's fat inheritance had to be given to her niece. Madame Li was planning on using marriage ties to get wealth. However, Haitzi knew what his older female cousin, who was older than him by a year, was truly like. Everyone said that nieces resembled their maternal aunts, and it was true for his cousin. She was just like his mother, happy to partake but not prepared to do any work. In addition, she was as fat as a plump pig. Her face was so fat that it resembled a corpse's face that had been swollen from sitting out for several days. Furthermore, his older cousin had been spoiled by his second uncle to the skies. She had an arrogant and willful temper beyond imagination. In fact, she even dared to shout at and order her own father around. If Haitzi had not changed, Then it was likely that he would have listened to his mother's plans and obediently agreed to this marriage for the sake of getting his hands on his second uncle's assets. However, the few months he spent at the docks not only toughened his body but also changed his values. The kind and honest dock workers had morphed Heitzi's way of thinking. Now, he had the ability to make a living. Although he was currently a lowly regular worker, his monthly salary was decent, a tael. One tael was more than enough to sustain a family of 4 without any issues. In the future, if he continued to work hard and do well, he might be promoted and earn 2 taels a month. If Brother 6 appreciated his work even more, he could then be promoted to a foreman. The monthly salary for a foreman was 5 taels. Currently, he had already saved up 5 to 6 taels in his private purse after working for a few months. What was the point in sacrificing his future happiness for the sake of money now? Heitzi had revamped his thinking in these past few months. He needed to marry a wife who was like his second paternal aunt, a woman who was kind and capable. She needed to be able to manage both the inner courtyard and outside matters. In fact, he had looked closely at his second paternal uncle's family. They had all become rich through their own efforts and were doing better every day. As for his own family, his father wasn't very competent and his mother was a lazy bum who was of no use. Furthermore, his grandmother held all of the money tightly within her own hands. Thus, the whole family was unable to eat their fill on even coarse grain. Therefore, when he was considering his colleagues' daughters, he chose a maiden whose family was the poorest out of all of them. This young woman's mother had died from an illness 2 years ago, and the family had sold their few plots of land in an effort to raise money to treat her before she passed. Now, the entire household was reliant on Heitzi's colleague's salary to survive. This girl was the oldest in the family. After her mother passed away, she became the person in charge of farming and taking care of her 4 younger siblings. It was obvious that this girl was very hard working as she was able to manage the household very well even as a young preteen. Her younger siblings always wore clean clothing that were patched perfectly. At a glance, he could tell that this girl knew how to live her life well. He naturally had to choose a wife like her. In the beginning, Madame Lee didn't want to go along with his choice. However, Heitzi said something that made her change her mind. "Mother, I'm marrying a wife, not an uppity lady. You know older cousin too. Do you think you can order her around to do work? Do you think she'll take care of you when you get old? She even dares to verbally abuse second maternal uncle and second maternal aunt. Do you think you'll be able to endure her bad temper?" Madame Lee thought for a bit and decided that he was right. Her niece just had that type of rotten personality. In the future, if they lived together, who would be the person serving who? Her son truly had a filial heart and knew how to find a wife to take care of her. "Madame Lee, you're truly thinking too much. Your son is not like his second paternal uncle, a man who has unquestioning filial piety. Don't take his past behavior to heart, he knows how to take care of his wife. Furthermore, the woman who he wants to marry isn't someone as easy to bully as weak Madame Lu. She knows what work needs to be properly done, but she'll also say what needs to be said. Your son will mostly stand on his wife's side, so don't think you'll be able to take advantage of this mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. But this is all stuff reserved for the future. Currently, the docks had 2 shifts, day and night shift. Yu Heitzi was currently on the day shift, and he was about to leave work at this time when he saw his second uncle and his cousins cleaning up the food stand. Thus, he came over to see if there was any work he could help with. After helping Xiaoxiao carry the basket full of utensils onto the donkey cart, Heitzi couldn't resist his second uncle's kindness and gobbled down the bowl of refreshing and cooling starch jelly. He had heard of his second uncle selling starch jelly earlier from one of his coworkers. However, he was afraid that other people might accuse him of cadging a meal from them due to their familial relationship, so he normally asked someone to buy him a portion of braised food whenever Shaolian was selling some. Otherwise, he chose to resist the temptation of the braised food and never came up personally to buy some. Today was the same. Although his coworkers all praised the starch jelly to high heaven, he resisted the temptation to come over. Only when he saw that his second uncle's family was cleaning up did he finally come by. However, he didn't expect his second uncle to especially save a portion, and so he managed to score a taste. After he finished the starch jelly, Haitzi was about to take out some money when he was stopped by Yu Hai, who told him that there was no point in being so petty between family members. It was only a bowl of starch jelly. If he continued to insist, then his second uncle would become angry. His uncle even said that in the future, if he was hungry, he should come over to the stand to have a bowl of starch jelly or cold noodles to cool down. There was no point in treating his family members like strangers. In the future, his two younger cousins needed him to support them. This whole conversation made it awkward for Haitzi to bring up the subject of money again. Thus, later on, Haitzi always came by when he had the time to help wait tables or scrub bowls. Furthermore, whenever Xiaoxiao gave him a bowl of starch jelly or noodles, he also never brought up the subject of paying again. All he could do was to help them out whenever he was able to. After he finished loading second uncle's donkey cart, Haitzi went back to the village with his second uncle's family. At the mouth of the village were a bunch of children, who had finished eating dinner, playing. When they saw the Yu sisters come back, they all formed a circle around them and started spewing questions. Xiaoxiao, Shanhu told us that you're looking to harvest some seaweed. Is that true? Shaolian, seaweed looks a lot like grass, can we really sell it to you guys for money? Shanhu's not tricking us, right? Xiaoxiao, I picked up a full basket of seaweed today. Don't tell us that you're not taking it all. That's right, that's right. In order to gather seaweed, I even forgot to cut some ragweed and was scolded by my mother. Don't let me labor in vain. Xiaoxiao felt like her head was about to explode from the noise. She was finally able to find a gap in the chatter, and she promised, don't worry, I was the one who had Shanhu tell all of you. You absolutely won't be working in vain. All of you should bring the seaweed over to where my family buys seafood. Let me go home and rest for a moment. After that, I'll weigh the seaweed and pay you guys. The group of kids, who had all been waiting for the two sisters at the entrance of the village, scattered back home after hearing Xiaoxiao's words. They ran as if they were afraid that the Yu family might stop buying seaweed if they came back too late. Yu Hai doted on his daughter, so he had her sit on the side as he himself went up to receive all of the seaweed. No wonder there was a saying, many hands make light work. Although each child only had a dozen or so caddies worth of red algae in his or her basket, there were a lot of children. After tallying all of the seaweed, they ended up with 300 to 400 caddies of algae in the end. They almost didn't have enough baskets at home to carry all of this seaweed. Zhou Shanhu swung the string of copper coins in her hand contently. Today, even her older sister, who was sowing her dowry, had come out to gather red algae. Their haul was quite large. They managed to earn 40-some copper coins. Her family was doing better due to their prosperous chicken sales, so 40 copper coins wasn't worth too much. However, this was the money that she earned herself. Furthermore, her mother had told her that this money was for her alone to keep. Now, she had her own private purse. In the future, she needed to gather more seaweed so she could save some more money. Madame Lu stood in the center of the courtyard and looked worriedly at the baskets full of seaweed. From her experience, she knew that whenever her daughter came up with a new idea, the first 3 days they would be swamped before the craze slowly died down. Their business today had gone quite well, but they only managed to use 20 to 30 caddies worth of seaweed. Now, they had a few hundred caddies of seaweed sitting in their yard. The weather had been very hot lately, so if this bunch of seaweed went bad, what were they supposed to do? Xiaoxiao could tell that Madame Lu was worried, so she smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. The seaweed here can be dried and stored for about a year afterwards. We don't know how long we'll have fresh red algae around, so storing extra isn't a bad idea. When Madame Lu heard this, she immediately relaxed. She worked along with her two daughters, carefully washing the seaweed before it was placed on some grass mats to dry in the sun. It would take quite a long time to process a few hundred caddies of seaweed. Fortunately, before long, Lady Fang came by with her two handmaidens. When she saw her daughter dripping sweat from work, she couldn't stay seated and also began to help them. This wasn't the first time Lady Fang had helped out. She couldn't watch her daughter work hard on her own, and Xiaoxiao wasn't the type of person to sit around twiddling her thumbs. Thus, Lady Fang also bustled around every time her daughter was doing something. As for her two handmaidens, they couldn't just stand on the side while their mistress worked, right? So, the Yu family had an additional 3 working hands for free. Freshly washed seaweed had a slightly fishy odor. Lady Fang was bent over, taking the just washed seaweed and placing them on grass mats. Suddenly, a puff of fishy odor wafted over and she couldn't help but retch. "Madam, is something wrong?" Linglong, who was right next to her, hurriedly supported her mistress to sit down when she saw her heaving. She then ladled up a glass of warm water from the ceramic jar and helped her mistress drink it down. Lady Fang felt her stomach settle down after the slightly sweet taste of the warm water hit her mouth. She smiled reassuringly at Xiaoxiao, who had come over out of concern, and said, "I'm fine. Don't get worried like Linglong. It might be that I'm not used to the smell of seaweed yet. Cower, godmother will be fine after resting a bit." Madame Lu smiled. "When I first married and came to Dongshan village, I was also not used to the smell of seafood. Every time I had a whiff of fishy odor I wanted to vomit. Her father even thought I was pregnant." Yu Xiaoxiao sniffed lightly at the red algae. The fishy odor was quite faint and was similar to the smell of the seafood porridge that she normally made for her godmother. In these past few months, her godmother had tried every type of seafood available without a problem. Furthermore, she had even been able to help with processing caught fish without vomiting. Why did she have a problem now? Suddenly, she heard her mother say the word, "pregnant." Her eyes immediately lit up. Her godmother and godfather had been eating her medicinal cuisine with added mystic stone water. Both of their bodies were completely healthy now. Her godmother was in her early 30s while her godfather was around 40. They had a good relationship, so her godmother becoming pregnant wasn't something out of the ordinary. Xiaoxiao placed the seaweed in her hands down and carefully washed all traces of fishy odor from them. She then arrived next to Lady Fang and pulled at the woman's hand to take her pulse. Lady Fang watched as her adopted daughter solemnly took her pulse. The tiny and delicate little face had such a serious look that she couldn't help but tease, "Oh, our family's little miracle doctor is showing off her skills now. What did you diagnose? Tell godmother quickly." At this time, Fang Zizhen had just come in from the rear courtyard with a basket of freshly washed seaweed in his hands. When he saw his adopted daughter feeling his wife's pulse, he grinned. "Wife, believe in her. Our daughter has quite the medical talent. The last time I saw Tongren Medicine Hall's Dr. Sun, he even complimented our daughter for being quick at learning. If she truly wanted to learn medicine, I suspect that she would even have no problems entering the palace to become an imperial female doctor." Female doctors belonged to the imperial hospital, and they were in charge of treating the palace's empress and consorts. They mostly handled the diagnosis and treatment of some more private ailments. "Okay, then what does our little, female doctor, think godmother has right now?" Lady Fang felt like she had become healthier and healthier ever since she started living in Dongshan village. The change was especially obvious after she started eating her daughter's specially prepared medicinal cuisine. Now, she had so much energy that she was sure she could kill an ox by herself. However, she could tell that her daughter felt worried about her after she vomited a couple of times. Feelings between people were mutual. Xiaoxiao clearly cared about her, so Lady Fang treated her as if she was her own biological daughter. Anything that was good had to go to her daughter. Although Yu Xiaoxiao only had a dabbling of medical knowledge, she was quite talented at diagnosing through feeling a person's pulse. The worried look on her face quickly cleared. It was still a bit early, but she was certain that she felt a slippery pulse. Furthermore, she could tell that her godmother's health was quite good. However, a pregnant woman should always take more care and needed to do less hard labor. Fang Zizhen relaxed when he saw his daughter's expression. However, he still had to ask, "Daughter, is your godmother okay?" "No problems, she's doing quite well. If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure I'll have a little brother or sister 8 months from now." Yu Xiaoxiao was quite confident in her diagnosing ability, so she flashed a mischievous grin at her godfather. Fang Zizhen smiled gently as he nodded, "As long as she's okay. What did you say? What do you mean a little brother or sister? Am I thinking in the right direction?" It took a moment for the information to sink in. Suddenly, Fang Zizhen's eyes opened wide as he desperately tried to restrain his reaction. He strode forward and grabbed his goddaughter's arm as he repeatedly babbled. Lady Fang, who was still sitting, was so stunned that she resembled a statue. She stared at her daughter as if she was trying to figure out whether the little girl was teasing her or not. Yu Xiaoxiao had never seen her godfather in such a state before. Although he was clearly quite agitated, the hand that he used to grip her hand had modulated its force. It didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Xiaoxiao felt very grateful within her heart. She originally wanted to tease her godfather a little more, but those thoughts completely vanished. She solemnly nodded her head. Godfather, you didn't hear wrong. I just felt a slippery pulse, so I'm pretty sure godmother is with child. With child. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a father. Qian, we're going to have our own child. Fang Zizhen gleefully danced around as if he was a joyful kid again. Despite the members of the Yu family around them, he gently drew his wife into his arms. Lady Fang had never been hugged by her husband in front of so many people before. She flushed and lightly pushed at him while scolding, "That's not necessarily true. Are you crazy? We'll talk about this again after I find Dr. Sun in town tomorrow to confirm." Lady Fang was also feeling very emotional right now. She was married at the age of 14 to General Fang, who was more than a decade older than her. For 20 years, there was no stirring in her belly. Although the imperial physician had found out that it wasn't her fault that they were childless, she still had a bit of regret within her heart. Despite her husband finding a satisfactory goddaughter for them, that hole in her heart was still not filled. Her husband knew that she had felt somewhat lost, so he, disregarding a man's dignity, searched for doctors and medications diligently. As soon as he heard of a talented doctor somewhere who was good at treating infertility, he would devoutly ask that doctor to treat him. However, despite all their efforts, the heavens had never taken pity on them. 20 years had passed without any sign of pregnancy. Time flowed by, and she no longer had any hope anymore. Now, suddenly, her adopted daughter had told her that she might be with child. Lady Fang thought back to her recent retching and a tiny beacon of hope lit up in her heart. The Yu family had previously joked that Xiaoxiao had been given pointers by a god. Now, she truly wished that that joke was true. Perhaps Xiaoxiao was truly her lucky star and could give her a different future. Fang Zizhen acted as if he was handling a piece of delicate porcelain and was incomparably careful when he hugged his wife. The smile on his face almost split his face in two as he chuckled. "Wife, even without confirmation I have a feeling that you're pregnant. I noticed that your tastes have changed this past month. In the past, you didn't like to eat sour foods, so all of the dishes at home had less vinegar added to them. Recently, you've been wanting to eat sour foods as if they were the only thing good on earth. In fact, you even have to add a couple drops of vinegar to seafood soup. As for our daughter's sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork chops, you could probably down at least half of a large platter on your own. Also, you've been sleeping in a lot while in the past you've always woken up early. You must be pregnant. Our baby must be a lazy bum who loves to eat sour foods." When Madame Lu heard this, she hurriedly congratulated them. "From what General Fang is saying, it's probably 80 to 90% certain that you're pregnant. When I was pregnant with little Shito, I also loved to eat sour foods. In fact, I love to eat unripe apricots straight off the tree, which are usually so sour that most people can't take a single bite. Sour foods for boys, spicy foods for girls, you must have a fat little fellow in you." Madame Lu had been pregnant 3 times and given birth to 4 children, so she was considered experienced. When Lady Fang heard her words, her somewhat nervous heart settled down. She gently used a hand to rub at her belly and a loving smile appeared on her face. "It doesn't matter whether this child is a boy or girl, he or she is still the best present that the heavens have given me." Yu Xiaoxiao nestled next to her godmother and let out a silvery laugh. "Godmother, tomorrow I'll have godfather bring you into town. We can have Dr. Sun tell us if there's anything pregnant women need to avoid and also buy some tonics as well. We absolutely cannot neglect my little brother." Fang Zizhen grinned foolishly and repeatedly agreed. Yes, we should buy a lot of tonics. It's hard for you to be pregnant, so we must take good care of you." Yu Xiaoxiao's whole family was sincerely happy for Fang Zizhen and his wife. The two had been married for 20-some years and Fang Zizhen was already in his 40s. Now that he could finally have a descendant of his own blood, was there anything else that could make him even more happy? With the good news revealed, everyone worked lightly and quickly. Before long, the few hundred caddies worth of seaweed had all been completely washed and set out to dry by the group. Lady Fang, who also wanted to help, had been ordered to sit on the side by them. After drinking some water that was enhanced with mystic stone water, she didn't feel unwell again. In fact, that evening, she managed to eat an extra half bowl of food. The next morning, Fang Zizhen carefully brought his wife into town. As usual, Yu Hai and his daughters took the donkey cart to the docks. The previous night, Shaolian had proudly showed the rest of the family the amount of money they earned that day. Since the docks were doing well, the prices had also gradually gone up. An ordinary bowl of coarse grain noodles used to be 1 copper coin a bowl, but was now 2 copper coins a bowl. Wheat flour noodles had gone up to 3 copper coins a bowl, and they had set the price for cold noodles at 4 copper coins a bowl. Starch jelly was set at 5 copper coins a bowl. Thus, in one day, they made around 2 taels, which was 2,000 copper coins. From that, one could see just how many bowls of starch jelly and cold noodles they sold in a day. For the Yu family, 2 taels really wasn't a lot of money anymore. However, for Shaolian, it was still considered quite a lot. In the past, when she sold braised food, even though the price had gone up to 2 copper coins a portion, she could only make a couple hundred copper coins in a day. After splitting a tael with her younger sister, she still had more money in her hands than before. The most important part was that all of this money was considered to be hers and hers alone. In the past, before they split from the main branch, she thought having a couple copper coins on hand was a grand sum. Now, she had over 100 taels worth of private savings, but she was still considered the poorest of her family. Little Shido, who was studying in town, had multiple people giving him some pocket money here and there. Thus, even his private savings was more than her own. However, judging by the speed they earned money the previous day, her private savings were soon about to double. Yu Shaolian immediately felt enthusiastic and optimistic about the future. The starch jelly business at the pier kept Xiaoxiao busy for a bit. For the past few days, she got up at the crack of dawn, staggered out the door with the pot of starch jelly Madame Lu had made, and drove the donkey cart with Shaolian. On the way over, she took a nap on the donkey cart. Once they got to the pier, they simmered chili oil, prepared the condiments, kneaded the dough, rolled the dough, cooked noodles, and then greeted their first group of customers for the day. For the other food vendors at the docks, the summer was their off-season. However, the business at the Yu family's sister's starch jelly stall grew with the summer heat. Other people did try to find out how to make starch jelly. Although starch jelly was easy to make, the ingredients were hard to come by. As a result, Xiaoxiao and her sister made sure to tightly cover the baskets that held seaweed. They also separated part of the noodles stall into a storage space. People could come to the stall to eat starch jelly, but they couldn't go to someone's storage space. Furthermore, the pot that cooked the seaweed was covered with a thick covering, which not only prevented someone from secretly opening it but also sped up the boiling process. This summer, for some reason, seaweed poured onto the shore after the tide went out. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think that an earthquake had occurred at the bottom of the ocean, causing the seaweed that grew at the bottom of the ocean to break off and float to shore with the changing tides. Those who wanted to find out the recipe of the starch jelly would have never thought that the seaweed floating all over the sea was the key ingredient. After a few days, business finally settled down. However, this business required cooking, prepping ingredients, and taking care of the customers. Xiaoxiao couldn't do this alone, and Xiaoxiao's godfather had asked her more than once in private to find spare time to take care of her godmother. The doctor confirmed that Lady Fang was pregnant the last time they went into town. Fang Zizhen treated her as if she was a phoenix egg, catering to her every whim. He wished that he could be beside her the entire day in order to protect her from any falls or stumbles. Recently, some important people were going to come for an inspection. He couldn't avoid it, so he asked his goddaughter for help. His goddaughter's good medical skills were good and she was skilled in recognizing beneficial medicines for a healthy diet. He would only feel relieved if his goddaughter was watching over his wife. Thus, Xiaoxiao entrusted her eldest maternal uncle, who was working at the docks, to send a message to her eldest maternal aunt. Her aunt was currently idle at home and Xiaoxiao wanted to have her and Shaolian work together to run this business. Although the starch jelly and cold noodles stall was a small business, after subtracting the costs of ingredients, the profits were decent. The two families could split the earnings and get 1 tael each, which added up to 30 taels a month. There were very few people at the pier who could surpass their business. Eldest maternal aunt came with her younger daughter the next day. Her eldest daughter, Lu Feifeng, was almost 17 years old and had been engaged for 2 years. She was going to get married at the end of the year, so she had to stay at home preparing for her wedding. Madame Han was planning on using the 50 taels she would earn from helping Xiaoxiao manage the stall on her eldest daughter's dowry. After all, her eldest daughter had worked hard. Lu Feiying, the second daughter, was 14 years old and recently just got engaged. Madame Han, upon hearing from Xiaoxiao that marrying early may not necessarily be a good thing, told her future in-laws to wait until their daughter was 16 or 17 years old to marry over. The in-laws agreed. They couldn't disagree. The Lu brothers had made a lot of money with their brother-in-law selling watermelons. Everyone in Chishan village knew about this. The oldest son of the Lu family didn't have a son, so he took the money he earned and bought a shop for each of his daughters in the newly built harbor as their dowry. His eldest daughter also had an additional 50 taels of silver for her dowry. This was a generous sum of money. Let alone people in Chishan village, no one else within the dozen or so other nearby villages was willing to give such a large dowry to their daughters. Therefore, the Lu family's door sills had almost been flattened by the number the matchmakers coming to their door. After picking and choosing, Madame Han chose a family living in the suburb of the town for her second daughter. If this family was in Chishan village, they would also be considered an uncommonly rich family. This family had 30 some mu of fertile land, and they had relatively simple relations. The older couple was known for their good tempers. The elder brother was already married and had children. When the younger brother married, the older couple planned on separating the family and living with the elder brother. The land and family property will be split equally between the brothers, and the younger brother will only have to give rice to the old couple to support them every month. This was why Madame Han chose this family for her second daughter, even though the family wasn't the richest out of the people who came to propose marriage. The Lu family's net worth kept rising. Madame Han's second daughter wasn't the only one who got many marriage proposals, even her youngest 12-year-old daughter also had people coming over to inquire. However, Madame Han felt that her younger daughter was too young and wanted her to live joyfully for an additional 2 years. Furthermore, she believed that as long as her family continued to work with her younger sister-in-law for the next couple of years, they would continue to prosper. By the time she needed to find a husband for her youngest daughter, there would likely be more choices. The Lu family's eldest son and his wife, Madame Han, were people who didn't like to stay idle. Right after the watermelon season was over, Lu Pei went to the docks to do manual labor. Brother Six had found him and asked if he wanted to become an official employee. Lu Pei, who was planning to sell watermelons at the end of spring every year, tactfully declined this offer. Temporary workers on the pier weren't always able to get some work every day. However, due to Brother Six's relationship with Xiaoxiao, he assigned Lu Pei work every day and even paid him the salary that regular workers received. Madame Han stayed at home for a few days, thinking about what business to do on the side to make some money. Before she could make a decision, her husband came home with good news. Xiaoxiao, your eldest uncle said you came out with a new food. He said you two sisters are too busy and can't manage the business on your own. Let me come help you guys. If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me. Madame Han never doubted her little niece's cooking skills. Madame Han was used to cooking at home, so it wasn't hard for her to knead the dough and make noodles. Thus, Xiaoxiao gave her the recipe to make cold noodles. As for her cousin, Lu Feiyan, she was nimble and quick like her mother. As such, Xiaoxiao had her bring the cold noodles and starch jelly to the guests. This way, Xiaolian only needed to take care of making starch jelly and seasoning the cold noodles and starch jelly. Madame Han and Lu Feiyan were both good workers. After the initial rush, they soon got a handle of their tasks. Hey, how is it? Did the two of you manage to help out? Lu Pei and his eldest nephew, Lu Jiwei, wiped the sweat off of themselves as they came over with great strides after loading the cargo. Lu Jiwei was also an official employee of Brother Six now. Madame Han took the noodles that were ready and placed them in ice water, not forgetting to roll her eyes at him. She smiled. Did you think that the two of us eat for free? Making noodles is nothing to us. Lu Feiyan poured 2 bowls of iced water for her dad and cousin, smiled mysteriously at them and said, "Dad, drink some water to quench your thirst." Lu Pei had been thirsty for a long time, so he drank the water with a big gulp. A wave of coolness went through his body, which was more enjoyable than drinking cold water from the well on a summer day. After finishing the iced water in one breath, Lu Pei let out a long sigh and exclaimed brightly, "Yunner, bring Dad another bowl." "Xiaoxiao, where did get such cool well water?" Lu Feiyan brought over another bowl of water and said, "Dad, younger cousin is really impressive. On such a hot summer day, she can make ice cubes. This iced water is cooled by those ice cubes. Such a hot day, where would you get ice? Are you saying that our Xiaoxiao is an immortal in disguise, with the ability to change water into ice?" Old Hao sat down under the awning, with the summer heat hanging onto him. Grabbing a fan in the shop, he vigorously fanned himself with it. Upon hearing their conversation, he jokingly inserted a sentence. Xiaoxiao also poured him a bowl of ice water. There were even 2 ice cubes floating on the top. The big clay jar in the noodles stall had become her ice manufacturing tool. The starch jelly and cold noodles were all chilled with ice water that was cooled with ice cubes, making them more refreshing. Old Hao opened his eyes wide and stared at the ice cube that was the size of a pigeon egg. He picked it up with his hands and clicked his tongue as he looked at it a while longer before putting it in his mouth. He chewed it and it made a satisfying crunching noise. The other people coming in to eat lunch also wanted a bowl of ice water after seeing this. Shaolian said with a smile while seasoning the cold noodles, "We only have this 1 jar of ice. If we give it to you guys then we won't be able to chill the cold noodles and starch jelly. Do you guys want to eat warm starch jelly and noodles?" Upon hearing this, the honest dock workers all laughed and gave up on this idea. One of the men, who was more witty, loudly said, "Shaolian, we know that this iced water isn't easy to come by and we wouldn't be drinking it for nothing. 1 bowl of ice water for 1 copper coin, what do you think?" Since someone was bringing money directly to their doorstep, they naturally couldn't leave them hanging. Xiaoxiao, who was making ice inside, came out upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Since uncles have brought it to this point, if we continue declining then it will become unpleasant. All right, in the future, we will add 1 more thing to the menu, iced water." Shaolian worriedly asked, "Little sister, making ice isn't easy. We don't have that many people, will we be able to handle the work?" What Shaolian was trying to hint at was that they only had 1 jar of ice. Was that enough ice to sell? Xiaoxiao smiled and loudly said, "If we can make it convenient for people, then it's fine if we are a bit busier. Don't worry, it's just making more ice every day." Xiaoxiao's meaning was to let her father expand the stall and build a formal storage room and put 2 large tanks inside. As long as the saltpeter and water were well proportioned and the water placed in an iron bucket, then there wouldn't be any inconvenience. However, in the future, their consumption of water will dramatically increase, and the water would have to be brought from the nearby villages, making it inconvenient. Nevertheless, if you had money, then you can even make ghosts do work for you. They could hire people to help them transport the water. A few copper coins for a cart full of water, there were still people willing to do this type of work. After adding the service of selling iced water, the Yu sisters' business became even more prosperous. Everyone was sweaty all over on such a hot day. Upon drinking a bowl of cooled iced water, it quenched their thirst and relieved them of the summer heat. With the relief from the summer heat, their appetite naturally grew. With a bowl of cold noodles and starch jelly to eat, a person felt very comfortable. With eldest maternal aunt and her older cousin helping, Xiaoxiao could finally find some time to take care of her pregnant godmother. There were many trees on the mountains and the environment around the residence was cooler. Lady Fang didn't have the discomforts of a pregnant woman either. Every day, once in the morning and once in the evening, she would stroll around, like usual, enjoying the beautiful scenery. Lady Fang's pregnancy was stable. Every day, Xiaoxiao took her pulse. In addition, Xiaoxiao believed that Lady Fang shouldn't do any hard labor in the first 3 months of pregnancy, yet proper exercise is still necessary. In terms of nutrition, Xiaoxiao made different tasty dishes for her godmother every day. Faced with the beautiful environment of the West Mountains and her filial goddaughter's company, there wasn't anything wrong with the lady's appetite apart from not being able to stand the smell of seafood. Xiao Xiao mischievously said, "Little brother must be clever and filial. He knows that being pregnant is hard on godmother, so he doesn't want to cause you suffering." Lady Fang used her index finger to poke at Xiao Xiao's forehead. She cradled her growing pregnant belly and revealed the brilliance of a mother's love. The morning light cuts through the dark blue sky and the ocean breeze bringing along a slight cool breeze. Yu Hai's family started their busy day. "Brother Dahai, are you ready to go?" Uncle Xuanju, who was of the same village, was carrying sharpened iron pitchforks. He excitedly pushed open the Yu family's door and urged. Xiao Xiao, who was washing up, looked at the weapon in Uncle Xuanju's hand and asked astonishingly, "Uncle Xuanju, are you going to the mountains to hunt?" "Then you will be disappointed. My mother won't let my father go hunt in the mountains." Madame Lu was afraid of a rope after being bitten by a snake. After Yu Hai was bitten by a bear last time, she had been badly frightened. No matter what, she wouldn't let Yu Hai go hunt in the mountains again. Yu Hai was someone who dearly loved his wife, so in order to reassure her, he never went up the mountain again after that incident. With the pitchforks in his hands, Lu Xuanju happily waved and said, "These aren't for hunting. These are for shark hunting. The dried goods store in the prefectural city is buying shark fins at a high price. Your father is the most famous shark catcher in the nearby villages. In the past, before your grandfather bought the new boat, your father and I were the best shark hunting duo. Capturing sharks, it seems pretty dangerous. Can my father handle it?" Yu Xiaoxiao rinsed out the rest of the lake salt in her mouth and asked anxiously with wide eyes. Yu Hai got a specially made net from the backyard and said to his younger daughter, "I made plans to go out to sea today with your Uncle Xuanju a couple of days ago. You stay at home and don't run around. After I catch the shark, I will make a new diving suit for you." Yu Xiaoxiao blinked and cutely said, "Father, Xiaolian is busy right now. She doesn't have time to go to the sea, so I can just use her diving suit." "Father, I've never seen shark hunting before. Take me with you. I'll stay on the boat and I won't cause any trouble for you." Quote, "The sea was different from land, there could be danger at any moment. Moreover, sharks were fierce marine animals. They weren't herbivores. If something happened to his younger daughter, wouldn't her mother and godparents tear him apart?" Yu Hai firmly rejected Xiao Xiao. "No. If you want to go to the sea, then I will take you on another day. Shark hunting isn't for playing around, so it's better for you to stay at home." Upon realizing that acting cute wasn't working, Yu Xiaoxiao went to the kitchen and ate her breakfast. All of a sudden, her eyes shifted, and she bit her lip, thinking, "Even if you don't take me, it doesn't mean that I can't go. I still have the little divine stone. Don't I just have to dive into the water and follow from there?" With that idea in mind, the previously listless Xiao Xiao quickly finished the meal and sent her father and Uncle Xuanju to the Lu family's new fishing boat. Yu Hai looked at his youngest daughter, who was waving happily at them, and felt uneasy. He reminded her again, "Cower, if you want to swim, you can swim a couple of laps in the shallow waters nearby. Don't swim out too far. Your body isn't strong to begin with, so make sure you can swim back." "I know, father. Quit being so long-winded, even Uncle Xuanju is becoming impatient from waiting." Yu Xiaoxiao promised. Once Yu Hai and Lu Xuanju left, she ran back home and changed into a diving suit. Choosing a place where no one was, she jumped into the sea with a splash. Today, the sky was clear. The strong sun shined on the yellow sand, and there wasn't a cloud to be seen or a breeze to be felt. In the distance, the sea and the sky merged into one. On the horizon, the color of blue slowly spread to the beach. The seawater was clear and azure like the sky, and shined beautifully like a bolt of brocade. Yu Xiaoxiao swam in the sea for a bit, and with the help of the divine stone's spiritual power, she floated in the ocean. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she shouted toward the deeper parts of the sea, "Xiaobu, Xiaobu." The little divine stone lazily reminded her, "Save some energy. This divine stone has already given the baby dolphin a command. As soon as you appear in the ocean, he will come to find you." As if answering the divine stone's words, the cute and clever dolphin appeared in front of Xiao Xiao. These days, Xiao Xiao had been busy with the business at the pier. When she got home, it was already dark outside, so how could she have time to play with the little dolphin in the sea? The little dolphin happily swam around Xiao Xiao and occasionally rubbed its smooth head on her arm. As if it was blaming her for neglecting it, it cried, "Ah! Ah!" Xiao Xiao gently rubbed the little dolphin's head and said, "I know. Aren't I here now? In the summer, I will come to play with you more often. Right now, I will give you a mission, take me to find a fishing boat. Can you do that?" The little dolphin seemed to understand her words and nodded its head. Then it placed Xiao Xiao on its back and swiftly swam toward a direction. Xiao Xiao, who was on the back of the dolphin, felt as if she was on a jet ski, breaking through the waves and the wind. Thankfully, there weren't any fishing boats nearby, or they would have thought she was a sea monster. During this era, most fishing boats were driven by manpower or wind. Although it was difficult to find a fishing boat in the vast sea, it was fun to swim along with the wind. Fortunately, the little divine stone occasionally gave her directions, and Xiao Xiao soon caught up to her father's boat. Xiao Xiao was afraid her father would see her, so she urged the little dolphin to dive into the sea and slowly approach the boat. Sailing with the wind, the fishing boat advanced further into the sea. With the boundary that the little divine stone created with its power, Xiao Xiao swam under the boat, and she would occasionally dive deeper into the sea to tease the curious fish that gathered. About 2 hours later, when Xiao Xiao felt like she was becoming a marine creature, the fishing finally stopped. At this time, the tools used for catching sharks were very simple. All one needed were a fishing net and a steel pitchfork. Yu Hai first took the bait he had brought, a piece of fish meat covered in chicken blood, and placed it around the boat. Then he used a piece of wood to gently knock on the deck of the boat, using the sound to attract the sharks. Yu Xiaoxiao got off the back of the dolphin and quietly swam over to the piece of fish. She even used her hands and gently poked it. The little dolphin beside her curiously looked at the delicious piece of meat, opened his mouth, and prepared to swallow it. Xiaoxiao hurriedly stopped him. That was a bait for sharks, so there were hooks in it. If the little dolphin ate it, it would most definitely lose its life. Not being able to eat the delicious food in front of it made the little dolphin upset. The little dolphin swam out to a spot not far away and shouted at the boat a few times before jumping out of the water to vent its dissatisfaction. Lu Xuanzhu looked at the dolphin not far away and laughed, "Ha! Instead of attracting sharks over, we attracted a dolphin. Brother Dahai, if we aren't lucky today and don't attract any sharks, catching that little dolphin wouldn't be bad either." Yu Hai looked strangely at the dolphin that was swimming around them. This dolphin looked like it was still a baby, yet it seemed to have gotten separated from its school. It also didn't seem to fear humans. It took patience to wait for sharks to take the bait. The two people on the boat took out their breakfast and leisurely chatted while they ate. However, it was hard for Xiaoxiao who was in the water. She was like a fish, swimming to the bottom of the sea looking for treasures. Sadly, she didn't bring any tools, or she would have gained a lot of profit. It looked like there were a lot of resources deep in the sea. When will the sharks come? Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she was going to fall asleep. She had asked the little divine stone to make a bubble with its spiritual power and was currently comfortably lying in it. "Do you need me to give a helping hand and attract the sharks here for your father?" The little divine stone asked arrogantly. Yeah, hurry. If my father catches a shark earlier, then he might be able to get home in time for lunch." Yu Xiaoxiao was in a better mood as soon as she heard that the divine stone could attract sharks over. The little divine stone quietly released its spiritual power. The smell it gave off imitated the taste of the shark's favorite food and it could be sent out very far. Not long later, Xiaoxiao saw that sharks were swimming over in the distance. She hurriedly called out to the little dolphin to evacuate the area. If they didn't move now, then they would be waiting to become shark food. Wait, what's going on? Why am I surrounded by sharks? This unreliable little divine stone, it had actually attracted a school of sharks here. Was she going to become shark food? What are you worrying about? With me, this divine stone here, why would you be afraid of becoming shark food? Coward. The bubble that the little divine stone created could isolate smells, so the sharks didn't even know Xiaoxiao was there. The little divine stone also did an act of kindness and made a bubble for the little dolphin. The little dolphin was Xiaoxiao's playmate and companion, so it was automatically included in the protective scope. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Uncle Xuanzhu shouting on the fishing boat, "Brother Dahai, what should we do? We are surrounded by sharks." Experienced shark hunters all knew that they didn't have to be afraid of a single shark, but an entire school of them would be very scary. If sharks got angry, they could easily flip an entire fishing boat. Xiao Xiao frowned as she watched the sharks slowly moving closer to the fishing boat. The first shark that appeared had arrived beside the bait and was opening its mouth to bite the bait. "No, father is in danger. I have to find a way to lure the other sharks away." She climbed onto the back of the little dolphin and gently pacify the frightened dolphin. The little dolphin, whom Xiao Xiao had named Xiaobu, only had one thing in its mind upon seeing so many sharks: escape. At this time, Xiao Xiao pointed it in a direction and the little dolphin rushed off in that direction without thinking. Gradually, the little dolphin realized that the sharks didn't notice them despite being so close. The little dolphin seemed to have calmed down and slowed down its speed. At this moment, the sharks had surrounded Yu Hai's fishing boat, and the shark that had bit the bait was struggling desperately. Yu Hai, who was holding the fishing rod with the bait on it, almost got dragged into the sea several times. Lu Xuanzhu was holding the steel pitchfork and was aiming it at the shark, but he hesitated to throw it. He knew that if he managed to injure the shark, the scent of blood would cause the other sharks to attack. He was uncertain whether the boat would be able to remain floating at that time. If the two of them fell into the waters, would the fierce sharks be willing to let them go? From afar, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head and saw that the fishing boat was in a crisis. She hurriedly asked the little divine stone to release the spiritual power that attracted the sharks earlier, while she rode on the little dolphin at the quickest speed to further the distance. The fishing boat was shaken violently by the shark that was desperately trying to get off the hook. If the two weren't expert sailors, then the boat would have already been flipped. What were they going to do? Were they going to be finished here today? Yu Hai and Lu Xuanzhu were falling into despair. "Brother Dahai, the shoal of sharks has scattered. Come on, quickly reel the rod." Lu Xuanzhu was the first to notice that the sharks had left. Although he was inwardly perplexed about why the shoal of sharks suddenly all went in one direction, he didn't think too deeply about it. At this time, the shark, whose mouth was caught by the hook, was struggling desperately. Its 1.5-meter long body was wriggling vigorously in the water. Fortunately, Yu Hai was strong enough to tightly clasp the iron fishing rod in his hands and prevent the shark from breaking free. While Yu Hai was reeling the rod, Lu Xuanzhu used the steel fork in his hands to pierce the shark. Perhaps he was still stunned or slightly nervous, but he was still unable to subdue the shark after piercing it several times. Seeing that blood of the injured shark was slowly dispersing in the seawater, Yu Hai was afraid that it would attract the shoal of sharks from earlier, so he said, "Xuanzhu, come hold the rod and let me try." Lu Xuanzhu knew that Yu Hai, who was skilled in hunting, was more accurate than him, so he took the fishing rod in Yu Hai's hands. At this time, the wounded shark seemed to have sensed its impending death, so it flopped with all its might, nearly pulling Lu Xuanzhu into the sea. Yu Hai quickly picked up the steel fork and stabbed into the head of the shark that was desperately trying to escape in the sea. He didn't understand the refraction of seawater, but he knew from his long-term fishing experience that he couldn't just aim straight at the target. Instead, there needed to be a small deviation. Sure enough, the harpoon had hit the target. The poor shark flopped a few times before it stopped moving. The two worked together to pull the shark into the boat, and then skillfully cut the fins. The shark meat had a pungent smell, so most people didn't eat it. However, Yu Hai promised to make a diving suit with the shark skin for his younger daughter. Thus, he prepared to peel off the skin after taking the shark back. Xiao Xiao, who had swum far away, told the little divine stone to stop emitting its spiritual power. After the shoal of sharks chasing lost their target, they gradually dispersed. The little dolphin, who quickly fled with Xiao Xiao on its back, had just swam away desperately with its little life off. It had actually performed exceedingly well, leaving the sharks far behind them. Of course, there was also the contribution of the little divine stone using its powers to replenish the little dolphin's energy and accelerating its speed. "Xiaobu, let's go back to that place and take a look." Xiao Xiao was still slightly worried and decided to go back for a look to confirm her father's and Lu Xuanzhu's safety. The little dolphin shook its head desperately. It's too scary. There's a lot of sharks. My mommy said I have to stay away from dangerous animals. Xiaobu don't want to go. The little dolphin reluctantly agreed after Xiaoxiao persuaded it for a long time and promised to bring it delicious meat soaked in mystic stone water later. On the way back, they encountered several scattered sharks. However, the little divine stone had sensed it in advance and they were able to avoid them. When Xiaoxiao saw the Lu family's boat again, they had already begun setting the second bait down. Little glutinous dumpling, can you lure one shark at a time? Do you know that my father almost died because of you just now? There was a trace of reproach in Xiaoxiao's tone. The scene earlier was so alarmingly dangerous that her soul nearly flew away from the fright. The little divine stone decided to redeem itself with merit. No problem. But, I need you to get close to the shark. Can you do it? Can you guarantee the safety of me and Xiaobu? Xiaoxiao didn't want to sacrifice her own life for shark fins. The little divine stone patted its chest and vowed, rest assured, this divine stone is here. How can ordinary sharks break through this divine stone's spiritual barrier? You're looking down on me. In light of the fact that the little divine stone was usually pretty reliable and had never messed up at the critical time, Xiaoko chose to believe it. Xiaoxiao urged the little dolphin to swim toward the direction where they had found the sharks just now. Soon, an unknown species of shark, about 2 meters long, swam in their direction. It seemed to be mealtime for this shark. Seeing a delicious little dolphin and an unknown creature, it rushed over madly. The little dolphin was stunned by the ferocity of the shark. No matter how Xiaoxiao urged it, it only stayed in the same place and forgot to run away. The big shark swiftly arrived beside them and opened its large, fierce-looking mouth. Revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, it chomped in the direction of Xiaoxiao and the little dolphin. The little divine stone broadened its spiritual barrier and firmly wrapped Xiaoxiao and the little dolphin within it. The big shark bit on the spiritual barrier, but the barrier remained intact. The shark's mouth was propped open by the barrier. It could neither spit it out, nor could it swallow it. Ayo! How embarrassing! The little divine stone suddenly shrunk the barrier and used its spiritual power to help Xiaoxiao and the little dolphin escape from the shark's mouth. The little dolphin finally reacted and fled in panic. Although it was carrying Xiaoxiao on its back, the little dolphin moved in an agile manner. The shark behind them obviously didn't want to let its prey escape, so it hastily chased after them. With one chasing and the other escaping, the little dolphin and the shark quickly reached Yu Hai's boat. At this time, the little divine stone suddenly helped them speed up. The big shark quickly lost the target in front of its eyes. It didn't give up and kept searching nearby. Suddenly, it noticed the bait set by Yu Hai and Lu Xuanju. It was a small piece of meat, but no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Hence, it decided to just eat it first. As proven by facts, greed came at a price. This shark ended up dying due to food. Brother Dahai, we're pretty lucky today. It has only been 2 hours, but we have already caught 2 sharks. If it continues like this, we might get 4 or 5 sharks before nightfall. Lu Xuanju burst with joy as he looked at the 2 large sharks on the boat. As the saying goes, an ounce of shark fin is a tail of gold. The weight of these 2 sharks' fins must be at least 2 or 3 catties. He was going to be rich. Yu Hai wiped the sweat on his face and was in a good mood. In the past, when he came out to hunt sharks, he was already considered rather lucky if he could catch 1 shark in a day. Most of the time, he would return empty-handed when hunting for sharks. He also didn't expect that they were able to catch 2 sharks so easily. However, he didn't greedily think that they would continue to be so lucky, who knows. But, this is more than enough for today, even if we can't catch anything else in the afternoon. You're right. Oh, here comes another one. Quickly look, it's coming straight at us. Is this considered delivering itself to us on its own accord? Lu Xuanju couldn't believe his own eyes. Today, thanks to the heavens, they were getting a big harvest. Yu Hai had already gotten ready. After drinking mystic stone water for a long period of time, his vision had gotten much better than most people. Seeing that there seemed to be something luring the shark over, he asked in surprise, Xuanju, do you see that? It looks like the shark is chasing something. Let me take a closer look. It seems like a human. No, it kind of looks like a fish. Lu Xuanju concentrated on staring at the fishing rod in his hands and said, Brother Dahai, are you sure you didn't see wrong? How can it be a human? Ha ha. Brother Dahai, you must have heard too many legends, it's on the hook. It got hooked. It's a big one. Brother Dahai, quickly come help. Yu Hai stopped thinking about what was in the sea and focused on dealing with the big shark. It was really a big one. The two sharks just now didn't seem any more than 200 to 300 catties. This one was huge and was at least 4 meters long. It definitely weighed over 1,000 catties. He threw the harpoon hard, but it didn't kill the shark. It wasn't hard to imagine how strongly the injured shark would struggle. It nearly flipped their fishing boat. Yu Hai quickly picked up the harpoon and used all his strength to throw the harpoon at the vital part of the shark. Fortunately, the life of the large shark was brought to an end during the third jab. Had it taken more time, the two might have been dragged into the sea. It was such a large shark, nearly bigger than their boat. It was impossible to transport it back. Yu Hai took off his outer garment, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the shark's corpse. He cut off the shark's fins with a sharp knife and threw them onto the ship. When he climbed back onto the fishing boat, he said to Lu Xuanju, let's quickly go somewhere else. Sharks have a keen sense of smell. I'm afraid that the blood around here will attract a shoal of sharks to come over. Lu Xuanju hastily turned the sail and steered towards another direction. At the time, Xiao Cao swam over and grabbed the rope at the stern of the boat, letting the fishing boat take her forward. The little dolphin, who was a little tired, followed behind them weakly. Oh, Brother Dahai, quickly look. There's a little dolphin following our boat. The little fellow doesn't seem very happy. Perhaps it's hungry. Lu Xuanju saw Xiaobu and teased it with the harpoon. It might be due to Xiao Cao, but the little dolphin wasn't afraid of him. Instead, it poked its head out of the water and stared at Lu Xuanju with its big, limpid eyes. Lu Xuanju sliced a piece of meat from the shark on the boat and threw it at the little dolphin. The little dolphin was slightly hungry, so it swallowed the meat and stretched out its head to ask for more. Lu Xuanju was in a good mood because of the good harvest today. He started talking with the little dolphin. Little fellow, did you get separated from your group? So pitiful. Here, eat another piece of shark meat. You're really lucky today. You haven't tried shark meat before, right? As he spoke, he tossed another small piece of meat over. After it ate a few pieces of meat, the little dolphin's strength had also recovered. At this time, Yu Hai and Lu Xuanju settled on another area and laid the fish bait. It's time to work, Xiaobu. It's hard to complain about someone who has fed you. Quickly lure a few more sharks over. Yu Xiaocao reckoned that they should hurry up. After catching 3 to 5 more sharks, her father would probably set sail to return home. In this way, with Xiaocao's help, Yu Hai felt as if everything was going his way. The sharks were constantly taking their bait. Moreover, on several occasions, he has seen something in the water luring the sharks over. When he told Lu Xuanju about it, he got teased by him. Brother Dahai, have you ever saved the daughter of the Dragon King of the Sea? Maybe she lured all these sharks over to pay the debt of gratitude. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he burst out in laughter as if he had told a very funny joke. When the sun started setting, they had already caught 8 sharks. They had left most of the shark bodies in the sea and only brought back 2 of them. One shouldn't be too greedy, so Yu Hai decided to set sail to return home. Seeing that the boat was preparing to go back, Xiao Cao swam back first and waited for them on a reef by the sea. Fortunately, the return trip went very smoothly, and she soon saw the outline of the fishing boat on the shore. Xiao Cao jumped back into the sea and swam towards the boat. Oh, isn't that Xiao Cao? Sure enough, she is Brother Dahai's daughter. She's a pretty good swimmer. Xiao Cao is such a kind and upright person. She was probably worried about you, and thus waiting for you by the sea. Lu Xuanju saw the agile figure in the sea and couldn't help but praise. Yu Hai revealed a proud smile on his face. His daughter was really the best. She had only come to the seaside with Shanhu and the others several times, and she had already learned how to swim. Moreover, she could swim so well. She must have inherited it from me. He lifted Xiao Cao, who had gotten closer to the boat, onto the fishing boat and proudly showed off today's harvest. Xiao Xiao pretended to be surprised and voiced a series of praise for her father, which caused Yu Hai to laugh continuously. The shark's dorsal fin, pectoral fins, and caudal fin could all be made into dried shark fin, so at least 20 to 30 caddies of fins could be cut off from each shark. Of course, in order to turn them into dried shark fin, they need to be dried and dehydrated. Thus, only around 10 caddies of shark fin could be produced from each shark. Yu Hai and Lu Xuanzhu felt that their moral character must be extremely good today. They had actually caught 8 sharks in a day. In this way, the fins alone weighed over 200 caddies. The shark fins were equally divided between the two families. After they were made into dried shark fins, they would take them to the prefectural city to sell. They could definitely sell them for a good price. Yu Hai was very good at preparing shark fins, so Lu Xuanzhu left his portion of shark fins with Yu Hai and asked him to help make them into dried shark fins. As a result, Yu Hai was very busy for the next 2 days. Yu Xiaoxiao had fallen in love with the feeling of underwater exploration, especially in the deep sea, which was definitely a mysterious area. There was a rich variety of marine creatures at the bottom of the sea. Her harvest from diving once was much higher than gathering seafood by the sea. Recently, she didn't have any good ideas to make money, so she was thinking about doing something with the high-quality seafood like sea cucumber, abalone, and lobster. Weren't abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and fish maw the favorite of the rich? She had the support of Junshou restaurant, so she wasn't worried about not being able to sell the marine goods she found from her underwater exploration. On the contrary, when Xiao Xiao first took out the sea cucumbers, abalones, and a fresh lobster that was half a meter long, the head manager of Junshou restaurant was completely stunned. After that, he was extremely elated. It had been a long time since Junshou restaurant launched a new dish. In summer, greasy food like roasted chicken and braised meat weren't as popular as they used to be. The chefs in the back kitchen were all scratching their heads trying to think of a new and refreshing dish. With these high-quality seafood, did they still have to worry about not being able to retain their customers? After the head manager expressed his gratitude again, they agreed that if Yu Hai caught more of these high-quality seafood, he had to sell them to Junshou restaurant. The price was negotiable. Xiao Xiao naturally couldn't tell him that she got these high-quality seafood from diving, so she gave her father all the credit. Fortunately, the head manager of Junshou restaurant also knew that Yu Hai wasn't only a good hunter but also an excellent fisherman. Thus, he didn't suspect anything at all. A few abalones, several sea cucumbers, and a large lobster was sold for 200 taels. Xiao Xiao thought that this business was quite profitable and doable. Every day, other than taking care of her pregnant godmother, Xiao Xiao spent at least half a day under the sea. The Yu family had also noticed that Xiao Xiao seemed to be going to the sea quite frequently. With the thought that his younger daughter had just learned how to swim, so she was still very interested in it, Yu Hai didn't hinder her from playing at the seaside. However, the family would always remind her not to swim too far away, to be careful, and so on. As midsummer approached, a new batch of sweet potatoes had been planted. It was currently the most idle time for farmers. After experiencing several rainstorms, the Yu family felt that building their house should be their top priority at the moment. The old residence was too old. Every time it rained, there would be heavy rain outside and light rain in the house. Almost all the household utensils had to be used to catch the rain. In particular, the Yu family was really worried that the west room of the old house would collapse if there was another rainstorm. After selling the shark fins, Yu Hai decided to build 3 tiled roofed rooms beside the old residence. After moving into those rooms, they could tear down the old residence and rebuild it. In total, they would have 5 black brick, tiled roofed rooms. In addition, there were also the east and west wing rooms. It was enough space for the entire family to live in. No sooner said than done. Yu Hai went to the prefectural city several times to contact a brick kiln and ordered 150,000 black bricks and 30,000 tiles. These bricks and tiles, including the delivery fee, cost nearly 200 taels. As for the stones used to lay the foundation, Dongshan village was close to the mountains, so they just needed to find several strong workers from the village, and they would be able to get enough stones within 2 to 3 days. Since Yu Hai had a good relationship with Junshou restaurant, the Zhou family's two factories prioritized recruiting workers from Dongshan village and provided them with good benefits. Moreover, Yu Hai was usually a warm-hearted person. If other families needed help, he had never refused them as long as he was capable of helping out. As a result, Yu Hai became the most respected person, who also had the best interpersonal relationships, in Dongshan village besides the village chief. Originally, Yu Hai had planned to hire around a dozen people from town to help build the house. The daily wage would be 50 copper coins and 2 meals. Unexpectedly, when several families, who had good relations with Yu Hai's family heard that they were going to build a new house, they pushed off their work and all rushed over to help. The first one to come over was Lu Xuanju, who had a very close relationship with Yu Hai. As soon as he entered the gates, he shouted, "Brother Dahai, are you looking down on us, your brothers? Or are you afraid that we're not skilled enough to build a house, and thus waste the bricks and tiles that you bought?" Yu Hai punched his shoulder lightly and said, "Look at you. What are you saying? I'm just afraid that I will delay your work." The present Dongshan village wasn't the same as it was in the past. Except for the old, weak, women and children, there were very few people who were idle. Not to mention those who worked in the Zhou family's factories, but they could earn a few hundred copper coins a day by gathering sandworms and oysters during low tide. If that wasn't enough, they could also go work at the docks and earn several dozen copper coins in a day. According to the usual practice of Dongshan village, if someone wanted to build a house, the young and strong laborers of the village would come to help, and the host just needed to provide 2 meals for them. Yu Hai was afraid of hindering the villagers from making money. Lu Xuanju glared at him and angrily said, "My brother is building a house. Even if I can earn a mountain of gold in a day, I still need to help my brother first." Brother Xuanju is right. Brother Dahai, you're speaking like we're strangers. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. When are you laying the foundation? I'll tell your older brother Zhou and oldest nephew to come help. Madame Fang, who was carrying a basket of eggs, came in the gates and said. Seeing Madame Fang enter the Yu family's main entrance, Madame Mao thought about it and also came over. In recent days, the bricks and tiles that Yu Hai ordered had been delivered one after another. The Qian family lived very close, so it was impossible for them to not know that the Yu family was building a house. Since the beginning of spring, there had been an excessive demand for the Qian family's ducks and duck eggs, and thus they had earned a small fortune. Madame Mao had deep gratitude for the Yu family's friendly sentiments, so she naturally couldn't just sit by idly and act indifferent. The wife of the Zhou family is right. Had it not been for your family's xiaosao, my family's ducks and Madame Fang's chickens, we might not have been able to sell them. My family's old Qian can't earn much money at the docks, moreover, he's working himself to death. I have long wanted him to quit. This is perfect. I can take this opportunity to get him to rest for a few days and come help you guys out. Madame Mao was quite an articulate speaker. Yu Hai, on the other hand, wasn't a very good speaker. He muttered, "That won't do." Lu Xuanju's loud voice sounded again, "Why not? In these past few years, the children have grown up and they will probably start looking for a wife in 2 years. I'm thinking about building a new 3-room house next year to make it easier for my son to get married in the future. As you know, I'm not very knowledgeable and don't understand a lot of things, so I'm counting on Brother Dahai to give me some pointers at that time." Brother Dahai, you won't refuse to help, right? Of course I won't. Nothing is as important as brothers. Yu Hai placed great importance in friendship, so he had several good friends in the village. Lu Xuanju clapped and said, "That's right. What are brothers? If a friend needs help, they will stab 2 ribs into a knife." Yu Xiaosao, who had returned from outside, chuckled, "Uncle Xuanju, it's, when a friend is in need, one will be willing to be stabbed on both sides for him. It means that one would be willing to sacrifice anything for a friend, including his life." Hee, my dear niece is quite knowledgeable. That's exactly what I meant. I can even give my life to you, let alone a few stinky coins. It's decided then. I have heard that my niece is an excellent cook. I will be able to eat a delicious meal at that time. As Lu Xuanju spoke, he went out the door and prepared to go find their other close friends to discuss about the matter of working together to help Brother Dahai build his house. Yu Zhong, who was collecting marine good nearby, heard Lu Xuanju's shouting, so he poked his head inside door and shouted, "Second brother. Count me and my eldest brother in on helping with the house construction." Before Yu Hai could reply, his head had already retracted. There were still several people waiting to sell their marine goods off. It was hot in the summer, so it was easy for seafood to go bad. He must check them carefully. If the color wasn't right or it smelled weird, then he absolutely couldn't accept them. The Zhou family's factories trusted his second brother and handed this business to him, so he couldn't ruin his second brother's reputation. Around 20 people came on the day they were laying the foundation. Most of them were villagers who had a good relationship with the Yu family. There were also people who wanted to improve their relationship with the Yu family with the thought that if there was something good in the future, Yu Hai would take care of them. 4 members of the Lu family came over, which were Xiaoxiao's maternal grandparents, eldest uncle, and second uncle. Xiaoxiao's maternal grandfather, Lu Kunjin, was over 50 years old, but since he worked throughout the year, he was very strong and healthy. Ordinary youngsters might not necessarily be able to surpass him when doing physical labor. His only daughter's family was building a house, so no matter what, he had to come and make sure everything was going smoothly. Xiaoxiao's second maternal uncle, Lu Han, didn't go out to work and stayed at home to take care of the fields. There was nothing to do in the fields at this time, so of course, he had to come help out. Even her eldest maternal uncle had taken a few days off at the docks to come help his younger sister and younger brother-in-law. During the construction of the house, it was necessary to provide meals for the workers. Her maternal grandmother was worried about her own daughter, so she packed her bags and prepared to stay at her daughter's house for the time being in order to help her daughter with the cooking. Looking at these friends and relatives and seeing the sincere smiles on their faces, Xiaoxiao's heart warmed up. The simplicity, kindness, and enthusiasm of the ancient people enhanced the sense of belonging within her heart. Perhaps, she was more suited for this type of lifestyle. Many hands made light work. With over a dozen young and strong workers, the foundation of the Yu family's 3 principal rooms and 2 side rooms were almost completed in a day. It was blazing hot in the middle of the summer. Although these people were accustomed to working under the hot sun, Xiaoxiao was still afraid that they would get heat stroke. So she took out the mung beans that they keep at home to reduce heat and made a pot of sweet mung bean soup. She put it in the cold water of the well, and then added some rock sugar inside. It was especially refreshing to drink it when one was very tired and hot. It was a spectacular sight to see 17 or 18 young and strong men eating. For just rice alone, they had to cook 2 large pots. Fearing that it wasn't enough to eat, the Yu family especially steamed several pans of white and plump plain steamed buns. The rice was white rice, while the steamed buns were made of wheat flour. Even though the current living conditions of Dongshan village was much better than before, there were still families who ate coarse grains for every meal. Not to mention the food that the Yu family ate, which were all high-quality dishes stewed chicken with mushroom, salted duck, braised pork with vermicelli, and braised pig head meat were all served in pots. The vegetables were also stir-fried with oyster sauce and MSG, which was allegedly only available in the famous restaurants in town. Between the 2 meals, Xiaoxiao had also prepared the heat-reducing and tasty starch jelly. Disregarding everything else, they had to work hard in order to eat these dishes, which were even better than the food they had during the New Year off. Otherwise, would they be worthy of all the delicious food on the table? Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao and her parents had wanted to pay them every day. However, as soon as they mentioned it, they were scolded by her father's friends. They questioned if they were looking down on old friends after becoming rich. To mention money between friends would hurt the relationship. They gave up on this thought after hearing Xiaoxiao's maternal grandfather's words. "We know that you guys have good intentions, but once you start doing this, how can the villagers ask for help when building houses in the future? Relatives and neighbors get along with each other due to mutual affection." The wise words of the elder had enlightened them. After that, the Yu family never mentioned money again. Recently, Lady Fang didn't have a very good appetite. Besides the vegetables that Xiaoxiao had watered with mystic stone water, she vomited everything else that she ate as soon as she consumed them. Meat and seafood, in particular, were food that she couldn't touch at all. Xiaoxiao understood the importance of a well-balanced diet for the fetus. It definitely wasn't enough to just eat vegetables, so Xiao Xiao racked her brain in order to make her godmother eat some meat dishes. Little Shido was at home because it was summer break for Rongshuan Academy. Last week, he received a letter sent to the academy from Brother Han in the capital. In the letter, Zhao Han briefly wrote about his life in the capital. His grandfather had already left for the borders to serve as the commanding general of the army. For the time being, he and his father were staying in the capital on standby. The contents of the letter mostly consisted of his memories of his life in Dongshan village, as well as the scenes of him hunting, roasting meat, and cooking fish soup with the siblings. When little Shido heard his second sister saying that her godmother couldn't eat any meat or fish, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his head and he said, "Second sister, do you remember the secret base that Brother Han took us to?" Secret base was the name that his second sister gave to the valley. Little Shido thought that it was quite vivid, so he always referred to the valley in that way. Xiao Xiao was pondering whether she should try making some sour and spicy food, which stimulated the appetite. The dish, boiled fish with pickled cabbage and chili, should be quite good. Her family didn't make any pickled cabbage, but her maternal grandmother should have them. Godmother liked to eat sour food, so, boiled fish with pickled cabbage and chili, should suit her taste. At that time, if she sliced the fish into very thin slices and soaked it in water for a while, there probably wouldn't be a fishy smell anymore. Hearing little Shitu's words, she nonchalantly replied, "What? You want to go play in the valley? When second sister is free, I will definitely take you there. You should go study." "I don't want to go play. Do you still remember the little white fish in the valley creek? The meat was so tender that it melted in one's mouth. Perhaps Andy Fang can eat it." Little Shido felt that he had been looked down upon. He wasn't the little Shido of the past anymore, okay? He was now a student in the primary class of the Rongshuan Academy. How could he only think about playing? However, he seriously didn't want to admit that he really missed the valley, the taste of the barbecue at that time, and the delicious little white fish. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard that, she immediately looked at little Shido and gave him a thumbs up. "That's a good idea. You have indeed been studying for half a year, you're coming up with ideas faster than me. Come, let's go to the secret base and catch a lot of little fish back. It's too hot recently, and our parents have been focused on the construction of the house. They have apparently slimmed down quite a lot. The small white fish are delicious and nutritious, so let's catch more to stew soup. This matter should not be delayed. If they left now, they could return in time to make lunch for her godmother." Xiao Xiao carried a ceramic jar and headed to the mountain forest within. Excited little Shido. The cool breeze was blowing in the early morning. In summer, the West Mountains was filled with verdant and luxuriant foliage. When walking in the dense forest, one couldn't feel the scorching summer heat at all. Walking through the forest, the siblings arrived at a mountain wall covered with green vines. Yes, the secret base that the siblings mentioned was right behind the green vines. Pushing aside the thick green vines, a cave that was about a half-person tall appeared in front of the siblings. The deeper one walked inside the cave, the more spacious it became. Even if an adult stood up, their head wouldn't be able to touch the stone wall on the top of the cave. After walking for about 15 minutes, 3 paths appeared in the cave. They chose the path on the far right. After walking for a while, a brightness suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, which gave people the feeling of seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. This was the valley that Zhao Han had once taken Xiao Xiao and her younger brother to in the past. There was flowing water and flowers blossoming like a piece of brocade. Also, due to its strange topography, it was surrounded by mountains, and thus the temperature inside the cave was slightly lower than outside. This was a good place to avoid the summer heat. If the opening of the cave wasn't so narrow and hard to pass through, I really want to bring my godmother here to avoid the heat. Godmother will definitely like the scenery here. Yu Xiaoxiao's mood had also become more happy and carefree because of the beautiful flowers in front of her. As they spoke, a snow-white hare stopped not too far away from the siblings. With its pair of ruby-like eyes, it stared curiously at the two strange intruders. Little Shido cast aside all the constraints of the academy and returned to his true nature. He cheered and ran after the hare, and his laughter echoed throughout the valley. Yu Xiaoxiao asked the little divine stone to check around the vicinity. It didn't find any ferocious beast that could hurt people, so she allowed her younger brother to frolic in the valley. She went to the clear stream and bowed her head to search for the fish in the gaps between the stones. This small white fish seemed to be a specialty of this valley. Xiao Xiao had never seen it anywhere else. The small white fish was about 6.6 to 9.9 centimeters long. It was very thin and had a snow-white body. It swam in a very nimble and quick manner, so most people wouldn't be able to catch them. Xiao Xiao placed the jar, which was filled with mystic stone water, into the stream and waited for the white fish to enter the jar. Soon, the white fish nearby sensed the spiritual energy within the jar and slowly gathered over. Xiao Xiao noticed that the valley was bustling with all kinds of exotic flowers. Her godmother, who had come from a noble family, would certainly like them. Thus, she decided to pick some back, put them in a vase, and put it in her godmother's room. She also planned on digging out the roots of the ones that she liked and try planting them at home. Although Xiao Xiao didn't know much about flowers, she still had basic ability to admire them. She dug out a plant that should be camellia, and 2 plants that looked like orchids. She sprinkled some mystic stone water on the roots to increase their survival rates. When she returned to the creek, the jar was already filled with many little white fish. After pouring out the water, there should be at least 2 to 3 catties. She didn't know whether her godmother could eat them, so these should be enough for now. Looking at the sky, they had been out for about 2 hours. When taking their return trip into consideration, they should arrive home just in time to make lunch. Just when Xiao Xiao was about to call back her frolicking younger brother, as if they had telepathy, little Shido ran out of the tall grasses with the dazed white rabbit, who didn't seem afraid of humans, in his hands. He grinned. "Second sister, look. I caught the rabbit. Let's raise it with the rabbits at home. Look at this rabbit's snowy white fur. It must be very warm and beautiful when woven into a vest." The little fellow still remembered what Xiao Xiao said last winter. At that time, they hadn't split from the main family yet and the siblings were still dressed in ragged clothing, which couldn't withstand the cold in the north at all. Little Shido had gotten frostbite on his hands and feet, so Xiao Xiao had to use hot water to warm his feet over and over again. She also said that they should raise some rabbits next year and weave some gloves, socks, and vests with the rabbit wool. She hadn't expected that the little guy still remembered that when it had already been over half a year. "All right, this rabbit's fur is quite thick. Let's raise it well, so when winter comes, we should be able to collect enough rabbit fur to weave vests and socks." Holding the earthen jar, Xiao Xiao took the lead to walk out of the valley. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass nearby. Little Shido happily exclaimed, "Could it be another rabbit? Let me go see." "Come back." Xiao Xiao's voice had turned stern. This was because the little divine stone had warned her that it could feel a gray wolf nearby. She hadn't expected that there really were fierce animals in this mountain valley. They were quite lucky that they didn't encounter them in the past. Little Shido had never heard his second sister speak with such a strict voice. He stopped in his tracks and turned his body to look his second sister with confusion. Behind him, the movement within the grass got closer. Xiao Xiao darted forward, grabbed her brother's hand, and sprinted towards the exit of the valley. The gray wolf had already noticed the siblings, and quickly ran after them. The valley was overgrown with weeds, and the areas that didn't have grass were covered with rocks. There wasn't any road at all. How could the siblings be faster than the 4-legged wolf? The gray wolf caught up to them very quickly. The gray wolf suddenly sprang over the siblings' head and landed in front of them. With a drooping tail, it observed the siblings with its pair of glittering eyes. Yu Xiao Xiao guarded her younger brother behind her back and watched the big gray wolf nervously. The wolf didn't appear very fierce and looked similar to a Siberian husky with gray fur and white face. There wasn't any malevolence within its gaze. It just stood in front of them and looked at them quietly. "Don't be scared. You guys have my spiritual energy on your bodies. Animals have more keen senses, so it probably followed the energy over. Perhaps you have already noticed that my spiritual energy can make animals have good feelings and be dependent on you. The best evidence is the dumb roe deer and little gray at your house. The gray wolf won't attack you, but it's hard to say whether it will let you go." There was a sense of delight in their misfortune within the little divine stone's voice. The wolf quietly looked at Xiao Xiao, as if it was confirming that the friendly feelings that attracted it was emitted from her. It walked a few steps forward and was less than 2 meters away from Xiao Xiao. Little Shido hugged in the rabbit in his hands in fear, yet he still remembered that he was a brave boy who should protect his older sister. He took a step forward and wanted to protect Xiao Xiao behind him, but it was a pity that he wasn't tall enough. What should I do? I should just let the wolf eat me and give second sister a chance to run away. Little Shido whispered in a trembling voice, "Second sister, I'll block it. You quickly leave." Xiao Xiao felt moved in her heart. Little Shido was only 6, yet he had such courage. He was indeed worthy of being her younger brother. Xiao Xiao carefully observed the gray wolf. It really didn't seem to have the intention of attacking them, but it blocked their only path home and just stared at them without moving. Mr. Wolf, if you can understand what I'm saying, can you move a little? We need to go home. Xiao Xiao felt that, according to her past experiences, this wolf should be able to understand her words. Second sister, it doesn't understand your words. I'll block it. You leave. We can't both die here. Little Shido summoned all his courage as a brave young boy and sacrificed himself in order to protect his older sister again. If you give a few drops of my bathing water to it, it will become like the dumb roe deer and like you even more. Even if you leave, it won't attack you. The little divine stone couldn't help but remind her. How could it have such a foolish master? She was as foolish as that dumb roe deer. Xiao Xiao thought about it and took out the bottle of mystic stone water from her chest pocket. She dripped a few drops onto her palm, and then slowly walked towards the gray wolf. Tisk tisk. You actually dared to use your hand to feed the mystic stone water to it. Aren't you afraid that the wolf will bite off your hand? The little divine stone exclaimed in a teasing tone. Aren't you around? Would you just sit back and watch if your master got in danger? Although Xiao Xiao said that, she was actually quite anxious inwardly. The little divine stone rolled its eyes. Master is finally smart for once. Indeed, before it had returned to its heyday, it was one with her. So, of course, it wouldn't let its master be harmed. Little Shido had just wanted to stretch out his hand to pull his sister back, but he was surprised to see that the gray wolf gently licking his second sister's palm like the dogs that his eldest granduncle raised. Its eyes had narrowed as if it was enjoying it very much. The flowers were bright and colorful, while the grass looked like a green carpet. There were a pair of siblings and a wolf within the myriad of colors, yet the atmosphere was harmonious and at ease. After the wolf licked all the mystic stone water on Xiao Xiao's hand, it was still unsatisfied and continued to lick Xiao Xiao's fair and soft palm with its coarse tongue. However, it seemed to know that the person in front of it only had those few drops of mystic stone water at the moment, so it didn't demand for more. The fear in little Shitu's heart gradually faded. He looked curiously at the gray wolf, who had clean, thick fur and gentle eyes. He whispered to Xiao Xiao, "Second sister, is this a dog? If it's a wolf, it would have eaten us already." Xiao Xiao's heart had also completely relaxed and she was in the mood to tease little Shido. "Have you seen such a tall and mighty dog? Isn't it obviously a wolf? As for why it didn't eat us, maybe it just finished eating and isn't hungry." With a mournful expression, little Shido looked pitifully at the gray wolf and continued to speak in a low voice. "Then, will it keep us as reserved food supply?" Xiao Xiao knocked on his head and laughed. "This valley is rich with water and grass, so would there be a lack of prey? Do you think that your meat is really tasty? Human flesh is sour, so it doesn't want to eat it all." Little Shido immediately went off the topic. "Second sister, how do you know that human flesh is sour? You've never even eaten it before." "Who said I have never eaten it before? I'm an old goblin from the mountains. Your second sister has already been eaten by me." With a grim voice, the corners of her mouth were arched into a strange smile and her face was filled with a sinister expression. Had it been nighttime, people would be terribly frightened by Xiao Xiao's current appearance. Little Shido looked at her blankly, as if he had been frightened. Xiao Xiao realized that the little fellow was only 6 years old after all, so he must have been scared silly. Just when she wanted to pacify the little guy, the corners of little Shitu's mouth slowly raised and his voice was filled with confidence as he said, "Second sister. Although your character and temperament are completely different from before, I am certain that you definitely won't harm any of us. You are my second sister, my kind and capable second sister. Yu Xiaoxiao tenderly ruffled the little fellow's hair and chuckled, I thought you really believed it. How can there be so many demons and ghosts in the world? As long as one doesn't commit a sin, one doesn't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Most of the time, people who harbor malicious intentions are the ones who are filled with suspicion. Our Shido must be an honest and upright person. Ah. Little Shido sternly nodded and said, Second sister, I'll remember. But, shouldn't we return now? With this wolf here, how are we supposed to go back? How are we going back? Just go back. Ah. Do you think that this wolf will carry us back? Yu Xiaoxiao could feel the goodwill of the wolf, and she also had the little divine stone's assurance, so there was naturally nothing to be afraid of. She picked up the flowers that she had thrown away earlier when they were trying to escape. Fortunately, she didn't throw the jar in her hand, otherwise, they would have come in vain. Xiaoxiao asked little Shido to hold the flowers, while she carried the ceramic jar. With her free hand, she patted the wolf's head, we're leaving now. We'll come back to visit you in the future. The gray wolf wagged its tail, which was dangling behind it. Little Shido laughed and said, could it be the offspring of a dog and a wolf? It's really similar to eldest granduncle's Dawang Ah. The siblings walked around the wolf and headed towards the cave. The gray wolf followed behind them for a while and watched them enter the cave before reluctantly leaving. By the time they got home, it was almost noon. Lady Fang knew that the siblings had gone to the forest. Seeing that they hadn't come back for so long, she was very worried and asked Junju to go to the forest several times. Ayo, my dear young miss, you guys finally came back. If you come back any later, Madam is about to send people into the forest to look for you guys. Junju finally saw Xiaoxiao after waiting for so long. She quickly went forward and took the jar in Xiaoxiao's hands. She looked at it curiously and asked, what kind of fish is this? I've never seen it before. Xiaoxiao giggled and said, we call it little white fish. It has a tender flesh and doesn't have any strange smell at all. Godmother should be able to eat some. Junju was so moved that her eyes teared up. The madam had a poor appetite recently and slimmed down quite a lot. As her maidservant, of course, she was worried about her master. Xiaoxiao had been trying different methods to cook for her madam just so she could eat a little more. This was something that Junju had seen clearly. She said sincerely, young miss, this servant thanks you in place of madam. Why do I need you to thank me? Your madam is my godmother. It's only right that I treat her well. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her with a smile. Junju quickly said with a smile, yes, yes. This servant is wrong. The group of three laughed and chatted, and soon reached the Zhao family's residence at the mountainside. From afar, they saw Lady Feng being supported by Linglong as she stood at the entrance and looked over in their direction. Xiaoxiao's heart warmed up. She carried the flowers that she dug up and quickly ran towards Lady Feng. Lady Feng finally revealed a relieved smile and said, slow down. Watch your step and be careful of the small stones. The flushed little face in front of her was covered with a thin layer of glistening sweat like a rose covered with dew. Lady Feng pulled out her handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat for her, and then she softly said, why did you go for so long? In the future, if you want to play in the forest, get your godfather to accompany you. With you godfather's abilities, you don't have to be afraid even if you encounter a tiger. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded incessantly, yet she thought inwardly, we didn't meet a big tiger this time, but we encountered a big gray wolf. But, with the little divine stone present, there won't be any problem even if we encountered a big tiger. However, she was afraid that her godmother would be frightened and startle her little brother in her godmother's belly. So, she didn't mention anything about the gray wolf. When Lady Fang's gaze turned towards Xiaoxiao's hands, a sudden sense of surprise emerged within her eyes. She grabbed Xiaoxiao's arm, and gently took the flowers from her hands. With a slight trace of pain in her eyes, she asked, Iya. Is this the famous species of orchid, fairy flying in the snow field? I have only seen it once in the Empress's bedroom. I heard that it was a tribute from Tufan 1. Ayo, the roots have been cut. I wonder if it can survive. Lady Fang was a famed lover of orchids. After Fang Zizhen found out about this, he never forgot to find many different types of orchids for her wherever he went. He had specially hired a horticulturist, who was an expert at raising orchids, to tend the dozens of species of orchid at home for a high wage. Ever since she saw the fairy flying in the snow field, in the imperial palace, Lady Fang had always been thinking about it. After many unsuccessful searches, Fang Zizhen had thick-facedly gone to the palace to ask the emperor for the orchid. However, he was kicked out by Zhongwen Emperor. As if you're the only one who loves your wife, you actually dared to want something that belongs to my wife. Seeing the roots that Xiaoxiao had cut because she was anxious, Lady Fang felt as if a part of her heart had been dug out. It hurt so much. Godmother, let's plant these flowers first. If we delay any longer, it might wilt. Seeing her godmother's agitated look, it seemed like she had inadvertently dug out a rare type of orchid. Fairy flying in the snow field was quite a beautiful name. So godmother liked orchids. Next time, she should dig out more varieties. Perhaps her godmother would have a better appetite when she was in a good mood. As if she was holding a rare treasure, Lady Fang carefully held the orchid in her hands. She asked Linglong to fetch a flower pot, and then she personally planted the orchid inside. Due to her love of orchids, she was quite experienced in planting orchids. After planting the flowers, it needed to be watered. Xiaoxiao, who was helping out besides her, changed the water to the diluted mystic stone water. The other two plants were camellias that already had small flower buds on them. Lady Fang didn't like camellias as much as orchids, but with her keen sight, she could tell that these two camellias were quite extraordinary. Second sister, I'll put these flowers into a vase. Little Shido wasn't interested in planting flowers. He was planning on helping his older brother collect seafood after putting the flowers in a vase. When Lady Fang turned her head and saw the gorgeous camellias in little Shitu's arms, she nearly fainted from the pain in her heart. Oh heavens! 18 scholars. How can you guys pluck 18 scholars and put them in a vase? I really don't know what I should say. Seeing the pained expression on her godmother's face, Xiaoxiao quickly said, Godmother, that must be one of these two plants. If you like it, I can dig out some more for you tomorrow. Godmother, why is it called 18 scholars? When Lady Fang heard that there seemed to be more of this type of camellia on the mountains, the pain in her heart felt slightly better. With her goddaughter's support, she slowly entered the house. Upon seeing the gorgeous and charming 18 scholars camellia in the flower vase, she thought, Princess Consort Jing loves camellias the most. If she knew that I have 18 scholars in a vase, I wonder if she will be envious or will she scold me for recklessly wasting God's gift. A lot of people think that 18 scholars is breed from 18 flowers of different colors, but that isn't the case. 18 refers to the 18 rows of petals, not the colors. Most 18 scholars has 18 layers of petals and its tree also has graceful shape, so it's highly sought after by the common people. There are 3 types of 18 scholars. Pink 18 scholars, red 18 scholars, and white 18 scholars. The flowers that you picked seems to include all the varieties. I don't know which type you're transplanting. Lady Fang touched one of the buds and tenderly explained to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao nodded and then shook her head and said, I don't know either. Daughter doesn't know anything about flowers. We'll have to wait for it to blossom in order to know which type it is. But it's okay. I can go back a few more times, and we will eventually move all 3 colors of camellias over here. Next time, I'll take a shovel with me. It was inconvenient to use a wooden stick, so a lot of the roots were broken. Lady Fang patted her shoulder, sighed, and said, I didn't expect that the West Mountains has such rare species of flowers. Do you know, just this camellia alone is hard to find even with thousands of gold. Yet it's just like radish and cabbage to you. Are you trying to enrage all those flower lovers? Xiaoxiao touched the back of her head and said with a silly smile, Godmother, is there anyone who is knowledgeable about flowers around you? That person can come with me tomorrow to see if there's any other rare species of flowers. We can dig more back so Godmother can gift them to your bosom friends when you return to the capital. You won't have to spend money to buy them. This little money grubber. Those precious flowers can only be discovered and not sought. It's not something that can be bought with money. I thought you would say to dig more back to sell for money. Godmother didn't dote on you in vain. Lady Fang gently pinched her fair and soft cheeks, and her smile was full of emotions. The thick soup stewed with small white fish, which appeared like snow-white milk, boiled in the pot and emitted a strong, refreshing scent. A couple drops of mystic stone water was added into the thick soup and the only condiment used was salt. The fish soup was originally very fresh, so it was unnecessary to add other condiments. Before serving it, one should sprinkle some mashed coriander and 2 drops of sesame oil on top because the aroma could enhance one's appetite. Under Xiao Xiao and the 2 maidservants' expectant gazes, Lady Fang tried a small sip of the soup. The strong aroma seemed to have aroused the gluttonous bug in her stomach. The soup was refreshingly delicious, and the fish meat was smooth and tender. Unbeknownst to her, Lady Fang had completely finished a bowl of fish soup and half a bowl of fish meat. Junju and Linglong held each other's hands and had tears of excitement in their eyes. Their madam's poor appetite recently had been quite worrisome. For each meal, she ate even less than a cat. If she forced herself to eat, it would bring about the opposite effect. She would vomit all the food that she used so much effort to eat. It had been a long time since their madam had finished an entire bowl of soup, especially one that contained meat or fish. The 2 loyal maid servants felt even more happy than if they had eaten the food themselves. Lady Fang gently wiped the corners of her mouth with her handkerchief as she savored the delicacy in her mouth. Although she wanted to drink a few more mouthfuls, she restrained herself. She knew that no matter how delicious the food was, she still needed to control herself, so as to not spoil her appetite again. Seeing Xiao Xiao reveal a sincere smile, Lady Fang lightly stroked her smooth and glossy hair and said in a gentle voice, "It must have been hard for you. These days, in order to let me eat some more, you have gotten thinner from the exhaustion. Moreover, your family have been busy with the construction of the house recently, so you have to go back to help your mother after cooking for me. I really don't know how I should thank you, godmother. There's no need to treat one family as 2. You're my godmother, who is just like my birth mother. It's a special time right now, so who else would I take care of first? My mother has Auntie Jo, eldest grandaunt, and my maternal grandmother helping her out. There's nothing for me to do even if I went. Godmother, I'll be mad if you continue treating me like a stranger." Xiao Xiao pretended to be angry and puffed up her cheeks like a toad. Lady Fang smiled and said, all right, all right, all right. Godmother is wrong and you're right. There's no need to be courteous with family. You have been busy for the whole morning. Go back home to rest. I'm also tired, so I'll take a nap in the room." Yu Xiaoxiao helped her godmother to lie on the bed, and then covered her with a thin blanket. After she saw her close her eyes, she quietly left the inner room. She said to Linglong in a low voice, "Remember to check the time. Don't let godmother sleep for too long, otherwise, she won't be able to sleep at night." Linglong agreed and escorted her out of the room. When she returned, she saw that her madam had opened her eyes again, so she said with a smile, "Madam, you're really someone who is blessed. Young miss is so filial." With a smile on her face, Lady Fang lightly nodded and said, "The best thing that your general has done in his life is adopting Xiaoxiao as his daughter. This child brings happiness." Even Dr. Sun praised that her medicinal meals were beneficial to the general's health. If it wasn't because she didn't mind the trouble of altering the medicinal meals daily to help nourish our health, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for me to have my own child in this lifetime. Linglong quickly said, "Young miss is such a good person, and she just happened to meet you and the general. This is also your blessing." Lady Fang slowly nodded her head, put both her hands on her belly, and raised the corners of her mouth into a cordial smile. "Isn't this child also blessed? He isn't even born yet, but he already has an older sister who wholehearted cares for him. Perhaps, this child would be her only child in this lifetime." Thus, she was relieved that he would be accompanied by such a kind, righteous, and capable older sister like Xiaoxiao. When Xiaoxiao reached home, she saw the uncles, who came to help, having lunch in full swing. After several days of hard work, the brick wall in the open space next to them was already taller than a person. It looked strong and dignified. In Dongshan village, besides the village head's family, there wasn't another family who would be willing to build a house with bricks and tiles. The villagers had started talking about it since the first batch of black bricks that Yu Hai ordered came. There were some people talking about how after Yu Hai separated from the main family, he started selling braised food, growing early ripening vegetables and doing business with large watermelons. It seemed like he earned quite a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he afford to spend so much money building a brick and tile house? After lunch, old Yu, who was going to help at the old residence, met an old man who he usually had a good relationship with. When the old man saw him smiling until he had wrinkles on his face, he raised his voice and said, "Old Yu, you're going over to help your second son again. Your second son is really capable. He can hunt in the mountains, fish in the sea, farm and do business. There's nothing that he can't do. Old Yu, you can just wait to enjoy a comfortable and happy life in the future." Old Yu liked to hear these kinds of words. Second son was building a new house, and he was also happy for his child. A black brick, tiled roof house with 5 rooms, and there were also side rooms. Although the frame wasn't set up yet, it was apparent that the house would be magnificent in the future. He didn't live in the old residence, but when mentioning his second son, was there anyone who didn't give him a big thumbs up? This was such an honorable thing for his old Yu family. That's right. At the time of the separation, it was clearly stated in the contract that he only needed to give us some coarse grain every month as a show of his filial piety. However, second son is a kind and upright person. He doesn't forget to show filial respect for his elders even when he's well off. He automatically changed the monthly coarse grain to fine grain. Moreover, he also gives us 5 taels for groceries. Villagers of Dongshan village eat homegrown vegetables and catch our own fish in the sea, so why would we need so much money for groceries? I wanted to give the money back to him, but second son refused. He told us to save it up, so if we want to buy something in the future, we won't be short on money. Old Yu was obviously showing off as he spoke. He had originally thought that after that incident his second son's family would be estranged with him, but he didn't expect that second son's family still treated him with filial respect and secretly gave him 5 taels every month. After he found out about Madame Zhang's true colors, he continued to live in a seemingly harmonious manner with her for the sake of his third son and youngest daughter. However, he couldn't let Madame Zhang be the only one in control of the family anymore. When it was time for him to make decisions, he wouldn't be indecisive again. He had secretly saved up all the money that second son gave him. Third son and youngest daughter weren't his only children, he also had his eldest daughter, who had been married off far away. His eldest daughter was still mad at him. It had been over a decade, except for returning once when second son got married, she had never come back to her maiden home over all these years. At that time, she only spoke with second son and ignored everyone else. It was understandable, eldest daughter was such a strong person, yet Madame Zhang married her off far away to a poor, remote place. Moreover, the person she married was a widower who was a lot older than her. At that time, he had also been foolish. Why did he listen to Madame Zhang's words and didn't inquire carefully about the person? By the time the bridal sedan arrived at the door, it was already too late. When he thought about it now, he was seriously sorry to Qian and had wronged Qian's 2 children. Speaking of the northeast, when he went to town last time, he had heard a businessman, who came from there, say that there was no rain in the northeast this spring and summer, which was an omen of severe drought. He didn't know how his eldest daughter was doing now. No, he had to ask someone to send a message over to ask about the situation. If there was really a drought, he would tell his daughter, although your mother is gone, you still have your maiden family. As he greeted his fellow villagers along the way, old Yu had arrived at the old residence. The first thing he saw was his nephew, Yu Zhong, and his eldest grandson busily weighing seafood. There was a very long line in front of them. Other than the villagers of Dongshan village, there were also some unfamiliar people from the neighboring fishing village. The person in charge of collecting seafood in the neighboring fishing village had randomly raised the price and collected seafood that wasn't up to standard. The seafood wasn't preserved properly, so it was often stinky and rotten. As a result, the purchasing staff of the Zhou family's factories cancelled the acquisition point. Therefore, the villagers of the neighboring fishing village had to travel over 5 kilometers to Dongshan village to sell their marine goods. For collecting seafood, they could only earn several dozen copper coins per caddy, but they were able to collect a large amount of marine goods. He made a rough calculation in his heart. With just the seafood acquisition alone, second son's family could earn several taels as income in a day. Yu Zhong could probably get at least a little more than a tael daily, right? Had Madame Zhong not been pretentious and gone overboard in her actions, second son would have probably taken familial affections into consideration and given Yu Yang's task to Dashan, which was much better than fishing. Dashan had a lot of strength, but his fishing skills weren't enough as good as his. After working hard and being exhausted for the entire day, they still couldn't earn much money, but what was the point in talking about this now? With the things that Madame Zhong had done, it was already fortunate that second son didn't blame him, let alone help Dashan. Old Yu saw that people in the yard were busily eating lunch, and the strong aroma of meat drifted over with the wind. The corner of old Yu's mouth twitched, and he thought, second son is building a house, but is the food being provided too good? Not only is there meat for every meal, but there was also iced sweet mung bean soup to drink. Even if he has money, he shouldn't spend it so recklessly. I have to remind him next time. Old Yu didn't enter the courtyard. After nodding at Yu Hang, who greeted him, he picked up a shovel and started shoveling the mud. There was no concrete at this time. Bricks were made of yellow mud with strong adhesion, and it was mixed with cut-up rice straws. Houses built with this were also quite sturdy. Old Yu felt that he somewhat owed his second son, so he had come over to help since the first day of the house construction. Furthermore, he never ate at the old residence, as if this was the only way to mitigate the guilt in his heart. After eating lunch, Yu Hai came out with the villagers who came to help and saw old Yu working under the hot sun. Yu Hai hastily put his straw hat on old Yu's head and said, "Father, why did you come so early? The sun is really strong right now. It's fine to work later when it's not as hot. In the summer, it's hard to say when it will rain. It's better to quickly build the house while it's a good day. Don't you also need to quickly finish building the 2 rooms beside the old residence before the autumn harvest? The heavens won't wait for anyone. We, fishermen, are used to working under the sun, so this little sun is fine." Old Yu wiped off his sweat and continued to work. When the others saw this, they were naturally embarrassed to rest. Lu Pei climbed onto the scaffold made of bamboo poles and said as he plastered mud on the bricks, "Uncle Yu, you can rest assured. We'll go back a little later today. The walls of the house are almost done. We should be able to install the beam tomorrow." Old Yu spit into his palms, held the shovel in his hands, and kept shoveling mud into the bamboo basket. He nodded and said, Let's aim to install the beam tomorrow. Second son, the beam installation is an important matter. Have you prepared the firecrackers? Did you buy all the ingredients needed for the meal to entertain the guests?" Yu Hai carried a load of mud and walked over to the brick wall. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Father, don't worry. It's all ready and hanging in the well in the backyard. Xiao Sao has been preparing the osmanthus duck since yesterday. It should be ready by this afternoon." Lu Xuanzhu licked his lips and made a gluttonous look, saying, "We are in luck. Osmanthus duck is a famous delicacy in Junshou restaurant. Even if you get in line to buy it, you might not even be able to get it. It's very expensive too. In our village, how many people can afford to spend more than 10 taels on a duck? With Xiao Sao's blessing, we can also enjoy the treatment of the rich. Xiao Sao's cooking skill is as good as the chef of Junshou restaurant." At this time, Xiao Sao carried over a bowl of sweet mung bean soup. Upon hearing their conversation, she smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle Xuanzhu, thank you for your praise. Niece is very happy to hear it. However, we have to be humble to avoid being seen as arrogant by outsiders if they heard us. For the sake of your praise, I must show off my skills tomorrow so that Uncle Xuanzhu will anticipate the next meal after finishing the first meal." Lu Xuanzhu smiled brightly and said, "No, that won't do. If you support my appetite like that, I won't have any excuse to come over to your house for dinner once your house is built. At that time, it'll be so hard to eat your auntie's pig food." Xuanzhu's wife, who had come over to see if she could help, heard her husband's words. She immediately put on a posture of a teapot, pointed at Lu Xuanzhu, and spluttered, "Lu Xuanzhu, are you saying my cooking is like pig's food? Then don't eat it in the future." Lu Xuanzhu shrunk his neck, approached his wife, and meekly asked in a low voice, "Wife, why are you here? Why can't I come here? If I didn't come, how would I have known you were insulting me behind my back?" Xuanzhu's wife glanced sideways at her husband. Seeing that he was acting flatteringly and apologizing in a decent manner, she said, "Recently, our father's appetite hasn't been very good because of the summer heat, and he wants to eat century eggs. Is it true Xiao Xiao's family have the century eggs and been sent from the Zhou family's factories? I want to buy some for our father and improve his appetite." Xuanzhu's wife was talking about Lu Xuanzhu's father, who had gotten ill several days ago. He just got a bit better, but it was still hard for him to eat. It was rare for him to crave for something, and the family's living conditions were better now, so Xuanzhu's wife came with the money. "Dear, you are so nice. It is the blessing of 3 lifetimes for me, Lu Xuanzhu, to be able to marry you." Lu Xuanzhu's wife was a very good person. She treated her in-laws as if they were her biological parents, so Lu Xuanzhu's parents praised their daughter-in-law's filial piety wherever they went. When Xuanzhu's wife heard this, she smiled and said, "My parents passed away early, so I couldn't treat them well. Father-in-law and mother-in-law treat me as if I were their biological daughter, so if I didn't treat them as my parents, then am I still human?" Although the ancient people attach great importance to filial piety, there were still cases of the mistreatments of parents-in-law by their daughters-in-law. There weren't many daughters-in-law like the Lu families, who got along so well with their parents-in-law. Xuanzhu's wife bought 10 century eggs from Xiao Xiao at the market price. Xiao Xiao didn't plan on taking her money, but Xuanzhu's wife insisted, and said that if Xiao Xiao didn't take the money then she wouldn't take the eggs. Speaking of the Zhou family's century eggs, the demand for them definitely exceeded the supply. The shop that sold the century eggs in town had a long queue every day, and they also had to limit the purchase quantity. Although century eggs factories were also opened in the prefectural city and the capital, the supply still wasn't enough for the capital and the prefectural city. In the entire Dongshan village, Xiao Xiao's family was the only ones who didn't lack century eggs. Other people either didn't have the time to line up or were unwilling to buy it. After all, century eggs were much more expensive than duck or chicken eggs. Thanks to Yu Hai's popularity and the fact that the 2 meals served each day were dishes that even the rich couldn't buy at Junshou restaurant, there was an endless stream of people coming by to help. Naturally, the progress of the house construction was much faster than expected. With beams on the roof, there will be food in the house. If the roof doesn't have beams, then even the domestic animals won't prosper. When building a house, installing the beams was just as grand as the ceremonies for marriage. On this day, almost all of the villagers of Dongshan village had come to celebrate. Choosing the main beams for the roof was a very important matter. First, when choosing the wood, it had to be hard and durable. It was also important that the trees chosen had the same thickness from top to bottom, and that they were perfectly straight. Even if the tree was just slightly bent, it wouldn't be usable at all. Ever since Yu Hai decided to build a house, he began to walk around the dense forests of West Mountains and chose a lot of trees for making beams. The highly respected village chief presided over the beam installation ceremony. First, Yu Hai and his family put up offerings, lit incense, and prayed that the beam installation would be done safely and smoothly. On the main beams, there were auspicious sayings such as, "May the household thrive and prosper." The 8 diagrams was also drawn on some of the beams to pray for the family's prosperity and safety. Yu Zhong led a group of youngsters and lit a string of firecrackers, which crackled loudly and created a festive atmosphere. With a cry of prosperity with the beam installation, the beam was lifted up. The strong youths of the village carried the beams for the roof and used ropes to pull them up. When pulling, they had to pull with equal strength. Otherwise, the beam would be uneven, which would be very unlucky. Beam installation was a very important event. The friends and relatives who came to congratulate them all received gifts such as steamed buns, meat buns, and pastries. After putting up the beams, the steamed buns and meat buns would be thrown by the people standing on the roof, which was called scattering flowers on the beam. The villagers present would then rush to get these buns. While grabbing the buns, someone commented, only the Yu family would be willing to use white flour steamed buns and meat stuffed buns for their beam installation ceremony. Yu Hai happily laughed at the lively scene before him, because it meant the more people there were, the more money they would earn. The relatives of the Yu family and Lu family were busy greeting the guests who came to celebrate. The women went into the kitchen to help cook. The Yu family had prepared more than a dozen tables for the all-day banquet. Everyone who came today could sit at the table, whether they were old or young, male or female, and even if they didn't bring a gift. The beam installation ceremony was originally meant to be a lively and auspiciousness event, to express a yearning for a better life. Many years later, the villagers of Dongshan village still talked delightedly about the Yu family's all-day banquet. Even the Yu family hadn't expected that the main chef of the Junshou restaurant, head chef Wang, who was one of the best cooks in the Great Ming Dynasty, would come by and offer to personally cook for them. The head of the Zhou family's second branch, the 15-year-old third young master Zhou, not only did he personally come to give his congratulations, but he also brought over 2 carts full of food. Among them were 50 roasted chickens, 50 osmanthus ducks, and countless century eggs. When the people who came to give their congratulations smelled the delicious fragrance, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva a few times. Several youngsters were so impatient that they kept scratching their ears and cheeks, and ran through the crowd like monkeys. They only quieted down when the adults in their family kicked them on their bottoms and threatened to send them home to eat leftover steamed buns if they didn't behave. There wasn't another all-day banquet more sumptuous and delicious in Dongshan village. In the decades that followed, the Yu family's all-day banquet almost became a legend and was widely known by later generations. Do you know how much a table of dishes cost at Junshou restaurant? With roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, a table cost at least 100 taels. 50 tables at the banquet meant at least 5,000 taels. The villagers of Dongshan village sat on mats and looked dizzily at the delicacies. They felt as if they were in a dream and didn't move their chopsticks for a long time. Old Yu sat at the main table next to the village head, who was nervous because Zhou Zixu, the future head of the Zhou family, was also present. Also present were Yu Hai's in-laws, Xiaoxiao's maternal grandfather and maternal uncles. Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen also sat at the table as the hosts. From time to time, they went to the other tables to toast the guest and make sure they were eating well. Fang Zizhen provided the wine, which were all procured from the prefectural city. The villagers of Dongshan village would be happy to drink a sip of bad wine, so when faced with good wine worth several dozens of taels, they were drunk before even taking a sip of the wine. The villagers of Dongshan village had never eaten such a delicious meal before. How they wish they could chew all the bones of the roasted duck and swallow them. Even the stir-fried vegetables are better than meat, as expected of a famous chef. The sumptuous meals were all swept clean, and even the onions and ginger in the dishes were picked and eaten. It wasn't that not enough food was prepared, but that everyone was holding their bloated stomachs and crying. It was very difficult to eat such delicious food a second time in this lifetime. If they didn't make room in their stomach to eat, they would regret it later. There were 10 tables set up for the all-day banquet. A total of 5 rounds of meals were served, from noon to sunset. After installing the beams, the house would be finished soon. For the sake of the house's beauty, Xiaoxiao asked the craftsman specially to make upturned cornice. The craftsman was specially requested from Imperial Prince Jing's mountain manor, but she didn't get them for free. Lady Fang sent Princess Consort Jing a pot of 18 scholar camellia. Lady Fang's maidservant, Linglong, has some knowledge of flowers. Xiaoxiao took her to their secret base and transplanted many valuable flowers and plants back. With just the orchids that Lady Fang loved, there were already 3 or 4 kinds that she had only heard but not seen before. However, they were all famous species that were difficult to find. As soon as Lady Fang was in a good mood, her appetite got better and her portion size increased. While Xiaoxiao was happy for her godmother, she didn't forget to tell her to not overdo it, to avoid difficulties where the child would be too big. Lady Fang was 35 years old. In this era, she was an old woman with a pearl in her stomach. If the child was too big, it will be difficult to give birth. In this era, with the level of medical care and no cesarean section, encountering difficult deliveries would be a close shave with death. Fang Zizhen listened to what his goddaughter said, and became nervous. He strictly controlled his wife's portion size, and often personally paid attention to it. It was so worrying. He would be worried if his wife didn't have an appetite, but he also had to worry about her overeating. The days passed by quietly. With the help of the heavens, there wasn't much rain this summer. Just before the autumn harvest, the Yu family's 5-room brick and tiled roof house was finally completed. The high walls were built with stone and was absolutely solid, so there was no fear of the wild animals on the mountain coming down. The Yu family's old residence was too close to the West Mountains. Old Yu said that when he was little, wild animals often came down the mountain. A hungry wolf had jumped into their home and bit his sleeping second uncle to death. The entire family was awakened by pained screams. When he came out with a club, his second uncle was already bitten into an unrecognizable state and died soon after. When they first split from the main family, Yuhai was worried about the safety of his family. Looking at the high stone walls, those wild animals wouldn't be able to jump into their house unless they had wings. The courtyard was still divided into the front courtyard and back courtyard. The former front yard of the old house had almost doubled in size. Also, in front of the 3 new rooms was a courtyard with a total area of 3 to 4 mu, which was extravagant. The back courtyard was still close to the lake and was no smaller than the front yard. In the autumn and winter, when the lake became shallower, more fertile land would appear. Before Yuhai had extended the size of the courtyards, he had discussed it with the village chief and offered to pay for the extra land. This was to prevent other people from complaining later on. Now that Yuhai's connections far exceeded those of his, the village chief also had his own thoughts on the matter. Yuhai was not only the relative of a general, but even the future head of the Zhou family also treated him differently. Reportedly, Princess Consort Jing, who was building a residence in the West Mountains, also liked Yuhai's little girl. Becoming friends with such a person would only have benefits and no harm. Maybe one day, he could even use Yuhai's help. At first, he was unwilling to accept money Yuhai was using to buy the land. Later, after Yuhai explained the logic to him, he took the silver as a symbolic gesture. The price of land for residences in the village was low to begin with. In addition, the village chief also deliberately lowered the price even more, so it was almost the same as giving it away for nothing. Yuhai said that he would remember this favor. Time had flown by and youth is hard to keep. In an instant, the autumn harvest had gone by and winter had quietly come. Everyone in Dongshan village began to store food and firewood for the winter. Due to the severe drought in the northeast part of the country and their inability to harvest grain, the price of grain in the northern parts were affected. The price of refined rice and white flour had kept increasing and even the price of coarse grain has increased a little compared to the previous year. The eldest son of the village chief, who was doing business in other places, often sent back news that the drought impacted the northeast the most. Although the emperor had allocated money for disaster relief, what the common people actually received wasn't enough to support them through the bitter winter. People in the northeast with relatives elsewhere had packed up their belongings and fled. Refugees are beginning to appear everywhere too. The situation in Dongshan village was okay. Although there was less rain in the summer, it was more uniform and had less impact on the crops. Unknowingly, the day for Xiaoxiao's youngest paternal aunt, Yu Katie, to get married arrived. The day before the wedding, all her relatives and friends had come over to add to her dowry. Although Yuhai hated Madame Zhang, he was still Yu Katie's older brother after all, so he naturally wouldn't cause problems on her wedding day. The previous day, Yuhai had taken his youngest daughter to town. He wanted to buy a silver bracelet for his little sister, but he didn't believe in his ability to pick a good one, so he took Xiaoxiao with him. Xiaoxiao had no ill feelings toward this weak, kind-hearted, youngest paternal aunt of hers. It was said that the family her aunt was marrying into had a good situation, and Madame Zhang, whose heart was full of her youngest son, definitely wouldn't prepare a large dowry for her. When ancient women married, their dowry represented the degree of importance they attached to her. It also represented her standing in her husband's family. In addition to a pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets, Xiaoxiao also chose a pair of hairpins and a pair of red coral earrings. Coral ornaments were still expensive even though Tanggu town overlooked the sea. A pair of red coral earrings were worth more than the dragon and phoenix bracelets and hairpins added together. However, spending a few dozen taels was nothing to the current Yu family. After thinking about it, they also went to the shop beside the previous melon shop and chose several pieces of cloth. All of them were the kind of fine cloth that farmers would be reluctant to wear. Her godmother had said that a married girl should have several pieces of cloth to store away at the bottom of one's dowry box. While they were in Tanggu town, Yuhai and his daughter also met some unkempt refugees. The new county magistrate had installed some simple shacks outside the town for them, and they ate porridge donated by larger households. The winters were long in the north, so Xiao Xiao wondered if they would survive the long winter. Yu Hai had been standing at the refugee camp for a long time. He looked carefully at them and seemed to be searching for something. Xiao Xiao thought her father was feeling sympathetic for the refugees, so she bought some coarse grain steamed buns and asked the steamed bun shop to deliver it over. It wasn't that she couldn't afford to buy white flour steamed buns, but she understood that giving them food that was too fancy might cause a backlash. At this time, there weren't many refugees outside of Tanggu town. Yu Hai handed out the steamed buns one by one to everyone and received countless words of gratitude. Xiao Xiao noticed her father occasionally asked about Lu Hu. Who was Lu Hu? Why did her father care so much about this person? At home, during dinner time, Yu Hai sighed and mentioned his older sister who had been married off to the northeast. My ill-fated elder sister hasn't sent a letter to me for many days already. I don't know what the situation in her village is like. Will she be like those refugees with nowhere to go? Madame Lu softly comforted him. Don't worry. Those refugees don't have relatives to take them in. Dongshan village is your elder sister's maiden home and you are her younger brother. If she really can't make a living, she will come back. Yu Hai slowly shook his head and said, you know that my elder sister hates Madame Zhang to her bones. Even if she had to beg outside, she won't come home. Although I sent her a letter telling her we have separated from them, I'm afraid that she will go to other places for refuge to avoid giving me problems. That shouldn't happen. If it was me, for my children to suffer less, I would choose to go to a place I was familiar with. Maybe your elder sister is already on her way over. Oldest sister-in-law had 3 children, and the youngest one was only a year older than Shido. She wouldn't ignore her children for the sake of her pride. Xiao Xiao thought about it and asked, Father, is oldest uncle called Lu Hu? Yu Hai nodded his head. She guessed right. Today in the refugee camp, her father was looking for news on her oldest paternal aunt's family. A night without any conversation passed. The next day was the day to add to Yu Katie's dowry. Originally, Yu Hai planned on giving them the things and going home. However, many people were only coming over to add to the dowry because of his relationship with Yu Katie. When he saw one person, he'd chat for a minute, and when he saw another person, he'd chat a few more minutes. All of a sudden he couldn't get away for a while. Yu Katie's handkerchief was given to the married women of the village who wanted to be nice. They all gathered around the room on the east side of the house and congratulating her. Yu Katie's face was red, and she bashfully bowed her head, occasionally showing her shy smile. Her dowries were in the main room, and there was a total of 6 chests. For a farming village, it was pretty good. Even though Madame Zhang loved money, this was still her daughter. As such, she wouldn't be stingy on the dowry. In addition to the betrothal gifts given by the man's family and the 6 chests of dowry, she added 10 taels of silver and hid a 6 taels and 6 mace of auspicious money among the dowry. When Yu Hai came to add to the dowry, Madame Zhang didn't go out. When the man went back into the courtyard, the maidens and married women all rushed over. Li Xiaoming, a good friend of Yu Katie's, joked with a smile, Katie, look at all the good things your second elder brother brought you. It's such a big bag. Another round-faced married woman said, I'm sure it won't be bad. There are only 2 families in Dongshan village that live in a brick house, and Brother Dahai's family is one of them. Their house is similar to the houses of the rich in the city, it even has cornices on its 4 corners. How stylish. Li Xiaoming nodded and said with a smile, yeah, it's said that there are several mu of land just in the courtyard. Brother Dahai has made a lot of money on the early ripening vegetables he grows in his yard. Next year, he will definitely earn more than what he made last year. A married woman, who was obviously jealous of their success, curled up her lips and sourly said, having money doesn't mean they are willing to give it up. Hey, look at that old cotton cloth wrapper, you don't even know how old the cloth is. They aren't even willing to spend money on a cloth wrapper, how good could the thing inside be? Madame Zhang silently stood behind the crowd without any expression on her face. All of a sudden, her expression changed into something fierce. She took a step forward and squeezed out a smile at the maidens and wives present. She loudly said, Katie, take a look at what good things your second brother brought you. Her voice shook the ears of the people in the room, and even the men in the courtyard clearly heard her. Madame Zhang originally thought that because of what she did when she was younger, Yu Hai still had a deep hatred for her. So he definitely wouldn't send anything good. She wanted to let the villagers know that Yu Hai got rich and looked down on his family. Let's see how he behaved in the village after this. The old cloth was quickly opened by her, and the red, blue, and flowery textiles inside were exposed. There were at least 5 or 6 different ones. One of the wives exclaimed and picked up one of the fine cotton bolts with red flowers on a blue background and said, "Wow! This is chintz. Let me see, let me see." Li Xiaoming squeezed over and touched it with her hand. Without any envy, she said, "It's real. The feel of it in this pattern. Last time, when I was in the cloth shop and saw the fine cotton cloth, the feel of it wasn't as good as this one. 1 foot was 50 copper coins. This piece of cloth is at least 6 feet long. If you are careful with it, you could make an outfit and still have a surplus." Tisk tisk. 6 pieces of fine cotton cloth and every one of them is 6 feet, it's at least 4 or 5 taels. Brother Dahai is very generous. The round-faced wife gently stroked a piece of cloth and was reluctant to let go. Yu Katie was still looking from the side and had a smile and tears in her eyes. She turned her back to them and gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the handkerchief and thought, "Second brother is still the second brother who cares about me." Li Xiaoming was looking through every piece of cloth, and suddenly an exquisite wooden box fell out of the innermost piece of cloth. With her sharp eyes and nimble hands, she quickly caught it. Looking at the beautifully carved box, she knows the things inside must be precious. If they broke, she wouldn't be able to afford it. "What is this?" The wives and maidens all gathered around, curiously looking at the box in Li Xiaoming's hands. "I know. Last time I went into town for the fair, I was separated from my family. Somehow, I walked to Dongcheng district, where the houses are magnificent. Among them is a jewelry shop, which was the largest and most imposing. A lady, wearing silk and satins, came out from inside and her maidservant was holding such a box. I quietly inquired about the cheapest earrings in the store and it was several taels. The one speaking was the youngest daughter of the village chief. She was 1 year younger than Katie and has already found a household she was going to marry into next month." Li Xiaoming's hands holding the box trembled a bit, so close. Thankfully, it didn't fall on the ground. "Xiaoming, open it and take a look," the youngest daughter of the village chief excitedly urged. "What are you looking at? It's just a pair of earrings worth a few silvers. What's worth chatting about?" Upon seeing that Yu Hai didn't get disgraced, Madame Zhang's old face was pulled so long that it looked like a shoehorn. She reached out to pull the box out of Li Xiaoming's hands. The village chief's youngest daughter swiftly grabbed the box and opened it. She cried out, "Wow! It's a pair of dragon phoenix bracelets. Look at the details on the dragon and phoenix, they look almost real." Madame Zhang snatched the bracelets over and weighed them in her hands. They felt solid and decently heavy. The amount of silver used to make this pair of bracelets had to be around 3 to 4 catties worth. Such an expensive gift needed to be carefully put away to avoid other people conveniently stealing them. Li Xiaoming also took out a pair of silver hairpins from the jewelry box and spoke to Yu Katie, "Look at this. This hairpin has twin lotus flowers on one stalk at the top. The flowers are opened perfectly, so it must mean one's married life is crowned with happiness and satisfaction. The hairpin feels quite heavy in my hands, so it must be made of solid silver. I really envy you. I'm not as lucky as you to have such a generous second brother. This pair of earrings is quite festive. The fiery red color is perfect for the times. Katie, tomorrow you should wear this pair at your wedding." A matron with a round face placed the red coral earrings next to Yu Katie's face to see how they looked. A new bride, dressed entirely from head to toe in red bridal clothes and veiled with the red covering, along with these red earrings, would absolutely look auspicious and lovely tomorrow. The village head's youngest daughter curled her lip and remarked to show off her own experience and knowledge, "Wang family's daughter-in-law, what do you know? This is made from red coral. My 4th sister-in-law also has a pair of stud earrings made out of red coral, but it doesn't use as much material as these and the color is not as fine. Even those cost around 10 taels. This pair of red coral earrings must be worth at least 2 times more than my sister-in-law's." Who would have thought that this young girl had a good pair of eyes? However, Her eldest brother was wealthy while her other older brother was the county magistrate's secretary. From their influence, it could be seen that she was a lot more worldly compared to the other village girls. When Madame Zhang heard this, she hurriedly packed up all of the jewelry into the small box and held it against her chest as if she was afraid someone was going to take it from her. She spoke to her youngest daughter, Katie. This stuff is too expensive. Mother will keep these for you. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony and we'll use these as a part of your dowry. With this jewelry, your well-off husband will also look at you in a better light. Although they managed to get back most of the money that was swindled from them, there were many uses for money in the future. No matter how much she loved her daughter, she couldn't give her a dozen or so taels for her dowry. The second son of the Yu family still had a conscience and didn't forget his younger sister. Madame Li, who had been silent in the time, secretly left the east room and pulled Yu Dashan into a secluded area of the courtyard. She quietly complained, "Why is Dahai acting like this? Is he trying to steal your thunder as the older brother? He just easily sent over gifts worth dozens of taels. To the daughter of his enemy, is he crazy or stupid?" Yu Dashan had also heard the activity within the room while he was in the courtyard, so he didn't feel very good and had a ball of anger boiling inside of him. When he heard Madame Li's words, he threw a heavy slap at her face. "What do you mean by the enemy's daughter? She is his biological younger sister, and also my sister. You have such a nasty tongue. If you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all and sew your mouth shut. It's none of our business what type of gifts they send to her. We haven't split from the family, so all of the money is in mother's hands. Therefore, no one can fault us for only gifting her a silver lilac." Madame Li wasn't one to take a beating while sitting down, so she immediately exploded after getting slapped. She put both her hands on her fat waist and shrilly hollered, not caring about the noise she made, "You Dashan, you spineless coward. If you have that much energy, then you should vent when you go out. Hitting your wife isn't the heroic thing to do. If you feel ashamed, then go make more money. All you know how to do is to use that run-down fishing boat, yet you don't make much money. You're not even as good as our son, who's working at the docks." A few of the village matrons hurried over to mediate their argument, but Madame Li wasn't one to listen to the persuasions of other people. The more she screamed, the more energetic she became. It was only after Madame Zhang came out of the room and glared at her did Madame Li promptly cease. Madame Li was quite afraid of her mother-in-law, a woman who even had the guts to kill someone. Other than that little episode, Yu Katie's wedding the next day went quite smoothly. Her husband's family had all pretty much heard of Yu Hai's name. They all knew that he had a godparent relationship with the Lord Imperial Envoy and also had a working relationship with the Imperial merchant family, the Zhous. Consequently, Yu Katie's in-laws, who had previously looked down on the Yu family arrogantly, were now very polite to them. They were especially courteous to Yu Hai as her second brother. The groom also called him second brother, in a manner that was more respectful than when he was addressing his own older brothers. Not long after Yu Katie got married, the first snow of the year unexpectedly floated down. Lady Fang's child in her belly slowly grew larger. Living in a house halfway up the mountain with the northern snows didn't make it easy for her to traverse in and out. Thus, Xiao Xiao negotiated with her own parents to allow her godmother to live in their home at this time. Presently, their family home was much more spacious. There were 5 rooms constructed out of bricks that were surrounded by a perimeter wall that separated the space into 2 courtyards, east and west. In the middle was a moon-shaped gate. The whole family lived in the east courtyard that had 3 rooms. The east side of that courtyard had 2 wings, while the west side held the kitchen and junk room. The west courtyard had 2 rooms that had been empty this whole time. The plan was to leave those rooms for Yu Heng when he got married and had a household of his own. When Xiao Xiao proposed this idea to her parents, the two of them naturally didn't have any issues. After several months of contact, the 2 families were closer than most blood-related families. Fang Zizhen and his wife truly treated their youngest daughter as if she was their own blood and bone. Even though Lady Fang was now pregnant with her own child, she didn't change her treatment of Xiao Xiao one bit. Every time Fang Zizhen returned from the capital, he always had a bunch of gifts for them. In fact, a lot of these gifts couldn't even be found in the prefectural city. Despite that, they weren't particularly valuable, just more novel. The reason was simple. Fang Zizhen knew that if he bought something expensive, the Yu family wouldn't take it from him. Naturally, the more her godfather traveled to and from the capital, prefectural city, and Dongshan village, the more jewelry Xiaoxiao amassed. Her one jewelry box was now 2, and, by the trend, would soon become 3. There was nothing she could do though, since her godfather would always think of bringing a gift back to her every time he went out. And what did little girls like? If it wasn't jewelry, then it had to be pretty material to make clothes, right? She was pretty sure that all of the jewelry stores in the capital and the prefectural city were familiar with General Fang Zizhen. Almost every couple of months, this giant brawny man would grace a jewelry store and scare away all of the matrons and young maidens inside. Afterwards, he would ask the shop assistants to show him the newest and latest jewelry most suitable for a young girl around 10 years old. Without even asking the price, he would buy all of them to take back. His 2 assistants had now become servants who were only there to settle the bill. Yu Hai also pampered his daughters and had a similar mindset to Fang Zhizhen. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao wasn't a true young girl of 10. Otherwise, between her 2 fathers, one biological and the other adopted, she might have been spoiled until she didn't know right from wrong. When Fang Zizhen and his wife heard Xiaoxiao's idea of having them live in the courtyard next door, after thinking a bit, they both agreed. A house halfway up the mountain was truly not a good place for a pregnant woman to live during the winter, especially after snow fell, as the roads would become slippery. In fact, yesterday, their daughter had stumbled in the snow. Luckily, she was dressed in thick layers and didn't hurt herself. Otherwise, Lady Fang would have blamed herself to death. The couple also had a manor in town. However, if they moved into town, then they'd be farther away from their daughter and it wouldn't be as convenient to see her. If a blizzard came by, then carriages wouldn't be able to drive for a few days. The 2 right now felt that going a single day without seeing their daughter would create a feeling of loss, let alone a few days. The couple weren't delicate flowers. After all, it was just lodging at the Yu family's residence for a winter, that's all. If they were afraid of outsiders gossiping about them, then they could just broadcast that they were renting the rooms. As long as Fang Zizhen said that he wanted to rent a place to live, even the village chief would have to let him rent his own house even if he had no place else to go. They acted on what they agreed on. The next day, the couple, along with their servants, moved into the west courtyard of the Yu family's residence. The west courtyard had been designed to be an independent single-family living space. It had 2 wings, a kitchen, and a storeroom. Fang Zizhen didn't have a lot of servants with him in Dongshan village, so the servants were assigned the west wing. One room from the east wing was given to his 2 assistants. Li Li and Wu Yun would occasionally come by in the afternoon to report to him about the harbor's matters. Why did they pick the afternoon? Wasn't it because they wanted to bum off the evening meal and the next morning's breakfast off of them? Fang Zizhen, his wife, and the rest of their servants were all used to these 2 staying over, so when they moved, they didn't forget to leave them a space either. Wintertime was the idle season for the villages. Everyone generally stayed at home, resting during the winter. Furthermore, at this time of year, there wasn't as much business at the docks either, so all of the temporary workers left and returned home. The regular workers, the salaried ones, could also take turns going back home to rest. Having about a dozen days a month to rest at home was quite nice. The Yu family liked to congregate on a Kong bed together during the winter. This year was also the same. They didn't do this to save on firewood, as all of the rooms had their Kong bed fires going. Why did they do this in rooms that didn't have people living in them? That was because Xiaoxiao had her father bring more than 20 wooden chests over into the rooms and fill them all with soil. The soil-filled boxes were then put on the Kong beds and planted with some vegetable seeds. Some examples included lettuce greens, Indian lettuce, romaine lettuce, garlic shoots, garlic chives and so forth. That's right, Xiaoxiao was trying to grow vegetables out of season. The Yu family's Kong beds all faced the windows, and the windows all had glass in them. Thus, the cultivated vegetables on the Kong beds had plenty of sunlight. With the right temperature, enough light and Xiaoxiao adding some diluted mystic stone water, the out-of-season vegetable sprouts grew quite well. The Yu family never lacked green vegetables to eat during the winter, a time when other people could only become rabbits and gnaw on cabbage and daikon. Lady Fang, who was being pampered and protected at every turn due to her pregnancy, also had lots of green vegetables to eat. Thus, she felt like winter, which usually felt long and arduous, had unconsciously slipped away. Right after they celebrated New Year's, the Yu family started to weave straw mats before the ground had thawed. Last year they were able to sell their vegetables at a good price because they were able to bring them to market a month before other people could. This year, with experience under their belts, the Yu family had carefully prepared the front and back courtyards in advance. The courtyard this year was multiple times larger than last year's. The front courtyard's two spaces combined had to be around 3 to 4 mu. Naturally, the back courtyard wasn't much smaller. Before the first breath of spring came around, Xiaoxiao had already sprinkled various vegetable seeds onto the ground. As for tomatoes, cucumbers, and hot peppers, she had also started to incubate them on the Kong bed in one of the wings. All of the members of the Yu family, including little Shito, who was off on his winter break, had the same task every morning when there was plenty of sunlight. They had to lift up all of the straw mats and allow the new vegetable sprouts to bathe in the warmth of the morning sun. When the sun moved towards the west and the temperature started to drop, they all had to carefully cover the sprouts under the thick straw mats again. Every time she had to do this, Xiaoxiao sighed in regret that this time period didn't have thin plastic films to use. Otherwise, she would build a large vegetable greenhouse, which was much easier to use compared to the straw mats. The west courtyard's fields hardly needed any members of the Yu family to go there. Lady Fang's two capable handmaids, along with the rest of the servants, had taken over the care of the fields there. Junju and Linglong were all born in the Shaw family, so they were very good at being personal servants. However, they had never looked after fields before. Nevertheless, they both had a fine hand at lifting and covering the straw mats. When they first saw a tiny sprout coming through the ground, the two maids were so happy that they chattered at their mistress for half a day. With every passing day, the sprouts grew taller and larger and the satisfaction within their hearts grew as well. By the time the warmth of spring arrived, the Yu family's green vegetables were already ready to sell. At this time, other people hadn't even scattered vegetable seeds onto the ground. The 4 mu of land in the front courtyard were all planted with green vegetables that had short growing cycles. In general, most green vegetables required 20 to 40 days to finish growing. However, their family's produce still only required 20 days to be ready for harvest, and this was during a time when snow had fallen twice. As the rest of the world was recovering from the silence of winter, the whole courtyard was filled with lush and verdant green vegetables. It was a sight that comforted people's hearts. Lady Fang, who was now 8 months pregnant and on the verge of childbirth, strolled in the vegetable fields every day with one hand supporting her back and the other cradling her belly. Not only was she able to get some exercise, but she also felt her spirits rise whenever she looked at the growing plants. Every morning, multiple carts came to and from the Yu family's residence, purchasing vegetables. Most of these customers were the wealthy families in town. Last winter, Junsho Restaurant made a killing off of their oyster sauce green vegetables dishes, which cost 5 taels a plate. Because the Yao family had fresh vegetables last year, their reputation rose within the town. This year, some people found out early where they bought their food from and had especially signed a contract with the Yu family well in advance. They were afraid that if they didn't come to an agreement early, there wouldn't be any spots left for them to become a customer. The Yu family's vegetables grew very well, and each stalk was healthy and flourishing. They looked so tender that it seemed as if one pinch could draw out water. They weren't cheap though. Other than Junsho Restaurant and the Yao family, who were given last year's prices as old customers, the rest of the new customers had to pay a third higher to obtain these vegetables. Although each of the Yu family's 4 mu of fields was able to produce around 3,500 caddies of vegetables, it still wasn't enough to satisfy the town's demands for fresh produce. Following the rule of first come first serve, the Yu family chose the first 10 families that approached them as their customers of the year. Luckily, each family didn't buy too many vegetables every day, so they were able to supply them all. The Lu family's eldest son, who was Xiaoxiao's eldest maternal uncle, had been enlightened after his business with selling watermelons, so he bought his own donkey and cart. Using his cart, he hauled a bunch of fresh vegetables every few days from his younger sister's home to the prefectural city. Because he had General Fang's help, he was able to find ready customers from the city's grocery stands. Whenever he pulled into the city with his cart full of vegetables, he no longer had to wait for customers to buy. Instead, all he had to do was arrive at a grocery store, weigh all of his vegetables, and get paid before he headed back. Although he made less profit doing this than selling at market price, it wasn't as exhausting for him. Liu Pei wasn't someone who would take advantage of his younger sister and brother-in-law. The three of them disputed the wholesale prices for half a day and finally came to an agreed price. They would sell the vegetables to him at the same price they sold to Junsho restaurant. Originally, Liu Pei was trying to get them to sell the vegetables to him at the higher price the other 8 families were paying, but Yu Hai resolutely rejected that idea. Luckily, he was the only source of such fresh vegetables in the prefectural city. Even if he sold all of it at a wholesale price to the grocery stores, the price was still much higher than what he paid for. Liu Pei was therefore able to earn dozens of taels of profit for each run he did. As for harvesting the vegetables, the Yu family, once again, had more work than they could deal with. Thus, they spent some money to hire some scrupulous young girls and matrons to help. Every day, they received a salary of 20 copper coins for 4 hours of work. In the past, 20 copper coins could only be earned by a brawny man. Doing hard labor for a day. Ever since the construction of the harbor started, the need for labor steadily increased. Naturally, salaries slowly went up. An adult man in his prime could earn around 30 to 50 copper coins a day. However, these people were all doing back-breaking labor to earn this money. How could it compare to working at the Yu family picking vegetables for 4 hours? Anyone in the village who could make a connection with the Yu family did their best to cozy up. Thus, there were many people who came around. However, the Yu family only needed around a dozen people to help out. Since all of the women who came over were known to them, it made Madame Lu very worried. She didn't know how to refuse any of them. Xiaoao knew her mother's personality well, so she gave her a couple of presents and had her mother go back to her maternal family for a couple of days. Ever since she married over to the Yu family, she never went back to her maternal family as she was afraid that Madame Zhang would be unhappy. After they separated from the family, they were so busy that there was no time to even rest, so she had very few opportunities to go back. Now, using this opportunity, Xiao Sao had her mother go back to her home to rest for a few days and enjoy the time with her parents. As for the sticky job of hiring people, that was left to her godmother's 2 handmaids. Those who were able to become the primary handmaids of the managing lady of the residence definitely weren't simple. These 2 maids knew when to be careful and when to reveal their shrewish sides for the benefit of their mistress. In addition, they also had the support of the general and his wife. Even if the women asking for a job got rejected, they couldn't do or say anything. The 2 maids were also quite clever. They wrote down the details of every person who came by asking for the position into a small book. By doing that, they were able to analyze the connections and relationships that each prospective candidate had. Using that knowledge, they chose a dozen from the bunch. After dispatching the messages to everyone, they instructed the new workers arrive at 5 in the morning sharp every day. Those who were late naturally had their salary deducted. As for the other people who came by, the 2 handmaids looked at them with calm expressions and merely stated, "In the future, when there is more work, we will first consider you, before sending them off." The workers included the following people: Xuanju's wife, Ergu's wife, Xiao Sao's 2 paternal aunts, Yu Shi and Yu Yang's wives, Xiao Sao's older female cousin, Yu Zai's eldest daughter, Zhou Shanhu who was trying to earn some pocket money, and some other women who had decent relationships with the Yu family. All of these people knew that Junju and Linglong chose them because they were good friends with the Yu family, so they worked especially hard. All of them were used doing work in the village, so the task of picking vegetables wasn't considered hard. Every day, they were able to finish 4 hours of work in 2. Furthermore, there wasn't even a speck of dirt on the vegetables and they were all stacked neatly. All of the servants who came over to buy vegetables praised them for being hardworking and nimble. There wasn't much work left to be done at home, so Xiao Sao wanted to rest a bit. Before 2 days passed, Xiaolian called her over to the docks to help. Xiaolian's business at the docks had continued to grow. Now that it was spring, The docks, which had been more quiet over the winter, were now becoming more and more busy. The docks had workers, which meant that there were also people selling food. The mornings and evenings were a bit chilly in the early spring, so they had stopped selling starch jelly. Last autumn, Shaolian and eldest maternal aunt were now busy with their noodles and braised food stand. There was so much work that they couldn't keep up. The noodle stand now had more variety than when old Lu ran it. Old Lu used to sell noodles that were boiled in water. Xiaoxiao added zhajiang noodles, noodles mixed with scallions and oil, noodles mixed with salted vegetables and shredded meat, and braised meat noodles to the menu. All of these were taught to Shaolian and eldest maternal aunt in an effort to make the noodle stand seem fresh. In addition, she also made a batch of noodles for the purpose of making noodles stir-fried with eggs and noodles stir-fried with shredded meat. These two dishes were more heavily seasoned and suited the tastes of northerners. Thus, although the price of the stir-fried noodles was higher than the offerings, they were still a popular dish. As for the braised food, Shaolian didn't have to do the labor-intensive work of wrapping a portion of braised meat in oiled paper bags anymore. Instead, she brought over a batch of the braising sauce from home and a bag of spices that Xiaoxiao had crafted with her secret recipe. At the docks, she was now able to braise food right there. The stove at the stand was at just the right height and reached Shaolian's waist. Charcoal burned merrily inside the stove, which caused the braising marinade to bubble incessantly as the ingredients simmered in the pot. Snow-white steam wafted out of the pot and a dense, fragrant smell of braised food permeated the surroundings. The smell invaded people's noses. If there was a good wind around, that strong enticing smell could almost envelop the entire docks. A bowl of plain noodles and 2 copper coins worth of braised food was enough to satisfy an adult. Every day at mealtime, the Yu family's noodle stand was crowded with bunches of people. There weren't enough seats at the tables, so some people had to squat on the ground as they ate. Despite that, those people never went to the other areas to eat. All of the other food vendors at the docks could only watch helplessly as the Yu family raked in money. Among them included the lady at a different noodle stand who had long ago shooed Xiaoxiao and her sister away when they wanted to first sell their braised food next to her. Her business had slowed down until it was hard to break even. That woman now deeply regretted her previous actions. If she hadn't made a bad decision in the past, it was possible that her noodle stand would be the one with people lining up without end. Today, Xiaoxiao had been dragged along by Shaolian to be a free laborer. She didn't have to do any of the hard work, such as rolling out the dough, boiling the noodles, and slicing the braised food. Instead, she was in charge of serving the customers when the food was ready. Even with the easy job, she was so busy that she didn't have time to take a breath to rest. Right after the busy time of the day finished, Xiaoxiao was about to sit down and rest when she suddenly heard a bunch of commotion at the docks. What's going on? Why are there so many strange people at the docks now? Is someone here to cause trouble? Don't tell me some hooligans are coming to smash this place, or is it because someone is jealous of Brother Six's achievements at the docks and wants him to stumble? Xiaoxiao squirmed her way towards the docks out of curiosity and discovered that there were a large group of people there. They didn't look like an unruly mob. On the contrary, they resembled members of a well-disciplined family. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried for Brother Six. These fellows didn't look easy to deal with. Brother Six was someone who was worldly. He had been at the docks for all these years, so what type of person hadn't he seen before? When he saw the group of people in front of him, he calmly went up to greet them. He headed towards the person who seemed to be in charge of everyone and bowed. "Please excuse me, but may I ask what brings you here to the Tanggu docks?" Although the supposed leader of the group was dressed casually, it couldn't hide his lordly bearing. He faintly glanced at Brother Six and asked, "Are you the one in charge of the docks here?" "That I am, Lord. Are you trying to load cargo or unload it? Please come to our business office and register. I will make sure to give you priority." Brother Six didn't feel any malice coming off this stranger, so he carefully sounded him out. The man hinted at Brother Six and brought him to a relatively secluded place. He lowered his voice and said, "I am the commander of the imperial bodyguards from the capital, and I carry with me a secret decree from the emperor. We are here to welcome the young royal prince who is coming home from his seafaring journey. Royal Prince Yong has already informed us in advance that he has almost 100 cargo ships that need to dock. All of them carry precious goods from the Southeast Seas and the Western Hemisphere. Therefore, you need to prepare in advance. When Royal Prince Yong left on his journey last year, it caused a sensation. Even if Brother Six wanted to forget that event, he couldn't. A year and a half had passed and the royal prince hadn't even come home. Thus, it was necessary to make it grand and ostentatious. This so-called commander of the imperial bodyguards had brought over at least 50 to 60 soldiers with him. From this, it looked like he planned on firmly guarding the docks. There was nothing wrong with that. It was said that before the current emperor ascended the throne, he also heavily recommended exploring distant seas to find novel species, especially high-yielding crops. In fact, after the sweet potato was introduced to the country, it benefited thousands among thousands of great Ming commoners. The current emperor had even said this in his throne room: "When we ascended the throne, we set our 10-year goal to this. We want the common people of the great Ming dynasty to all have food on their plate and all to be able to eat their fill." For the sake of finding more high-yielding crops, this emperor, who loved his people, sent Royal Prince Yong, who had just reached the age of 15, on an important mission. He had to travel to the Western Hemisphere. This time, Royal Prince Yong was coming back victoriously. Naturally, the emperor regarded him with great importance. Brother Six knew that something as big as this required careful planning. A small misstep could cause him to lose his life. However, if he did everything well and was able to show himself in front of Royal Prince Yong, then, in the future, his footing at the docks would be stable. Should other people try to take his position, they would first have to consider his backing. The construction of the harbor would be finished within the next 2 years. If the whole harbor was in his hands, then he, Brother Six, would truly be a person of note in Tanggu Town. There was no such thing as a free meal. He had to take this particular piece of business. At sea, the azure sky seemed endless as clouds drifted by slowly. A few seagulls circled idly in the air at sea level. On the horizon, a grandiose fleet of ships sped forward. The ship in the lead was an enormous 3-floor passenger ship. Although it was simply designed, it seemed quite lofty and majestic. Immense sails billowed in the wind and pushed the ship forward. At the top was a golden-colored flag with a coiling dragon embroidered on it. This flag was bestowed by the emperor, and seeing the flag was the same as seeing the emperor himself. All officials were required to kowtow when they saw it. At the bow of the ship was a youth with an impressive bearing. He was dressed in simple dark purple brocade robes. Cinched around his waist was a silver-colored cloth that was embroidered with cinnabar and golden threads. His hair was bound up and, under the sea breeze's caress, a few strands of unruly pieces escaped from their confines and plastered his cheek. He had a pair of clear and powerful eyes that seemed to emit coldness. His eyes were so fierce that other people trembled at the thought of looking at them. The youth's figure was tall and straight, as if he was a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. As he saw the distant Tanggu docks quickly getting closer, Zhu Junyang's cold expression slightly softened. He was finally back. He had triumphantly completed his first long seafaring journey and was about to come home. His year-and-a-half journey out at sea had given him many experiences and things to think about. The journey to and back was not completely peaceful. They had encountered pirates trying to plunder them and sneak attacks from sudden storms. However, with the 1,000 or so people working hard together on the ships, they were finally safely back home. He was convinced that these hard-earned experiences would become his treasures in his life. They would mold him to become a better person and become his future glory. Although this youth was almost 16 and had a youthful-looking face, his eyes glowed with a mature and wise light. His handsome and cold face hadn't changed in the past year and a half. However, his figure had become even more imposing, as if he was cloaked with a manner that made people understand his power. "I, Zhu Junyang, am back." The youth lightly sighed these few words. Behind him was a white-haired man who came forward a step. He used his somewhat shrill voice to say, "Royal Prince Yong, this time our journey from the west could be considered quite smooth. We've succeeded in bringing back seeds of all of the crops that the emperor mentioned. I just don't know if our great Ming dynasty will be able to successfully grow these plants." Zhu Junyang coldly surveyed the dry land that was getting closer to him. His originally eager mood slowly calmed down. He slowly replied, "That is the concern of the Ministry of Revenue. What does it have to do with me? Head steward Lu Fusheng revealed a smile that covered his entire face as the corners of his eyes lifted up until there were wrinkles. Young royal prince, don't tell me that you don't want to personally plant the seeds that you went through so much trouble to get, see them germinate, grow leaves, blossom, and bear fruit. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face darkened and became cold as he looked at Lu Fusheng, which immediately made the steward feel an immense pressure. Lu Fusheng could be considered one of the top experts within the country, yet his master's intimidating composure caused him to drip buckets of cold sweat. He promptly kneeled on the ground and apologized. This old servant had a slip of the tongue. Please punish me, Royal Prince Yang. The not yet 16 Zhu Junyang, after experiencing this long sea voyage, felt that he was a man now, capable of supporting both the heaven and earth. Thus, he prohibited other people from addressing him with young royal prince, or other similar names. The last time an imperial bodyguard made that mistake, the hapless soldier was thrown into the sea to feed the sharks by a furious royal Prince Yang. After that, the thousands of people accompanying him all knew that the name, young royal prince, was a taboo that could not be touched. Lu Fusheng's heart raced as he secretly raised his eyes to peep at his master's frosty expression. From the day that royal Prince Yang was born, Lu Fusheng had been by his side. The head steward had witnessed his adorable toddler years and also watched as the cute boy slowly grew into a handsome and lofty youth. Prince Yang had learned most of his martial arts from him. After more than a decade of companionship, the two of them had established a master-disciple relationship, a true friendship, as well as a master-servant relationship. However, masters and servants still had a gap between them. Even he had a line that he couldn't cross with the prince. Zhu Junyang stared expressionlessly at Steward Lu, who had his head lowered in apology. They had been with each other for over a decade. A person would have sentiments about a small creature in that time frame, let alone a person. He couldn't treat Steward Lu as a disposable creature. Doing so would only cause other people's hearts to cool. If he wanted his servant's loyalty, he needed to know when to reward and when to reprimand. This was the rule that Steward Lu had taught him himself. Since you know your mistake, when we get back to the capital you can punish yourself. Zhu Junyang's previous good mood had apparently been abruptly interrupted by this little episode. Frosty coldness, once again, appeared his eyes. The imperial bodyguard behind him glanced at Steward Lu, who was stealthily using his sleeve to wipe his cold sweat. In his opinion, the less spoken the less likely one would make a mistake, so he kept his mouth shut as he pretended to be one of the masts on the ship. They're here, they're here. When the people on the docks saw the majestic fleet of over 100 ships approaching them, they immediately bustled around. The entire area had been locked down by martial law under the orders of the imperial bodyguards, who were the personal guards of the emperor himself. The commander of the Yulin soldiers, who were in charge of protecting of Prince Yang, was around the same rank as the commander of the imperial bodyguards. The emperor clearly favored this young royal prince as he had assigned a portion of his own bodyguards to welcome the returning youth. Steward Lu looked in the distance at the docks and saw the arrangements. He remarked with gratitude, "Master, the emperor sent people to welcome you. Looks like they're the personal soldiers of the emperor." The commander of the Yulin soldiers had spotted his archenemy, Bao Qinming, in one glance. His lips twitched as he agreed, they truly are the personal soldiers of the emperor. That fellow, Bao Qinming, has also come along. Zhu Junyang's expression remained tranquil as if the horde of people on the shore had nothing to do with him. He stayed silent for a bit before he abruptly asked, "My lady mother, is she also in Tanggu town right now?" Steward Lu immediately replied, "Yes, that's right. We received a letter that said Princess Consort Jing is having a good time in Tanggu town. At the beginning of autumn, His Highness personally escorted her back to the capital. Now that it's spring and the weather is warming, Her Highness has graced her presence again in Tanggu town and is currently living in the courtyard that is normally for Magistrate Wu's youngest son." Zhu Junyang frowned. Lady Mother is being stubborn again. It gets chilly in spring and Tanggu town is next to the ocean, which also makes it humid. This is not a good climate for her body. The letter also said that ever since she's been in Tanggu town, Her Royal Highness has been spending a lot of time with Lady Fang. Lady Fang's adopted daughter is very good at cooking medicinal cuisine and miraculously cured General Fang's old illness. I believe Lady Fang will be birthing her child next month. Her Royal Highness occasionally sees that little girl and has eaten her medicinal cuisine several times. Since then, she hasn't gotten ill at all in the past 3 seasons. What nonsense. The imperial physicians are taking care of Lady Mother's body. How could they allow a little girl to mess around? If something happened, who's going to take responsibility? Lady Mother is truly too much. How could she just blindly trust a random person? Out of the 3 brothers, Zhu Junyang had the closest connection with their mother. He couldn't help but furrow his brows when heard this news, and a hint of worry flashed through his cold eyes. Steward Lu hurriedly tried to comfort him. Master isn't wrong for being worried. However, that little girl's medicinal cuisine had all been approved by the accompanying imperial physician. He made sure that none of the food would cause problems for Her Highness's body. Furthermore, when the food was being made, every single step was strictly observed by someone. Her Highness's constitution has truly improved after eating it. Please don't worry, Royal Prince. After hearing this, Zhu Junyang's tight expression finally relaxed a bit. He thought for a bit before he said, "From what you're telling me, this little girl does have some skill. Why don't we bring her along when we head back to the capital? Nourishing the body is not something that can happen in a short period of time." Steward Lu bowed and explained, "That little girl lives in Dongshan village and her parents don't want her to leave them at such a young age. The princess consort has a benevolent heart and can't bear to separate them. That being said, the little girl is also the adopted daughter of General Fang. For the sake of the general and his wife's dignity, it's not really a good idea to force them, right?" Dongshan village. When he heard this name, Zhu Junyang frowned again. He didn't have any good memories of that village. His most humiliating and difficult situation had occurred at Dongshan village. Images of being surrounded by seawater, struggling in desperation, choking on water, and being rescued in a half-conscious state once again appeared in front of his bewitching eyes. He had previously thought that he had long forgotten those memories, but they were crystal clear again. "Oh right, Master, you've previously met this little girl." Steward Lu surreptitiously raised his eyes to glance at the young royal prince before he continued, "It could be said that she's considered one of your life-saving benefactors. A benefactor who had saved my life. It truly was her." Zhu Junyang wasn't quite sure how he felt about this. That ultra-skinny and small little girl, who unexpectedly had a pair of lively eyes, not only saved his life but also helped his mother recover from her illness. He vaguely remembered that before he left on his journey, he had given that little girl a bag of silver in gratitude. Cough cough. Apparently, now he was the one being rude and impetuous. As he was lost in his thoughts, the fleet of ships had almost reached shore. The imperial ships had precedence, so all of the other ships in the area avoided them. Consequently, other than this fleet of ships, there were no other vessels to be seen at the docks. After they docked the ship at the wharf, Zhu Junyang took the lead in getting off. After floating in the ocean for more than a year, he truly didn't want to spend another second on the boat. The feeling of having his feet planted firmly on the ground truly felt too good. Commander Bao quickly welcomed them as he and the hundreds of men under him bowed to Royal Prince Yang. The sight of that power was truly spectacular. Yu Xiaosao watched all of the proceedings from afar as she sighed in her heart, "This society is rigidly bound by class. Having power is truly a good thing. Look at this guy's battle array, everyone's eyes are on him." Although martial law was currently imposed on the docks, the soldiers hadn't driven away any of the peddlers in the area. After undergoing a strict interrogation, the Yu family's noodles and braised food stand was allowed to continue doing business. It was obvious that such an enormous fleet of ships would take a long time to unload. If the docks didn't have anyone selling food, then those dock workers would have to work on an empty stomach. During all of this, a little break occurred. Commander Bao of the Imperial Bodyguards had been enticed by the smell of Xiaosao's braised food and ordered a bowl of zhajiang noodles and a plate of braised pig head meat. He ate with great relish. Commander Bao was good friends with the Emperor Emeritus's personal bodyguards, so he had long heard his good friends waxing eloquently about the Yu family's famous braised food. The Emperor Emeritus always had to eat their food every time he visited Tanggu town. It was a meal that none of his friends could ever forget. Commander Bao was from a prominent general's family and had tried every delicacy there was to be had. How could a crude eatery, selling food for 1 copper coin a portion, be so amazing to catch the Emperor Emeritus's discerning eye as well as be engraved in his good friend's memories. Thus, when he received this mission, he decided that he needed to try the braised food from the docks while he was there. He needed to find out if his friends were just exaggerating. 100 words could not describe one bite. The pig's head meat was soft and flavorful, fatty without being greasy, and delicious without being overwhelming. To a manly soldier, who loved to drink lots of alcohol and eat lots of meat, this braised meat paired with a mouthful of noodles was truly to his liking. Originally, Commander Bao wasn't very hungry. However, he shoved down 2 large bowls of noodles and a giant plate of braised meat before he finally had to leave with a bulging stomach. He decided right then and there that before he had to leave this town, he needed to pack a large to-go bag of this braised food. His grandfather would definitely love it. The sun set gently on the horizon, dyeing the waters a glowing red. The land seemed to have been draped with a dark red brocade robe. Usually at this time of the day, the docks would be becoming more quiet. However, at this moment, it was still bustling with activity. The dockworkers came to and fro, hauling cargo on their shoulders and backs. Carts among carts were stacked high with goods from the sea-going ships. A bunch of brawny men dressed entirely in black patrolled the perimeter of the docks. All of their eyes were alert and they attentively observed the surroundings. In the cargo holds of the 100 or so ships, there were the seeds of unfamiliar crops as well as some precious goods from the Western Hemisphere and Southern seas. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Silks and porcelain, which were commonly seen items for the great Ming dynasty, could be sold for 10 times, even 100 times their value in the West. On the flip side, goods that were considered commonplace in the West were worth more their weight in gold in the great Ming dynasty. The emperor had previously said that all of the goods from the voyage, other than the ones he listed, were the property of royal Prince Yang. From the spoils of this trip, Prince Yang would definitely increase his wealth by 100-fold. There were so many valuable items, so they naturally had to prevent unscrupulous people from seeing them. Royal Prince Yang also regarded these goods with a lot of importance and refused Commander Bao's proposal of being escorted into town first. He sat inside the simple business office at the docks and watched as the bags of goods got loaded onto the horse carts. The expression on his face was tranquil and his mouth was pressed into its customary line. His eyes glowed with a cool light and emitted an aura that made people hesitant to approach him. Grumble. The 4 people sitting in silence suddenly heard a slight noise. It sounded distinctly clear and made it hard for people to ignore it. Commander Bao stealthily looked out of the corner of his eye to peep at Prince Yang. The prince's expression stayed the same as if the obvious sound of his stomach growing had nothing to do with him. Steward Lu astutely detected Commander Bao's line of sight and lightly coughed to call the other man's attention. He then hugged his stomach and quietly confessed, "Master, please forgive me. This old servant didn't have a good appetite this morning on the ship. It's not even dinner time, yet my belly is complaining for food." Prince Yang naturally knew that his head steward was taking the fall for him. However, did Steward Lu really think he was still that childish? The world was vast, but eating was an important thing. What was awkward about being hungry? His bright eyes whirled a bit and he looked Steward Lu in the eye before he faintly remarked, "Commander Bao, is there anywhere we can go to get some food on these docks?" This question made Commander Bao feel a bit uneasy. The Tanggu docks were very simple, so the only people selling food were the nearby villagers, who were all peasant farmers. The food was quite crude and no one knew how hygienic it was either. It was said that Royal Prince Yang was a bit of a germaphobe. Would he be able to stomach eating the food here? When Prince Yang noticed that Commander Bao had stayed silent a bit with an awkward expression on his face, he followed up in a slightly raspy and gloomy voice, "What? Is Commander Bao in a bind right now?" Very few people knew that Zhu Junyang had a bout of illness when he was very young. In fact, due to anemia, he had fainted in the past. His body had slowly strengthened as he got older and with the treatment of the imperial physicians. After he started practicing martial arts, almost no one knew about this particular past. However, because of this previous illness, Zhu Junyang could not stand being hungry. As soon as he felt the pangs, his mood would become irritable and flustered. Consequently, the tone he used to speak to Commander Bao had also held some impatience. Commander Bao hurriedly got off the stool and kneeled down with his hands cupped and head lowered. Royal Prince Yong, the environment at the docks is too crude and plain. I'm afraid you might not be able to tolerate the food here. How could I not tolerate the food here? I've even eaten raw fish and drank rainwater on the ship. If that's not considered crude, what could be? The emptiness in his stomach was making Zhu Junyang feel irritable and agitated. His last sentence even held a hint of rebuke within it. The person who understood the young royal prince the most had to be Steward Lu, who had watched him grow up. He knew that the young royal prince was ravenous. If he didn't get some food now, someone was going to have to suffer. Steward Lu hastily spoke to Commander Bao. Commander Bao, find some food that is edible at the docks and bring it back. This old servant is almost about to faint from hunger. Commander Bao could tell that Prince Yang's eyes were flicking with a bit of impatience. He also knew that the prince, despite being young, was not someone who had a lenient and soft-hearted personality. Thus, he hurriedly got up and said, I have to say that the only food that is slightly palatable here is from the noodle stand run by the Yu family's sisters. Royal Prince, please wait a moment. As soon as Prince Yong impatiently waved his hand at him with a stony expression, Commander Bao scurried over to Yu Xiaoxiao's noodle stand. At this moment, all of the dockworkers were busy doing work, so there wasn't a single soul at the stand. Madame Han was currently simmering the delicious zhajiang paste. Other than fermented soybean paste, the sauce also had stir-fried diced meat and very firm tofu mixed in, which made the flavor quite delicious. Usually, at this time of day, the Yu sisters would have already cleaned up the stall and gone back home. However, because there was a special circumstance today, they worked the same overtime hours as the dockworkers at the request of Brother Six. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently bored to death as she sat on a wooden stool. She idly played with her hands. When she raised her eyes, she saw Commander Bao rushing over as if the hellhounds from the underworld were chasing him. Sir, you must be tired. Come sit down. Do you want a portion of zhajiang noodles or some scallion noodles? Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that this gentleman really enjoyed both of these noodles. She wasn't sure if he wanted to eat the same thing or try something new this time. Commander Bao plopped down on a nearby seat and bawled out an order before he could catch his breath. Whatever types of noodles you have, give me 3 bowls, it needs to come out quickly. Also give me a plate of pig head meat, pig ears in chili oil, stir-fried intestines, and some seaweed with dried tofu as well. Quickly. This order needs to be rushed. At noon, this man had eaten until he was bloated. If he was the one eating this food, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Judging by his obvious nervousness and anxiety, he must be ordering this food for the young royal prince, who had just finished his seafaring journey. Only someone who was born with a royal background could cause his servants to run about until their legs fell off. Yu Xiaoxiao silently cursed the arrogance of these influential people, yet kept an earnest look on her face as she replied, the quickest noodle dish has to be zhajiang noodles. The sauce was just done, so as soon as the noodles finish cooking we can just pour the sauce on top and it'll be ready to eat. Just wait a moment, everything will be ready shortly. Xiaoxiao raised her voice to call her eldest maternal aunt. Aunt, give me 3 bowls of zhajiang noodles. Make sure to sterilize the bowls and chopsticks with some boiling water first. Commander Bao looked at the slightly built girl in front of him with admiration. She was truly a clever little kid to be able to tell from his words and demeanor that he was ordering food for a noble. She even had her aunt especially sterilize the bowls and chopsticks. She had an eye for details. Yu Xiaoxiao attentively washed her hands and then used some boiling water to wash the chopping board and knives. Only after she did that did she carefully cut some braised food to make a plate. She used some chili oil to season some ribbons of pig ear and also placed some garlic paste and chopped scallions on the plate. By doing this, the nobles could pick and choose if they wanted strong flavors on their food. After that, she swiftly cooked the stir-fried pig intestines. Once it was all done, Madame Han had also finished cooking the zhajiang noodles. Madame Han had originally been a good hand at cooking. After getting some directions from Xiaoxiao, she knew how to make every noodle dish on the menu very well. Her best dish was zhajiang noodles. The student had truly surpassed the master. Madame Han was better at controlling the heat when cooking the sauce than Xiaoxiao. 3 huge Heaping bowls full of zhejiang noodles with 4 plates of the Yu family's signature braised foods was considered quite a luxurious feast at the docks. As for the taste, it was obvious that there absolutely wasn't another vendor on the docks that could surpass the Yu family's braised food and zhejiang noodles. The 4 plates of braised food were carefully arranged into a basket. Commander Bao took the lead and snatched the basket as he urged Xiao Cao and Madame Han, quickly. Bring the noodles and come with me. Xiao Cao grimaced a bit as she complained silently, you clearly know which job is easier. The noodles have just come out of the pot, so those bowls are hot enough to scald a person's hands. You're such a tough guy with calloused hands, yet you make a woman and a kid carry over the bowls of noodles. This guy has no shame. Luckily, they didn't go far before Commander Bao sent a few of his subordinates to carry the bowls of noodles. He then dismissed them after throwing a piece of silver as payment. Those 3 bodyguards had been busy the entire afternoon. Their stomachs had long been complaining for food. As the tantalizing aroma of the zhejiang noodles hit their nostrils, they swallowed their saliva and looked at each other before quietly speaking to Xiao Cao. Keep the change as a reward from our commander. Little girl, we'll be patrolling over there. In a moment, can you send a few bowls of noodles over? You won't be disappointed. The 3 soldiers were well aware of their responsibilities. As long as they didn't leave a gap in patrolling, they could eat a bowl of noodles in between their shifts. These noodles were quite amazing to smell, so delicious. Even the capital's best restaurant's dragon's beard noodles with chicken feet didn't have such a tantalizing aroma. The 3 bodyguards were assigned to guard the most raucous and bustling area of the docks. That area was close to the ocean and one could easily see the rows of imposing-looking ships. The dockworkers all bustled around, trembling with fear, as the imperial bodyguards observed them. In order to make sure this important task went smoothly, Brother Six had pulled out all the stops. There were a lot of regular staff on his team and he even had his subordinates call over all of the day-to-day workers over to help. All in all, it came out to several hundred people working together to unload the ships at an inhuman speed. Within one afternoon, more than half of all of the cargo had been moved from the ships and stacked into horse carts to be moved into town. Yu Xiaocao used a wooden slab as a salver and carefully delivered the 3 bowls of zhejiang noodles with great effort. She slowly stepped on the shifting sands of the beach and gave the 3 soldiers the noodles they had ordered. Each squadron had 10 people and among them included a low-ranking captain. When the men smelled the strong scent of the noodles, they couldn't help but come over to look at the food. The 3 soldiers recognized Yu Xiaocao, so they notified their captain before they gleefully welcomed Xiaocao over. As if they were afraid someone was going to steal their food, they all grabbed a bowl, ignored the scalding heat burning their hands, and slipped away to slurp the noodles. After the little captain rearranged the shifts, he came by and grinned, "You guys are seriously too much. Sneaking away to eat on your own. Tell me, how should I punish you all?" One of the soldiers was a very tall and brawny fellow. He flashed a smile as he spoke his thoughts in a straightforward manner. "Okay. We'll accept punishment. I'll treat all of you to eat noodles." Who would have thought that these small docks could be hiding such a jewel? These noodles are better than any noodles I've ever had in the capital. No restaurant there can compare. The other imperial bodyguards all thought that he thought the noodles tasted very good because he was too hungry. But once they had a taste of the zhejiang noodles, they found out that it was truly delicious. After Yu Xiaocao delivered these men their food, she stood quietly on the side to take their empty bowls and chopsticks when they were done. Her large, inquisitive eyes were opened wide as she observed the imposingly large ships. She silently mused at this fellow transmigrator's influence on this world. She was pretty sure that her fellow friend had been a shipbuilding major before he came over. He unexpectedly was able to design and build ships that had both sails and steam power so they could traverse distant seas. At this time, Xiao Cao didn't realize that she had inadvertently bumped into the truth. Xiao Cao, who was in the midst of enjoying this scenery, suddenly saw her eldest maternal uncle at the docks doing work. Her uncle was truly a hard worker. He ran back and forth delivering vegetables to the prefectural city and probably made a decent amount of money already, yet he still didn't want to renounce his dock work either. Wait, what was that? The bag on her eldest uncle's back had somehow gotten a small hole. A golden-looking seed suddenly dropped down. Wasn't that corn? The few kernels of golden corn quietly lay on the sand that had been churned around from the activity. Suddenly, a large foot that was shod in straw sandals started going towards the golden-colored seeds. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth opened and closed, but the words to stop the person didn't come out. The giant foot had already pressed the seeds into the sand. Yu Xiaoxiao no longer cared that the docks were under martial law and rushed over. She squatted down by the large footprint. Old Hao, who was coming up from behind her with a giant bag, almost couldn't change his direction in time and narrowly avoided tripping over her. How dangerous! If Old Hao had fallen over, a man who weighed around 80 kilograms and also had a bag that was around 100 kilograms of weight, he might have killed her on impact or at least injured her severely. Old Hao staggered a couple of steps and then caught his footing. Just as he was about to yell at the offender, he saw who the tiny person in front of him was. He swallowed down the profanities that were about to bubble up and stated with concern, "Little girl Xiaoxiao, this is not a safe place for you to play around. Hurry up and leave." The man behind Old Hao had almost crashed into him as well. The worker raised his head to look at Old Hao and then circled around the two of them to walk past. The other workers behind them also followed his footsteps, working hard to carry the cargo on their shoulders. Today, the boss had told them that after they finished unloading everything from the ships, they would get double the pay. Although they would be going home later than usual, this job was worth it. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and smiled at Old Hao. She continued to use her small hands to push away the sand in the footprint until a few kernels of corn appeared. Xiaoxiao was incredibly excited. Corn is a high-yielding crop. Unlike sweet potato, which causes heartburn when a person eats too much, corn can truly be a staple food to be eaten daily. Childhood memories of eating golden and crispy baked corn cakes and tender and delicious corn porridge passed through her thoughts. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly had to swallow down her saliva. Despite Old Hao's warning, she followed along her eldest maternal uncle's tracks and looked for the corn. The hole in the burlap bag must have been very small. She had to go several steps before she could find the other kernels of corn. After drinking mystic stone water every day, Yu Xiaoxiao's 5 senses had become very keen. Even though the color of the corn kernels were pretty much the same as the grains of sand, she was still able to find most of the kernels on the ground. Occasionally she would bypass one, but the little divine stone would remind her. The little divine stone's thoughts were linked with its masters. Thus, it also knew just how important these kernels of corn were to Xiaoxiao. When the squadron of imperial bodyguards had finished eating the delectable zhajiang noodles and braised pig head meat, they wanted to return the bowls and utensils. However, the little girl had left and they didn't know where she went. The bodyguards weren't nervous about her disappearance. All of the merchants on the docks had their backgrounds examined earlier and all of them were innocent people making a living. That being said, how much trouble could a little girl, who hadn't reached the age of 10 and didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, cause? Yu Xiaoxiao continued on her journey to find corn with her head bowed down. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. In the front, not far from her, were 4 to 5 kernels of corn. If she added those to the ones in her hand, she already had around 20 or so seeds. The weather was getting better, so she could start planting the corn in the rear courtyard to get a good supply of seeds. By next year, she would have enough to plant around 2 to 3 mu of corn fields. If another 2 years went by, then she would become a corn tycoon. Yup, for the sake of growing corn, she needed to buy a few more fields of fertile land. Her pale and delicate little hands hurriedly reached towards those few kernels of corn. Suddenly, a foot that was shod in black boots crafted of brocade with cloud patterns stepped on the corn on the ground. Before Xiaoxiao could think things through, her tiny hand had already grasped that foot to lift it out of the way and left a conspicuous sandy print on those black boots. Zhu Junyang grimaced as he looked at that irksome dirty print on his foot. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Both Steward Lu and Commander Fang, who were behind the prince, felt as if there were stormy clouds rushing towards them. However, that small and slightly built figure crouching on the ground didn't detect this change at all. She was still trying to move the young royal prince's foot with all of her might. "You, do you know what you're doing?" Zhu Junyang squeezed out a question. His voice held an obvious gloomy undertone as if he was grinding his teeth anger. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even raise her head as she replied, "How annoying, please raise your precious foot, you're stepping on my stuff. No matter how much force she tried to use, Zhu Junyang's foot remained firmly planted on the ground. The youth apparently was so angry that he wanted to laugh. His handsome face, which originally had a frosty expression on it, revealed a faint smile. Commander Fang felt the hairs on the back of his arms rise straight up when he saw the abnormal-looking smile on Royal Prince Yang's face. He immediately had a desire to be far, far away from this man. I would like to know why these seeds, which I, this prince, had traveled the oceans for, are suddenly yours, Zhu Junyang crossed his arms across his chest and tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the little kid who hadn't even turned around to interact with him. This was the first time in his life that someone had the guts to treat him so impolitely. Zhu Junyang felt a desire to play a cat chasing a mouse at this moment. This prince. Don't tell me that the person talking to me is the young royal prince who had just gotten home from his seafaring journey. I can't be that. Unlucky, right? Yu Xiaoxiao's grubby little hand abruptly stopped moving on the black boot in front of her. Judging by the material of these boots, even though I don't know much about boot materials, I can tell that it is quite expensive. What kind of ordinary person would be able to afford using something like this to make shoes with? I'm screwed. I was too focused on picking up corn kernels and I didn't notice this. What am I to do? The princess consort had mentioned that her son's temper isn't very good. Am I about to be flogged with wooden planks? That won't do. My body is so weak and small, I definitely won't be able to endure that torture. I need to find a way to draw this out long enough for my godfather to find me to go home. She pasted on what she thought was her most innocent-looking smile and opened her large eyes wide before she slowly raised her head up to stare at the person who was the owner of the black boots. It's her. Zhu Junyang's ballooning impatience and anger had suddenly been popped by something. He felt his temper slowly cooling down. The pair of large, innocent eyes in front of him overlapped with the round eyes that haunted his dreams. So it was her. She's the little girl who had discovered me at my lowest point and had gotten her father to save me. His memories of his rescue were quite vague now. The only thing he remembered with crystal clarity, even after almost 2 years had passed, were that pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see into the depths of a person's soul. The smile that she had used hundreds of times to get out of trouble didn't seem to be working today. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the expressionless handsome face in front of her and rubbed her nose out of embarrassment. However, right now she was only a little girl who was pretending to be innocent. Although the royal prince's temperament was cold, he didn't seem like a vicious person. He wouldn't lower himself to the level of a child, right? This commoner greets the young royal prince. May the young royal prince have an auspicious life. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly scrambled up from the ground and haphazardly bowed. Steward Lu Fusheng had also recognized this little girl's identity and he couldn't help but feel a shiver run through his heart for the child. Earlier, on the ship, he had accidentally said, "Young royal prince," and had been given the lightest punishment of being flogged 20 times as a reward. This little girl had not only dirtied the shoe of the royal prince, who was a germaphobe, but also called him, young royal prince. If his master accidentally executed this little girl in a fit of pique, wouldn't the masses accuse him of biting the hand that fed him? Just as Steward Lu Fusheng was contemplating whether he should plead leniency for the little girl, his master finally replied, "Wipe that disgusting smile off your face. How hypocritical. Tell me, why are the seeds that I, this prince, brought back now yours?" Although his master's voice was just as chilly as usual, Steward Lu had a feeling, it looks like my master isn't that angry. Looks like people truly can change. Was her smile really disgusting? Didn't everyone tell her that her smiles were sweet and beautiful and were able to make a person feel happy? The young royal prince truly stood out from the masses as his tastes were different from common people. However, now wasn't the time to discuss whether her smile was disgusting looking or sweet. She needed to get out of this mess as fast as possible. Then, this lowly commoner didn't know that the things on the ground were yours, young royal prince. I thought that things that fell on the ground didn't have an owner. Since there's no owner, then it becomes finders keepers. Yu Xiaoxiao explained using a child's reasoning. Finders keepers. Who taught you this reasoning? Was it General Fang Eh? Zhu Junyang had received quite a bit of information during the short period of time he had been on land. However, he himself wasn't quite sure why he remembered this particular piece of information. It must be because it was related to General Fang, it must be. The size of Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes when compared to the size of her pointed face were a bit large, especially when they were opened wide. It truly made her resemble a little flying squirrel, as most of the space on her face seemed to be taken up by those two eyes. She pouted pitifully. Why do you have to blame my godfather for my mistakes? I noticed that the seeds fell down on the ground. If I didn't pick them up, then they would be buried by the sand. It would be such a shame. Zhu Junwang watched her silently. Although the expression on his face was mild, it still made her scalp feel numb. She had trouble keeping a smile on her face. The young royal prince seemed to have sensed her discomfort. He stooped over and dug up the kernels of corn from underneath his feet and mercifully broke the silence. If you're able to tell me the name of these seeds, then I, this prince, will pardon you from the crime of being rude. Really? Glee rushed through Xiaoxiao's heart and a brilliant smile blossomed on her face. She almost blurted out the word, corn. However, at the last second, she managed to rein in her composure. This crop had just been brought back from the distant seas. If she was able to say its name, then it would truly be astonishing. She pretended to ponder for a bit before she cautiously replied, Young royal prince, these seeds resemble pebbles of jade. I think they should be called corn. What do you think? Corn. It was the same term that the emperor had used for this crop. From the little girl's earlier expression, Zhu Junyang was certain that this wasn't a name that was fabricated out of thin air. Instead, she already knew what this plant was. However, how could a rural farmer's daughter recognize a plant that grew in the faraway West Hemisphere? Zhu Junyang regarded this slightly built girl in front of him with an inscrutable expression as the doubts in his heart piled up. Apparently, this little girl had a secret that no one else knew about. Corn. Zhu Junyang roughly sounded out this word, as if he was hearing it for the first time. He slowly nodded his head and continued, this name is not bad. When I submit my report to the emperor, I will also use this name. Yu Xiaoxiao panicked and hurriedly raised her voice to stop him. Don't do it. She was already quite certain that the current emperor was also a transmigrator like her. In her past life, she had read plenty of novels. In some of those, the people who had transmigrated into high positions would trap other transmigrators in order to not blow their own secret. It was hard to say if something like would also happen to her. Her fellow transmigrator was the current emperor, so her life would be over if he just randomly charged her for any crime. That wouldn't do. If the emperor heard the name, corn, her identity would be exposed. No, she definitely couldn't let that happen. Under the young royal prince's doubtful gaze and everyone's scared expressions, Xiaoxiao muttered, Young royal prince, this commoner is just a fisherman's daughter from the mountains. How can I be qualified to name the new species of crop that you, this royal prince, has brought back? Aren't you thinking too highly of me? Young royal prince, this commoner reckons that such a valuable crop should be named by the emperor or you. Zhu Junyang saw clearly the action and expression of the young girl racking her brains to think of a reason. He felt that the young girl in front of him was very similar to a small animal, an alert, sensitive, and interesting little squirrel. Unbeknownst to him, the indifference in his eyes gradually faded, and an unfamiliar emotion emerged within him. Head steward, Lu Fusheng, noticed the slight change in his master. While he felt surprised, he also felt that he should put in a word for his master's savior. Master, the young lady's words are reasonable. Let's discuss the matter of naming the new crop when we get back to the capital. Master, if you leave the noodles for too long, they will muddle together. However, Zhu Junyang didn't want to let go of this young girl who was like a little squirrel. Based on his intuition, this young girl definitely knew how to grow corn. Before he went on the voyage, the emperor had once told him that it would be best if he could also bring back someone who knew how to grow corn. Unfortunately, those natives all felt inseparable from their homeland. As a result, he was unable to fully accomplish the task that the emperor entrusted to him. But, perhaps the young girl in front of him could give him a different surprise. When Lu Fusheng saw that his master seemed to have taken in his words, he turned around and walked to their temporary lodging. After walking a couple steps, Zhu Junyang stopped again and turned back to look at the young girl, who secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was currently patting her own chest. Seeing this, he almost couldn't refrain himself from laughing. Why did this little lass have so many expressions? Compared to those noble ladies in the capital, who were either delicate or dull, she was simply a weirdo, a cute little weirdo. He took in a deep breath inwardly, kept a calm expression on his face, and then said to Xiao Cao, who had instantly resumed an innocent expression, "If I give you the seeds, can you guarantee that you can grow them?" Lu Fusheng peeped at his master and felt surprised inwardly. Master has really changed today. Not only is he taking the initiative to speak with others, but they're also chatting very happily. You Xiao Cao, with which eye do you see us chatting happily? I wonder what expression Princess Consort Jing would have if she found out about this. It should be noted that it was always Princess Consort Jing pestering his master. She had even pretended to be sick to gain sympathy from him so that he would say a few more words with her. Princess Consort Jing was always worried about whether her youngest son would lose his ability to speak. It seemed like Princess Consort Jing's concern was unnecessary. Yu Xiaocao noticed that the crisis had been resolved, so she quickly put on a flattering smile and said, "Of course. Young royal prince, you can go ask around. My family members are experts in farming. During this season, besides families with hot spring resorts, only my family can grow fresh vegetables. There are also watermelons, which my family has already started breeding. In a little over 2 months, if you can come to Tanggu town again, you will be able to eat my family's watermelons. I can say for certain that if my family can't grow the seeds, then there isn't anyone else who can." Zhu Junyang watched as the young girl patted her chest and bowed with confidence, yet he didn't detect any sense of boasting at all. It seemed like this young girl was really confident in her family's farming skills. Perhaps he could believe in her this one time. If she could really grow the crop of the seed that he brought back, then that could make up for his regrets from this voyage. Head Steward Lu, go make the arrangements to get 50 caddies of corn and 50 caddies of potato seeds for the little lass. After thinking about it briefly, Zhu Junyang decided to give a portion of the seeds from the 2 crops that he brought back the largest quantity of and let the young girl try growing them. Even if she failed, it wouldn't be a big problem. Yu Xiaocao was extremely delighted about this. 50 caddies of corn seeds were enough for at least 10 mu of land. But there didn't seem to be enough potato seeds. She looked at the young prince with bright eyes and weakly asked, "Young royal prince, can you give me a little more of the potato seeds?" Zhu Junyang looked at Yu Xiaocao with a, "So you really do know what a potato is" expression. Yu Xiaocao decided to just go for broke and continued to stare directly at the young prince's intimidating gaze with expectant eyes. "How much do you want?" Zhu Junyang stopped trying to find out where the little girl had heard about corn and potatoes. Since she had heard about them, it meant that there was an even higher probability that she would be able to grow them. Yu Xiaocao thought about it and answered, "At least 100 caddies. That's enough for half a mu of land. I'll give you 200 caddies. Do you dare to make a military writ that you will definitely be able to grow the potatoes?" Zhu Junyang's intuition became even clearer. This young girl might be able to create a miracle. His intuition had never been wrong since he was a child. "Yes." Yu Xiaocao replied firmly without any hesitation. Head Steward Lu Fusheng coughed on the side and tried to give the little girl some room for leeway. He explained softly, "Young maiden of the Yu family, do you know that if you can't fulfill a military writ, you will be beheaded?" Zhu Junyang swept a sharp glare at him, but he didn't blame him for being talkative. Lu Fusheng secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Master, isn't this old servant just thinking about this little girl's kindness to you? It's so hard to be someone's servant." Yu Xiaocao's eyes shifted slightly, and then she continued, "I will definitely be able to grow them, as long as there aren't any natural or man-made disasters." Natural or man-made disasters? Zhu Junyang secretly praised the young girl's carefulness in his heart. He couldn't control natural disasters. As for man-made disasters, wouldn't that be taken care of with just one word from him? Rest assured, this prince will ask the county magistrate to tell your village head to fully cooperate with planting. As for natural disasters, it's not someone that can be controlled by humans, so it will not be considered within the scope of the military writ. Zhu Junyang's decisions were quite humane, so Xiaocao was very satisfied. Seeing that the little girl was full of confidence, Lu Fusheng stopped persuading her. He took his order and led several imperial bodyguards to retrieve the corn and potato seeds from the carriage nearby. Yu Xiaosao, on the other hand, followed the young prince to his temporary lodging nearby. She saw that there was a bowl of bean sauce noodles, which had already lumped together, on the table, as well as her family's braised food. She slightly hesitated and said, "Young royal prince, the noodles won't taste good if it's cold. Should this commoner bring you another bowl?" Zhu Junyang glanced at the noodles that he had just eaten a few bites of. It was quite tasty. As for the braised food, before he had the chance to taste it, he saw this little lass walking behind the dockworkers with her waist bent and bending down from time to pick up something from the ground. After eating some noodles, he no longer felt so uncomfortable in his heart. Prompted by his curiosity, he walked over to see what she was picking up. Unexpectedly, he had found a treasure due to his curiosity. Zhu Junyang ordered a little eunuch to buy the noodles at the noodle stall. He instructed someone to bring the 4 scholarly essentials, and then he wrote down the military writ with exquisite calligraphy. He was afraid that the little girl couldn't read, so he read the contents to her. Yu Xiaosao saw that there wasn't anything difficult to achieve within the military writ. Not to mention that she had grown corn and potatoes in her past life, but even if she had never planted them before, she still had the mystic stone water as cheat. She could even revive a dead plant, so what would she be afraid of? Without any hesitation, she picked up the brush and signed her name. After practicing her writing with her younger brother for a period of time, she could write her own name pretty well. Could daughters of peasant families also read and write now? Zhu Junyang didn't show the confusion in his heart and handed the dried military writ to head steward Lu, who just came back with the seeds. After that, he sat down uninhibitedly, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed the bright red, pig ear strips in chili oil. The pig ear strip was crispy, slightly spicy, and very appetizing. By the time the piping hot bean sauce noodles was brought, he had already eaten half the plate of pig ear strips. Xiaosao pointed at the sautéed pig intestines and said, "Young royal prince, this has gotten somewhat cold. You can put it in the noodles and heat it up before eating it, or you can take it back to our stall to heat it up." When Zhu Junyang heard her addressing him as, "Young royal prince," he paused briefly. But he didn't say anything and just waved his hands at Yu Xiaosao. Head steward Lu quickly went forward and whispered, "Miss Yu, the prince asked you to leave. Come, I will send the seeds over for you." After sending away the necessary people, Zhu Junyang looked at the plate of sautéed pig intestines. He thought about it and placed 2 pieces into the piping hot noodles. After a while, he picked it out and placed it into his mouth. He savored the taste as he carefully chewed it. Sautéed pig intestines was Xiaosao's best dish. When it just came out of the pot, it had a golden color, and it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With a savory and fragrant taste, it was suitable for all ages and people would never get tired of eating it. Zhu Junyang, who was born in the imperial family, had never tried food like innards. If he hadn't experienced the hardships of ocean voyage, he probably wouldn't even touch the food in front of him. However, after eating a piece of intestine, Zhu Junyang thought that it tasted rather good, and put a few more pieces into the noodles. Commander Fang, who had been waiting on the side in silence, watched as Royal Prince Yong ate one piece after another of the sautéed intestines. He was extremely curious about this kind of food. When it was time to change shift, he had to go buy a portion to try. When Xiaosao returned to her stall, she thanked head steward Lu and happily accepted the corn and potato seeds. She planned on eating the delicious roasted corn on the cob and stir-frying a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, which she really missed. In autumn, that would be such a happy feeling. When Imperial Envoy Fang came over, the stall was serving the small peak of dinner time. Seeing that his daughter was so busy that she didn't even have time to rest, Lord Fang couldn't just sit down anymore and took up the position of a waiter. All of the dockworkers knew who he was. The Imperial Envoy was straightforward and unassuming, so the dockworkers all liked him very much. So they joked, "It's really the blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to eat the noodles personally served by the Lord Imperial Envoy." Fang Zizhen guffawed and said, "Eat more. You will have more strength to work when you're full. In the future, when the harbor construction is completed, would you guys still have to worry about not getting any benefits? Most of these workers were regular employees of the management office. The new port, which was not too far away from the old wharf, was starting to take shape, and it was more than twice the size of the old docks. There was a commercial street not too far from the harbor. Although the shops weren't built yet, the layouts of the shops could already be seen. Lord Fang was right. With such a large harbor, would they still have to worry about not being able to find work? The salary of dockers had doubled compared to the past, and it would only be better in the future. Usually, before the setting sun disappeared behind the West Mountains, the Yu sisters would have already reached home. Today, the sky was already dark, but there was still no sign of them. Yu Hai couldn't sit still anymore and led a horse out of the stable. After putting the saddle on the horse, he rode it out of the village. Halfway on the road, he ran into the three coming back from the docks. Fang Zizhen, who rode on a high steed, held a torch and led the way in front, while the sisters sat on the donkey cart in the back. Seeing that the sisters were safe, Yu Hai was relieved and asked with concern, "Why did you guys come back so late today?" Shaolian excitedly chattered, "Father, Royal Prince Yong, who sailed to the west, has returned. He brought back a lot of things that we didn't have in the Great Ming Dynasty. He also gave younger sister some seeds and asked younger sister to help him grow them." The Yu family and the Fang family lived close by, so they usually ate dinner together. Lady Fang was close with Princess Consort Jing, so they naturally knew how much Princess Consort Jing hoped for her youngest son's safe return. When Yu Hai heard that, he nodded and said, "It's good that he returned safely. Princess Consort Jing don't have to worry anymore. What does the young prince returning have to do with you guys coming back late?" Also, the young prince gave Cower seeds and asked her to help him plant them. "What kind of seeds? Will we be able to grow them?" Shaolian had glanced at Royal Prince Yong from the distance, and she was still immersed in the excitement of being able to see royalty in person. Hearing the questions, she replied, "Royal Prince Yong brought back too many goods from the west, so the dockworkers didn't finish unloading until very late. In order to save time, they rotated to eat dinner. How would they be able to work without eating? We waited until the last batch of workers finished eating before closing our stall." After taking a breath, Shaolian continued, "Royal Prince Yong gave younger sister seeds that we've never seen in the Great Ming Dynasty before. The one that is shiny like a golden bean is called corn. The round one is called potato, which is similar to sweet potatoes. Younger sister can grow green vegetables that were ready 2 months in advance, so what else can't she grow? A new kind of crop that didn't exist in the Great Ming Dynasty was something that even the emperor attached great importance to. It wouldn't be a small matter if his daughter failed to grow them." Yu Hai was slightly worried and asked, "Cower, what do you think? Do you think you can grow them?" Yu Xiaosao nonchalantly said, "Don't worry. As soon as I saw these seeds, their planting methods appeared in my mind. It's the same as the usual methods. There definitely won't be any problem. But, father, the young prince gave me around 10 mu of seeds. Our family doesn't have that much land. Not enough land. Then buy some. I heard that there are several families in the village who want to sell their farmland. However, the land around our village are sandy soil, which isn't very fertile. I don't know if they would be suitable for farming these precious seeds. If we buy them in town, then the far distance would make it inconvenient to take care of." As he spoke, Yu Hai frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. Xiaosao thought about it and said, "Let's first buy the land in the village and see how it is. It's best if the land is connected, or else it would be hard to take care of them. As for buying land in town, let's also ask someone to keep an eye out for it. If there's a suitable place, then let's buy it. Even if we don't farm on it ourselves, we can rent it out to others. Both of these crops are high-yielding crops. Moreover, they are suitable to be grown on all sorts of land. After the autumn harvest, we can cultivate them in a large area next year." Hearing his younger daughter's firm tone, Yu Hai didn't hesitate anymore. She was able to do business and farm. It didn't seem like there was anything that his younger daughter couldn't do. His family had never grown watermelons before, but didn't they turn out pretty good? The next day, Yu Hai went to find 2 of the families who were selling land. He asked the village chief to be his guarantor and spent 36 taels to buy the two families 12 mu of farmland. Dongshan village mostly had barren, sandy soil, so except for cheap crops like sweet potato, there was a low harvest of other grain. As a result, the price for land was very cheap. It was already very generous of Yu Hai to pay them 3 taels per mu. The two pieces of land was only separated by Wang Ergu's farmland. When Wang Ergu heard about Yu Hai buying land, he came over and grinned cheekily. "Brother Dahai, are you expanding the cultivation of watermelons? Your family doesn't have enough land. If you need more land, my family can lend ours to you for free. But, heh, you have to give me priority for this year's watermelons. I need to earn more family property for my son." Wang Ergu's wife had given birth to a chubby son in January, which he was overjoyed about. In the past, he would go drinking and waste some money with several of his bad friends in the village. However, ever since he got a son, he had become an extremely dutiful father and stayed around his wife and child every day. He also came to the Yu residence many times to ask for advice on how to make meals to be eaten during the postnatal confinement period. He even personally served his wife during confinement period, nurturing her to become fair and plump. Since she had plenty of breast milk, the little guy ate until his tummy was bloated every day. Yu Xiaosao teased him, "Why don't you also sell your family's farmland to us?" "No, I can't sell it. I'm leaving this land to my son." Wang Ergu waved his hands and firmly refused. Yu Xiaosao continued, "Would your son care about that mere 2 mu of farmland? It's better to earn more money this year, and then buy some good, fertile land for your son in the surrounding villages. If you want to farm on it yourself, then do it. If you don't want to, then rent it out and collect rent." With an enlightened expression on his face, Wang Ergu slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? My wife's village has a lot of good farmland. I wonder if there's anyone selling them. I should ask my younger brother-in-law to help me ask around." Both of Wang Ergu's parents had died and he was the only one left in his family. His wife was the eldest child in the family and had 4 younger siblings, who were all brought up by her. Her younger sisters had all gotten married. One of her younger brothers worked at the docks, while the other one stayed at home to farm and take care of their elderly parents. Looking at Ergu's wife's strong character, one could tell that her family, though poor, were people with integrity. After Ergu changed for the better, his in-laws had changed their perspective on him and treated him like half of a son. Wang Ergu felt the warmth of family from his in-laws, so he would always think of his in-laws when there was something good. "Brother Dahai, I'll go back and discuss it with my wife. If she agrees, then we'll sell them to you. Brother Dahai, if you need help, then just let me know. Don't be courteous with me." After being taught by his wife, Wang Ergu was no longer the inconsiderate person he used to be. Yu Hai stopped being courteous with him and said, "All right. The land has been thawed these past 2 days, so I was planning on plowing the fields. If Brother Ergu is free, then come help hold the plow." There were livestock at home, so they naturally didn't have to plow by hand. Wang Ergu cheerfully answered, "Okay. I'll come over early tomorrow." Over the next few days, Yu Hai and Wang Ergu plowed the 17 mu of land, which included land that Wang Ergu sold to them. Yu Xiaosao also stopped helping out at the docks because she needed to plant watermelon, corn, and potatoes. Even if it got too busy at the docks, Madame Han and her younger daughter would help serve the food and wash the dishes every day. The days passed by, and it was soon the spring season. Standing on the hillside, one could see people busily working everywhere. The villagers of Dongshan village mostly grew sweet potatoes. The Yu family's over a dozen mu of land would attract curious gazes from time to time. The reason was very simple. The country magistrate personally met the village head of Dongshan village and solemnly informed him that the Yu family was helping Royal Prince Yang experiment with the cultivation of new crops. Thus, they must actively cooperate, assist them with guarding the crops, and firmly stop any hint of theft. When village head returned home, he solemnly held a village-wide meeting. He made the protection of the experimental field as the top priority of the whole village, which was firmly implemented. The village head was still worried, so he also threatened, if anything goes wrong with the crops in the Yu family's fields, and thus delayed the royal prince's affairs, then even the lives of the entire village wouldn't be enough as compensation. Got it. Since this was something that concerning the lives of the entire village, it was no wonder that villagers were so concerned. However, they only looked from afar for fear of affecting the cultivation of the Yu family's crops. In order to prevent the crops from being damaged, the villagers had formed a night patrol team. At night, they would guard the Yu family's fields so securely that even a mosquito might not be able to fly in. In this way, it made things much easier for the Yu family. This year, the Yu family had doubled their melon field. Besides the 11 mu of land used as an experimental field, watermelon was planted in all the other fields. It was quite easy to grow watermelon, which only required burying the seeds into the soil. In order to improve the emergence rate, Xiao Cao soaked the seeds in mystic stone water before planting them. For 6 mu of watermelon, the Yu family and a free laborer, Wang Ergo, finally finished sowing after working busily for 2 days. The method of pre-soaking the seeds was also used for the cultivation of corn. When growing corn, it was important to pay attention to the distance between the crops. If planted too densely, it would be stuffy and lack sunlight, and the corn wouldn't be able to grow properly. If planted too loosely, the yield would decrease. Fortunately, Xiao Cao had experience with growing corn in her previous life. The field had been plowed and fertilized. Xiao Cao took a hoe and dug shallow pits in the soil, while Madame Lu followed behind her. She put a seed in each pit, and then used her feet to cover the pits with soil. Yu Hai carried a bucket of water and watered the pits. The 3 family members cooperated very well. Since the 3 family members were responsible for the 10 mu of land, then it would take them several days to finish sowing. It was their first time trying to grow corn, so the whole family did everything themselves. The job of digging the pits looked simple, but in fact, it was actually hard work. Her waist always had to be bent, and she had to clench the hoe in her hand tightly. After a day, Xiao Cao was so tired that she couldn't even stand straight. She also got some blisters on her palms. The pain of popping the blisters made her scream incessantly. Madame Lu used a needle, which had been sterilized with fire, and carefully popped the blisters on her younger daughter's hands. On the side, Yu Hai's heart ached so much that he gasped unceasingly. Fang Zizhen got the best wound medicine and applied a thin layer for his goddaughter. He also wrapped Xiao Cao's hand like a pig's hoof with gauze. When eating dinner in the evening, like a seriously injured person, she had to be fed by Junju. Madame Lu looked at her delicate younger daughter and could help but say, "Mother remembers the distance between the pits. Cower, you don't need to work in the fields tomorrow. Stay at home and rest." Yu Xiao Cao shook her head repeatedly and said, "No. With just you and father, when would we be able to harvest all the corn off? My hand is just not used to doing hard labor. It will be fine in a few days." Fang Zizhen disagreed and said, "The blisters on your hand has just been popped. If they get scraped again tomorrow, a layer of skin will surely be peeled off. I might as well just take 2 days off and help out in the fields." "No. The port construction is at a crucial stage, so there can't be any problems. Godfather, you need to go and look over it. Moreover, you have never farmed before, so you will probably be a hindrance if you came." Yu Xiao Cao rejected her godfather's suggestion, and then said, "Maybe, tomorrow, mother can dig the pits in front while I scatter the seeds. Is that okay?" Fang Zizhen continued to refuse. "Your hand is injured. What if it got dirty and caused an infection? At that time, you wouldn't be helping out, but causing more problems." Shaolian and Yu Hang rushed to say, "Tomorrow, I won't go to the docks, I won't collect seafood, and will go help out in the fields instead." "All right, everyone stop talking. It's merely 10 or so mu of land, yet you're all fretting so much. In the future, if we buy 100 or so mu of good farmland, wouldn't you guys worry so much that you can't even sleep at night? It's decided. Tomorrow, your mother and I, along with Cower, will continue to work in the fields. Cower will watch on the side to ensure that nothing goes wrong and won't need to do anything at all. Everyone else should do what you need to do." At this time, Yu Hai brought forth his weight as the head of the household and made the final decision. Before sleeping, Xiao Cao went to the west courtyard next door as usual, and took her godmother's pulse with her bandaged little hand. Although her godmother was pregnant, with a proper diet and the nourishment of the mystic stone water, Her health was much better than when she first came to Tanggu town. Yu Xiaosao took off her hand, feeling relieved. Lady Fang gently grabbed her small hand, which was wrapped like a pig's hoof. Her heart slightly ached as she teased her. "Oh, our eldest young miss has just worked for a day, yet your little hand has already turned out like this." Yu Xiaosao pouted and grumbled, "It's just Godfather making a fuss over a small matter. I merely got a few blisters," but he wrapped my hand as if it was fractured. Fang Zizhen came in and touched his wife's belly. He looked at Xiaosao's hand and said to Lady Fang, "You didn't see it?" On her fair and tender palm, there were several peanut-sized blisters. It bled quite a lot after being popped. It's just 10 or so mu of land. It's not like we can't afford to hire people. If worst comes to worst, we can pick out a few strong ones among the refugees and hire them. Why do you need to do everything yourself?" Yu Xiaosao laughed. "We're already attracting too much attention in the village. We just bought over 10 mu of farmland. If we also hire people to work in the fields, wouldn't people talk about us behind our backs? Just let them talk. If they have the ability, they can also buy land and hire workers." Fang Zizhen said angrily. Yu Xiaosao knew that her godfather was worried about her, so she smiled and changed the topic. Godmother will probably go into labor next month at the latest. The conditions in the countryside aren't very good and the midwives aren't very professional. I reckon that she should go back to the town tomorrow and wait for delivery." Speaking of the unborn child, Fang Zizhen immediately revealed a silly smile and giggled. "I have already discussed this matter with your godmother. We'll go back to town when your family's corn and potatoes are planted." Fang Zizhen now firmly believed in his goddaughter's medical skills. His wife wasn't young anymore, and this was her first child, so they didn't have any experience whatsoever. Without his goddaughter around, he would feel uneasy. However, his daughter had signed a military writ with Royal Prince Yong for the cultivation of corn and potatoes. So it couldn't be delayed. Fortunately, there were still a couple of months before his wife's due date. He had learned the term, due date, from Xiaosao. Looked at her madam's big, round tummy, Linglong though that it was more safe to return to town earlier. She said in a low voice, "Madam, let Junju accompany you at home tomorrow. This servant will go help out in the field. With an extra worker, things will get done faster." Lady Fang looked up with smiling eyes and glanced at her most trusted handmaid. She smiled at Fang Zizhen and said, "These two maid servants, Linglong and Junju, have suffered a lot since we arrived in Tanggu town. Usually, handmaids like them are like daughters of a humble family, who won't need to do any chores. They all have several maid servants who work under them. However, since coming to Dongshan village, they have to make a fire for cooking, plant vegetables, and gather vegetables. It really has been hard on them all." Junju hurriedly said, "Madam, you're overpraising us. Madam is tolerant, magnanimous, kind, and benevolent. When this servant went back to the Shah household, my sisters all envied me for having such a good master." Linglong gently massaged Lady Fang's shoulders and said with a faint smile, "That's right. There are advantages to living in the capital, but there are also advantages in staying in Dongshan village. Our Dongshan village has a picturesque scenery that relaxes one's mood just by looking at it. We can eat delicacies from the land and the sea every day." This servant's face has gotten rounder. In my opinion, although the capital is big, it's more comfortable living in Dongshan village." Lady Fang patted Linglong's hand and said with a smile, "You two are both clever and lovely. Your madam, knows this very clearly. All right, tomorrow, Linglong will take Wangfu and his wife to see if there's anything you guys can help with in the fields." Early in the morning of the next day, the 3 members of the Yu family went to the fields with Linglong and 2 servants of the Fang household. After working for the entire day yesterday, they had already planted nearly 2 mu of land. Madame Lu had nearly mastered the technique of digging the pits. Under Xiaosao's guidance, she swiftly got the hang of it. Wangfu had come over from the estate in town. Before selling himself into the Fang estate, he was also an experienced farmer. When doing farm work, the Wangfu couple was even faster than the Yu Hai couple. As if it had a life, the hoe in his hands dug quickly and well. Wangfu's wife followed behind her husband and skillfully scattered the seeds and buried them with soil. The two worked very well together. As a child of servants of the Shah family, Linglong had grown up the estate of a wealthy family, so she had never done farm work before. Fortunately, dibbling wasn't hard. At the beginning, she was still relatively unfamiliar with how to do it, but she gradually learned how to do it. Yu Hai carried a bucket of water and followed behind them and sprinkled some water on the buried seed. There couldn't be too much water because the seed might go bad from being soaked in too much water. But there couldn't be too little water either because that might reduce the rate of germination. However, seeds that had been washed by mystic stone water didn't have these concerns. With 3 extra people, who were skilled workers, they worked much more efficiently today. By evening, there were only about 2 mu of land that needed to be worked on from the remaining 8 mu of land. On the way back, Madame Lu said with a smile, "We should be able to finish planting all the corn by tomorrow. Many thanks to Linglong, older brother Wangfu, and older brother Wangfu's wife, otherwise, we would have to work a few more days." Wangfu smiled in a good-natured manner, while his wife said quick-wittedly, "We don't deserve to be called in that way by Madame Yu. Madame Yu is a relative of our general, so you're considered half of a master for us servants. You're already giving us servants face by directly calling our names." Linglong saw that Madame Lu still wanted to say something, so she quickly changed the topic. "Tomorrow, we will be able to finish planting the corn in the morning. When are we going to plant the remaining 1 mu of potatoes?" Yu Xiaosao replied, "The potato seeds has already sprouted. It can be planted by the day after tomorrow." Older sister Linglong, "You must be exhausted today, right? When you get back, take a hot bath and have a good rest. My hand should be better tomorrow, so it's fine with just me and my parents." Seeing that Linglong wanted to say something, she continued, "It has been a long time since anyone has lived in the estate in town. Several servants stayed back to guard the house, but if you guys are moving back, it's better to have people properly clean the place. Also, you guys should find a midwife in advance. Sister Linglong, you're someone who serves Godmother. Now that Godmother is pregnant, you must stay by her side." In a slightly flattering manner, Wangfu's wife said, "Miss Linglong don't have to come tomorrow. My husband and I will come over to help, so it should be fine." After thinking about it, Linglong felt that Miss Cower was right. Tomorrow, she should go to town and make sure everything was going smoothly. Madam and her unborn child were the most important. In this way, they worked busily for another 2 days and finally finished planting on the Yu family's over 10 mu of land. Without a chance to rest, Xiaosao was taken to town by Fang Zizhen and his wife. Linglong was also a very capable person. In 2 days, she had straightened out everything in the Fang estate. She had also invited the 2 famous midwives in town to the estate, serving them with good food and drinks. These 2 midwives mostly helped wealthy families in town to deliver babies, so the highest-ranking official they had seen were low-ranked officials like the head bailiff of the county yamen and the magistrate's secretary. Their legs had gone limp as soon as they heard about the Lord Imperial Envoy's invitation. They didn't even dare to fart and obediently followed the servant of the Fang estate over. After staying in the estate for a day, they gradually recovered their strength and a burst of joy emerged in their hearts. It was their first time delivering the child of the Imperial Envoy's wife. If everything went smoothly, not only would they become famous, but they would also get rich. They had heard that the Imperial Envoy had gotten a child at an old age, so he would definitely give them a lot of money at that time. When Xiaosao arrived in town, she didn't idle around. After some inquiry, she found a broker with a decent reputation in town, Li Da. Li Da felt slightly uneasy as he was taken to the Fang estate. With his social connections, how could he not know about the residence of the Imperial Envoy? Why was the Imperial Envoy looking for him? Could it be that he wanted to buy more servants? It was a little girl under the age of 10 who came to receive him. Although she was dressed plainly, she appeared comfortable and exquisite in all respects. Such a young girl probably wasn't a handmaid in the estate. Perhaps she was the Imperial Envoy's goddaughter. Li Da didn't dare slight her and solemnly went forward to greet her. Yu Xiaosao smiled and said, "Broker Li doesn't need to be so courteous. Let's sit down and talk." Being influenced by Lady Fang, who had come from a noble family, Yu Xiaosao already had a somewhat imposing manner in the way she dealt with people. She waited for Li Da to sit down, and with a gentle smile, she said in a soft voice, "Broker Li, I heard that you have grasped most of Tanggu Town's middleman businesses in your hands. Is there a large piece of farmland nearby for sale? Li Da quickly straightened his body and thought for a moment before asking, in reply to young miss, do you want to buy a plantation or just farmland? Plantation. Are there plantations for sale? Yu Xiaoxiao had learned that plantations were generally owned by rich people. Not only did they have a large piece of fertile farmland, but it was also sold together with the tenant farmers. If she could buy a plantation, it would save her a lot of work. Li Da quickly said, in town, there is a wealthy family with the surname Ma who had failed in their business and are in an urgent need for money. Thus, the Ma family have decided to sell one of their plantations, which has 60 mu of superior farmland, 30 mu of average farmland, and 80 mu of inferior farmland. This plantation is located east of town, and it is less than 10 kilometers away from town. A total of 170 mu, and it was located in between Tanggu Town and Dongshan Village. This was exactly what Xiaoxiao wanted. If the price wasn't too outrageous, Xiaoxiao was prepared to buy it. May I ask the price? Li Da naturally didn't dare to give false number to the imperial envoy's goddaughter. That family urgently needs the money, so the price isn't very high. If you buy them separately, the superior farmland cost 12 taels per mu, the average farmland cost 10 taels per mu, and the inferior farmland is 7 taels per mu. If you buy them together, it cost 1,500 taels. The price was quite reasonable, so Yu Xiaoxiao bought it on the spot. The next day, the head steward of the Fang estate and broker Li went to the yamen to go through the formalities. At this time, it was the time of spring plowing. Since the Ma family was in a hurry to sell the plantation, they didn't rent the fields to the tenant farmers. Thus, the tenant farmers at the plantation all felt very anxious. The tenant farmers generally didn't have any farmland and relied on farming on rented farmland to make a living. At the beginning of autumn, at least half of the grain produced in the fields should be handed to the master's family. If they had a harsher master, who charged them 60% or more for rent, and they had an average harvest, the tenant farmers might not even have enough to fill their stomachs. However, these tenant farmers, who had no other skills except farming, had no other choice but to rent land. If they didn't farm, was the whole family just going to wait to drink the northwest wind? In this plantation of the Ma family, the tenants were waiting for the arrival of the new owner with an uneasy mood. The Ma family were considered kind masters, who only took 50% rent. They were worried about what kind of person the new owner was. Would the rent increase? Would they not rent the land to them? There were more than a dozen families in the plantation who relied on these fields to make a living off. Yu Hai wore a dark blue muslin robe with exquisite embroidery on the waist, collar, and cuffs. He had never worn such a formal attire before, so he felt very out of place. For the convenience of work, Yu Hai had always worn light work clothes, which was light and comfortable. Being wrapped in a robe, he felt as if he couldn't even walk properly. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her father's uneasy expression and said with a smile, "Father, you look very handsome dressed like this. You look more dignified than those skinny and short lords. It's our first time inspecting our plantation, so we definitely have to show the imposing manner of owners lest we get bullied by the servants." After being praised by his daughter, Yu Hai straightened his chest. He was originally tall with good features and healthy tan skin. Thus, he really did have the charisma of a wealthy nobleman. The person who drove their horse carriage was the head steward of the Fang family. Since they were going to show their force as owners, how could they not have someone running errands for them? Thus, Lady Fang sent the head steward over to help them. The horse carriage soon arrived at the plantation. The tenant farmers, who had long received the news, had already been waiting for them. In the past, the Ma family usually came late in the morning. The tenant farmers weren't familiar with their new master's habits, so they wanted to leave a good impression on them by coming earlier. Originally, they had thought that they would have to wait for a long time, but they hadn't expected that the horse carriage had already arrived at the plantation at 7 in the morning. The tenant farmers looked at one another and were glad to have come early. The head steward stopped the horse carriage. Yu Hai nimbly jumped down from the carriage, and then turned around to carry his younger daughter down the carriage. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw the farmers waiting respectfully, she felt rather satisfied in her heart. Could the tenant farmers not be respectful? Since last autumn, there had been group after group of refugees coming to Tanggu town. Although a group of refugees had settled at the docks, there were still a lot of refugees looking for jobs. There would be refugees coming to slightly bigger plantations to recommend themselves as tenant farmers. The position of the original tenant farmers at the plantation were being threatened. If they didn't work hard, wouldn't they just be waiting for their masters to replace them? This wasn't something that hadn't happened before. Didn't several tenant farmers get changed at the Zhou family's ritual fields next door? Yu Hai stood in front of the tenant farmers. He had never spoken under the anticipating gazes of so many people, so his hands that were behind his back slightly trembled. Seeing this, Xiao Cao quickly extended her hand and held her father's hand, giving him support. The future of the Yu family would certainly be even more than this, so as the head of the household, Yu Hai must be able to support it. Yu Hai secretly took a deep breath, swept over the dozen or so tenants with a dignified gaze, and said in a loud voice, "This year's spring plowing is just around the corner. In order to not delay farming, everything will stay the same. Who is the supervisor of the tenant farmers? Come and introduce the situation of the plantation." Hearing that everything would be the same as before, the tenant farmers were apparently relieved, and there was a glow of joy within everyone's eyes. A vigorous old man in his 50s stepped forward and said, in reply to Master, "This old man, Wang Maosai, is the supervisor of the plantation." Seeing that the old man was about the same age as his father, Yu Hai's face showed some kindness. He said, "What's the situation at this plantation? Tell me about it." Wang Maosai didn't change just because the master was kind to him. He respectfully answered, in reply to Master, "There are a total of 16 families in the plantation. Among them, there are 43 young, strong workers. In the previous years, the plantation's fields were distributed according to the number of laborers in the family, divided based on number of adult workers." Yu Xiaocao thought about it and asked, "This elder, does the so-called laborer refer to adult male labor force?" Wang Maosai didn't slight her due to her young age and quickly replied, in reply to young miss, "That's right." Then, what if the adult male in the family had an accident? Yu Xiaocao's worry wasn't without reason. If something happened to the man in the family, then a widowed mother and orphaned children wouldn't even be able to get a portion of land, so how were they supposed to live? Wang Maosai was silent for a moment before saying, "I was just about to report this to Master." Lu Dazhuang, who works at the plantation, broke his leg after falling in the mountains. He's the only labor force in his family. Last year, 4 mu of land was distributed to him. What should we do this year? Yu Hai ceased his brows slightly. According to the old policy, the family should not be allocated land if the only labor force in the family was bedridden. However, if they lost their farmland when the pillar of the family had fallen, that would be making their bad situation even worse. How would the family support themselves? At this time, a 12 or 13-year-old boy rushed out from the crowd. With tears in his eyes, he clenched his fist, knelt down in front of Yu Hai and said in a loud voice, "I'm already 13 years old, so I can work like an adult. Master, please don't take away our farmland. Shanzi, quickly come back." A haggard-looking woman squeezed out of the crowd and shouted anxiously at the young boy kneeling on the ground for fear that her son would get punished for offending the master. Yu Hai lowered his head to look at the youth, who was about the same age as his eldest son, with mixed feelings in his heart. He recalled the time when he had been bitten by a bear and was lying on the bed on the verge of death. The situation at that time was very similar to the situation of the family in front of him. At that time, he really hoped that someone would help his family. After pondering briefly, Yu Xiaocao made a decision and said, "My father has already said earlier that this year's land distribution will be the same as last year's until a new decision is made." The young boy, who was kneeling on the ground, lifted his head with hope and asked, "My family received 4 mu of farmland last year, so do we still get 4 mu of land this year?" Yu Xiaocao nodded and said, "That's right. You will receive the same amount of land as last year. In the future, not only will adult laborers will receive land, but boys over the age of 10 and females between the age of 16 to 40 can also get a distribution of farmland. As long as one has the ability to work, farmland will be divided to both male and female based on their circumstances." "What? Women could be allocated land, too?" A happy expression appeared on the faces of people with qualified women and many children in their families. On the other hand, there was a slight change in the expressions on the people who had more adult male labor force in the family. There were only so much land in the plantation, so if land were also divided to women and children, they would certainly receive less land. These people felt somewhat dissatisfied in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. The new owner had new rules. If they showed their dissatisfaction and the master didn't distribute any land to them, they could only watch on the side. Yu-hai said a few more formal remarks, encouraged everyone to work hard on farming, and finally said, "The farming season won't wait for anyone, so everyone should take advantage of today's good weather and quickly go farming. All right, everyone can go now." After coming out of the plantation, the father and daughter were going to buy some daily necessities in town. When the carriage arrived outside of the town gates, they noticed that there had been an increase in the number of refugees outside the town. It was currently the time when there was a food shortage between the two harvests. Many people in the northeast, who didn't want to leave their homeland, had ran out of food after surviving the harsh winter, so they had no choice but to flee to the south. Yu-hai, who was in a good mood after buying a plantation, sat outside the carriage to talk to the head steward. Suddenly, an emaciated figure among the refugees caught his attention. He stared fixedly at that person's back, clenching his hands tightly. Was it her? If it was her, why didn't she come find him at Dongshan village, and instead settle down in the refugee camp outside of town? As if she detected his gaze, that thin figure turned around and looked over. When Yu-hai saw that haggard but familiar face, he slightly choked up as he called out in a soft voice, "Older sister." Perhaps it was too far away, but that person didn't recognize him. Instead, she continued to walk forward and slowly squatted down in a simple shed made of dead branches. In actuality, even if they met face to face, Yu Kaifeng may not have recognized him. Since Yu-hai got married, his older sister had only returned once and more than a decade had passed. Although Yu-hai's face hadn't changed much, he had matured quite a lot. For more than a year, he ate well and was in a good mood. Thus, his originally thin and tall figure had become strong and powerful. Today, he was wearing a new set of clothing and riding on the Fang Estate's horse carriage, like a rich master in town. Even when Yu Kaifeng saw him, she just felt that he seemed familiar, but didn't dare to acknowledge him. "Stop the carriage, quickly stop the carriage." Yu-hai snatched the reins from the head steward's hands and pulled hard. The horse, who was trotting forward steadily, made a long neigh, stopped, and trod uneasily on the ground. It was fortunate that the Fang Estate's horses were well trained. Had it been another steed, it might have been startled. Yu Xiaosao, who was dozing off in the carriage, nearly flew out of the carriage. She poked her head out in confusion, only to see her father leaping off the moving carriage and darting toward the place known as the refugee camp. "Father, what are you doing? Wait for me, ah." With the help of the head steward, Yu Xiaosao got down from the carriage. Holding her long skirt, she chased in the direction that her father ran off to. She was only accompanying her father to the plantation, but her godmother insisted on having her dress more formally. It was so inconvenient to run in. If she wasn't careful, she would accidentally step on the hem of the skirt. End of chapter 230. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.